Chapter 21 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. In these distracted times, when each man dreads the bloody stratagems of busy hands. Otway. At the door of the Cat and Fiddle, Julian received the usual attention paid to the customers of an inferior house of entertainment. His horse was carried by a ragged lad, who acted as hostler into a paltry stable, where, however, the nag was tolerably supplied with food and litter. Having seen the animal on which his comfort, perhaps his safety, depended, properly provided for, Peveril entered the kitchen, which indeed was also the parlour and hall of the little hostelry, to try what refreshment he could obtain for himself. Much to his satisfaction, he found there was only one guest in the house besides himself, but he was less pleased when he found that he must either go without dinner or share with that single guest the only provisions which chanced to be in the house, namely a dish of trouts and eels, which their host, the miller, had brought in from his mill-stream. At the particular request of Julian, the landlady undertook to add a substantial dish of eggs and bacon, which perhaps she would not have undertaken for, had not the sharp eye of Peveril discovered the flitch hanging in its smoky retreat, when, as its presence could not be denied, the hostess was compelled to bring it forward as a part of her supplies. She was a buxom dame about 30, whose comely and cheerful countenance did honour to the choice of the jolly miller, her loving mate, and was now stationed under the shade of an old-fashioned, huge, projecting chimney, within which it was her province to work in the fire, and provided for the wearied wayfaring man the good things which were to send him rejoicing on his course. Although at first the honest woman seemed little disposed to give herself much additional trouble on Julian's account, yet the good looks, handsome figure, and easy civility of her new guest soon bespoke the principal part of her attention, and while busy in his service, she regarded him from time to time with looks where something like pity mingled with complacency. The rich smoke of the rasher, and the eggs with which it was flanked, already spread itself through the apartment, and the hissing of these savoury viands bore chorus to the simmering of the pan, in which the fish were undergoing a slower decoction. The table was covered with a clean huckaback napkin, and all was in preparation for the meal, which Julian began to expect with a good deal of impatience, when the companion who was destined to share it with him entered the apartment. At the first glance Julian recognized, to his surprise, the same indifferently dressed, thin-looking person, who, during the first bargain which he had made with Bridesley, had officiously interfered with his advice and opinion. Displeased at having the company of any stranger forced upon him, Peveril was still less satisfied to find one who might make some claim of acquaintance with him, however slender, since the circumstances in which he stood compelled him to be as reserved as possible. He therefore turned his back upon his destined messmate, and pretended to amuse himself by looking out of the window, determined to avoid all intercourse until it should be inevitably forced upon him. In the meanwhile the other stranger went straight up to the landlady, where she toiled on household cares intent, and demanded of her what she meant by preparing bacon and eggs, when he had positively charged her to get nothing ready but the fish. The good woman, important as every cook in the discharge of her duty, deigned not for some time so much as to acknowledge that she heard the reproof of her guest, and when she did so it was only to repel it in a magisterial and authoritative tone. If he did not like bacon, bacon from their own hutch, well fed on peas and bran; if he did not like bacon and eggs, new-laid eggs, which she had brought in from the hen-roost with her own hands, why so put case, it was the worse for his honour, and the better for those who did. The better for those who like them, answered the guest. That is as much as to say I am to have a companion, good woman. Do not good woman me, sir, replied the miller's wife, till I call you good man, and I promise you many would scruple to do that to one who does not love eggs and bacon of a Friday. Nay, my good lady, said her guest, do not fix any misconstruction upon me. I dare say the eggs and the bacon are excellent, only they are rather a dish too heavy for my stomach. Ay, or your conscience, perhaps, sir, answered the hostess. And now I bethink me you must needs have your fish fried with oil, instead of the good drippings I was going to put to them. I would I could spell the meaning of all this now, but I warrant John Bigstaff, the constable, would conjure something out of it. There was a pause here, but Julian, somewhat alarmed at the tone which the conversation assumed, became interested in watching the dumb show which succeeded. By bringing his head a little towards the left, but without turning round or quitting the projecting latticed window where he had taken his station, he could observe that the stranger, secured as he seemed to think himself from observation, had sidled close up to the landlady, and as he conceived, had put a piece of money into her hand. The altered tone of the miller's moiety corresponded very much with this supposition. Nay, indeed, and forsooth, she said, her house was Liberty Hall, and so should every publican's be. What was it to her what gentlefolks ate or drank, providing they paid for it honestly? There were many honest gentlemen whose stomachs could not abide bacon, grease, or dripping, especially on a Friday, and what was that to her, or any one in her line, so gentlefolks paid honestly for the trouble? Only she would say that her bacon and eggs could not be mended betwixt this and Liverpool, and that she would live and die upon. I shall hardly dispute it, said the stranger, and turning towards Julian, he added, I wish this gentleman, who I suppose is my trencher companion, much joy of the dainties which I cannot assist him in consuming. I assure you, sir, answered Peveril, who now felt himself compelled to turn about and reply with civility, that it was with difficulty I could prevail on my landlady to add my cover to yours, though she seems now such a zealot for the consumption of eggs and bacon. I am zealous for nothing, said the landlady, save that men would eat their victuals and pay their score, and if there be enough in one dish to serve 2 guests, I see little purpose in dressing them too. However, they are ready now, and done to a nicety. Here, Alice, Alice. The sound of that well-known name made Julian start, but the Alice who replied to the call ill resembled the vision which his imagination connected with the accents, being a dowdy slipshod wench, the drudge of the low inn which afforded him shelter. She assisted her mistress in putting on the table the dishes which the latter had prepared, and a foaming jug of home-brewed ale being placed betwixt them, was warranted by Dame Whitecraft as excellent. For, said she, we know by practice that too much water drowns the miller, and we spare it on our malt as we would in our milldam. I drink to your health in it, dame, said the elder stranger, and a cup of thanks for these excellent fish, and to the drowning of all unkindness between us. I thank you, sir, said the dame, and wish you the like, but I dare not pledge you, for our gaffer says that ale is brewed too strong for women. So I only drink a glass of canary at a time with a gossip or any gentleman guest that is so minded. You shall drink one with me then, dame, said Peveril, so you will let me have a flagon. That you shall, sir, and as good as ever was broached. But I must to the mill to get the key from the good man. So saying, and tucking her clean gown through the pocket holes, that her steps might be the more alert, and her dress escape dust, off she tripped to the mill, which lay close adjoining. A dainty dame and dangerous is the miller's wife, said the stranger, looking at Peveril. Is not that old Chaucer's phrase? I believe so, said Peveril, not much read in Chaucer, who was then even more neglected than at present, and much surprised at a literary quotation from one of the mean appearance exhibited by the person before him. Yes, answered the stranger, I see that you, like other young gentlemen of the time, are better acquainted with Cowley and Waller than with the well of English undefiled. I cannot help differing. There are touches of nature about the old bard of Woodstock that, to me, are worth all the turns of laborious wit in Cowley, and all the ornate and artificial simplicity of his courtly competitor. The description, for instance, of his country coquette. Wincing she was, as is a wanton colt, sweet as a flower, and upright as a bolt. Then again for pathos, where will you mend the dying scene of Arcady? Alas, my heart's queen, alas, my wife, giver at once and ender of my life, what is this world? What axen men to have, now with his love, now in his cold grave alone, withouten other company. But I tire you, sir, and do injustice to the poet, whom I remember but by halves. On the contrary, sir, replied Peveril, you make him more intelligible to me in your recitation than I have found him when I have tried to peruse him myself. You were only frightened by the antiquated spelling, and the letters black, said his companion. It is many a scholar's case, who mistakes a nut which he would crack with a little exertion for a bullet which he must needs break his teeth on. But yours are better employed. Shall I offer you some of this fish? Not so, sir, replied Julian, willing to show himself a man of reading in his turn. I hold with old Caius, and profess to fear judgment, to fight where I cannot choose, and to eat no fish. The stranger cast a startled look around him at this observation, which Julian had thrown out, on purpose to ascertain, if possible, the quality of his companion, whose present language was so different from the character he had assumed at Bridlesley's. His countenance, too, although the features were of an ordinary, not to say mean cast, had that character of intelligence which education gives to the most homely face, and his manners were so easy and disembarrassed, as plainly showed a complete acquaintance with society, as well as the habit of mingling with it in the higher stages. The alarm which he had evidently shown at Peveril's answer was but momentary, for he almost instantly replied with a smile, I promise you, sir, that you are in no dangerous company, for notwithstanding my fish dinner, I am much disposed to trifle with some of your savoury mess, if you will indulge me so far." Peveril accordingly reinforced the stranger's trencher with what remained of the bacon and eggs, and saw him swallow a mouthful or two with apparent relish, but presently after began to dally with his knife and fork, like one whose appetite was satiated, and then took a long draught of the black jack, and handed his platter to the large mastiff dog, who, attracted by the smell of the dinner, had sat down before him for some time, licking his chops, and following with his eye every morsel which the guest raised to his head. "Here, my poor fellow," said he, "thou hast had no fish, and needest this supernumerary trencher load more than I do. I cannot withstand thy mute supplication any longer." The dog answered these courtesies by a civil shake of the tail, while he gobbled up what was assigned him by the stranger's benevolence, in the greater haste that he heard his mistress's voice at the door. "Here is the cannery, gentlemen," said the landlady, "and the good man has set off the mill to come to wait on you himself. He always does so when company drink wine, that he may come in for the hosts, that is, for the lion's share," said the stranger, looking at Peveril. "The shot is mine," said Julian, "and if mine host will share it, I will willingly bestow another quart on him, and on you, sir. I never break old customs." These sounds caught the ear of Gaffer Whitecraft, who had entered the room, a strapping specimen of his robust trade, prepared to play the civil or the surly host, as his company should be acceptable or otherwise. At Julian's invitation, he doffed his dusty bonnet, brushed from his sleeve the looser particles of his professional dust, and sitting down on the end of a bench about a yard from the table, filled a glass of canary and drank to his guests, and especially to this noble gentleman, indicating Peveril, who had ordered the canary. Julian returned the courtesy by drinking his health, and asking what news were about in the country. "Naught, sir, I hears on naught, except this plot, as they call it, that they are pursuing the Papishers about. But it brings water to my mill, as the saying is, between expresses hurrying hither and thither, and guards and prisoners riding to and again, and the custom of the neighbours that come to speak over the news of an evening nightly, I may say, instead of once a week. Why, the spigot is in use, gentlemen, and your land thrives. And then I, serving as constable, and being a known Protestant, I have tapped, I may venture to say, it may be 10 stands of ale extraordinary, besides a reasonable sale of wine for a country corner. Heaven make us thankful, and keep all good Protestants from plot and popery." "I can easily conceive, my friend," said Julian, "that curiosity is a passion which runs naturally to the alehouse, and that anger and jealousy and fear are all of them thirsty passions, and great consumers of home brewed. But I am a perfect stranger in these parts, and I would willingly learn from a sensible man like you a little of this same plot, of which men speak so much, and appear to know so little." "Learn a little of it! Why, it is the most horrible, the most damnable, bloodthirsty beast of a plot. But hold, my good master, I hope in the first place you believe there is a plot, for otherwise the justice must have a word with you, as sure as my name is John Whitecraft." "It shall not need," said Peveril, "for I assure you, mine host, I believe in the plot as freely and fully as a man can believe in anything he cannot understand." "God forbid that anybody should pretend to understand it," said the implicit constable, for his worship the justice says it is a mile beyond him, and he be as deep as most of them. But men may believe, though they do not understand, and that is what the Romanists say themselves. But this I am sure of, it makes a rare stirring time for justices and witnesses and constables. So here's to your health again, gentlemen, in a cup of neat canary." "Come, come, John Whitecraft," said the wife, "do not you demean yourself by naming witnesses along with justices and constables. All the world knows how they come by their money." "Ay, but all the world knows that they do come by it, dame, and that is a great comfort. They rustle in their canonical silks, and swagger in their buff and scarlet. Who but they? Ay, ay, the cursed fox thrives, and not so cursed neither. Is there not Dr. Titus Oates, the saver of the nation? Does he not live at Whitehall, and eat off plate, and have a pension of thousands a year, for what I know? And is he not to be Bishop of Lichfield so soon as Dr. Doddrum dies? Then I hope Dr. Doddrum's reverence will live these 20 years, and I dare say I am the first that ever wished such a wish," said the hostess. "I do not understand these doings, not I, and if 100 Jesuits came to hold a consult at my house, as they did at the White Horse Tavern, I should think it quite out of the line of business to bear witness against them, provided they drank well and paid their score." "Very true, dame," said her elder guest. "That is what I call keeping a good publican conscience. And so I will pay my score presently, and be jogging on my way." Peveril, on his part, also demanded a reckoning, and discharged it so liberally that the miller flourished his hat as he bowed, and the hostess curtsied down to the ground. The horses of both guests were brought forth, and they mounted in order to depart in company. The host and hostess stood in the doorway to see them depart. The landlord proffered a stirrup cup to the elder guest, while the landlady proffered Peveril a glass from her own peculiar bottle. For this purpose she mounted on the horse block with flask and glass in hand, so that it was easy for the departing guest, although on horseback, to return the courtesy in the most approved manner, namely by throwing his arm over his landlady's shoulder and saluting her at parting. Dame Whitecraft did not decline this familiarity, for there is no room for traversing upon a horse block, and the hands which might have served her for resistance were occupied with glass and bottle, matters too precious to be thrown away in such a struggle. Apparently, however, she had something else in her head, for as, after a brief affectation of reluctance, she permitted Peveril's face to approach hers, she whispered in his ear, "Beware of trepans," an awful intimation which in those days of distrust, suspicion, and treachery, was as effectual in interdicting free and social intercourse as the advertisement of man-traps and spring-guns to protect an orchard. Pressing her hand in intimation that he comprehended her hint, she shook his warmly in return, and bade God speed him. There was a cloud on John Whitecraft's brow, nor did his final farewell sound half so cordial as that which had been spoken within doors. But then Peveril reflected that the same guest is not always equally acceptable to landlord and landlady, and unconscious of having done anything to excite the miller's displeasure, he pursued his journey without thinking farther of the matter. Julian was a little surprised, and not altogether pleased, to find that his new acquaintance held the same road with him. He had many reasons for wishing to travel alone, and the hostess's caution still rung in his ears. If this man possessed of so much shrewdness as his countenance and conversation intimated, versatile as he had occasion to remark, and disguised beneath his condition, should prove, as was likely, to be a concealed Jesuit or seminary priest, travelling upon their great task of the conversion of England and rooting out of the northern heresy, a more dangerous companion for a person in his own circumstances could hardly be imagined, since keeping society with him might seem to authorize whatever reports had been spread concerning the attachment of his family to the Catholic cause. At the same time, it was very difficult, without actual rudeness, to shake off the company of one who seemed so determined, whether spoken to or not, to remain alongside of him. Peveril tried the experiment of riding slow, but his companion, determined not to drop him, slackened his pace so as to keep close by him. Julian then spurred his horse to a full trot, and was soon satisfied that the stranger, notwithstanding the meanness of his appearance, was so much better mounted than himself as to render vain any thought of outriding him. He pulled up his horse to a more reasonable pace, therefore, in a sort of despair. Upon his doing so, his companion, who had been hitherto silent, observed that Peveril was not so well qualified to try speed upon the road as he would have been had he abode by his first bargain of horseflesh that morning. Peveril assented dryly, but observed that the animal would serve his immediate purpose, though he feared it would render him indifferent company for a person better mounted. "By no means," answered his civil companion. "I am one of those who have travelled so much as to be accustomed to make my journey at any rate of motion which may be most agreeable to my company." Peveril made no reply to this polite intimation, being too sincere to tender the thanks which, in courtesy, were the proper answer. A second pause ensued, which was broken by Julian asking the stranger whether their roads were likely to lie long together in the same direction. "I cannot tell," said the stranger, smiling, "unless I knew which way you were travelling." "I am uncertain how far I shall go to-night," said Julian, willingly misunderstanding the purport of the reply. "And so am I," replied the stranger, "but though my horse goes better than yours, I think it will be wise to spare him, and in case our road continues to lie the same way, we are likely to sup, as we have dined together." Julian made no answer whatever to this round intimation, but continued to ride on, turning in his own mind whether it would not be wisest to come to a distinct understanding with his pertinacious attendant, and to explain in so many words that it was his pleasure to travel alone. But besides that, the sort of acquaintance which they had formed during dinner rendered him unwilling to be directly uncivil towards a person of gentlemanlike manners, he had also to consider that he might very possibly be mistaken in this man's character and purpose, in which case the cynically refusing the society of a sound Protestant would afford as pregnant matter of suspicion as travelling in company with a disguised Jesuit. After brief reflection, therefore, he resolved to endure the encumbrance of the stranger's society until a fair opportunity should occur to rid himself of it, and in the meantime to act with as much caution as he possibly could in any communication that might take place between them, for Dame Whitecraft's parting caution still rang anxiously in his ears, and the consequences of his own arrest upon suspicion must deprive him of every opportunity of serving his father, or the Countess, or Major Bridgenorth, upon whose interest also he had promised himself to keep an eye. While he revolved these things in his mind, they had journeyed several miles without speaking, and now entered upon a more waste country and worse roads than they had hitherto found, being, in fact, approaching the more hilly district of Derbyshire. In travelling in a very stony and uneven lane, Julian's horse repeatedly stumbled, and had he not been supported by the rider's judicious use of the bridle, must at length certainly have fallen under him. "These are times which crave wary riding, sir," said his companion, "and by your seat in the saddle and your hand on the rein, you seem to understand it to be so." "I have been long a horseman, sir," answered Peveril, "and long a traveller too, sir, I should suppose, since by the great caution you observe, you seem to think the human tongue requires a curb as well as the horse's jaws." "Wiser men than I have been of opinion," answered Peveril, "that it were a part of prudence to be silent when men have little or nothing to say." "I cannot approve of their opinion," answered the stranger. "All knowledge is gained by communication, either with the dead through books, or, more pleasingly, through the conversation of the living. The deaf and dumb alone are excluded from improvement, and surely their situation is not so enviable that we should imitate them." At this illustration, which awakened a startling echo in Peveril's bosom, the young man looked hard at his companion, but in the composed countenance and calm blue eye he read no consciousness of a farther meaning than the words immediately and directly implied. He paused a moment, and then answered, "You seem to be a person, sir, of shrewd apprehension, and I should have thought it might have occurred to you that in the present suspicious times men may, without censure, avoid communication with strangers. You know not me, and to me you are totally unknown. There is not room for much discourse between us without trespassing on the general topics of the day, which carry in them seeds of quarrel between friends, much more betwixt strangers. At any other time the society of an intelligent companion would have been most acceptable upon my solitary ride, but at present," said the other, interrupting him, "you are like the old Romans, who held that hostis meant both a stranger and an enemy. I will therefore be no longer a stranger. My name is Ganless. By profession I am a Roman Catholic priest. I am travelling here in dread of my life, and I am very glad to have you for a companion." "I thank you for the information with all my heart," said Peveril, "and to avail myself of it to the uttermost, I must beg you to ride forward, or lag behind, or take a side path at your own pleasure, for as I am no Catholic, and travel upon business of high concernment, I am exposed both to risk and delay, and even to danger, by keeping such suspicious company. And so, Master Ganless, keep your own pace, and I will keep the contrary, for I beg leave to forbear your company." As Peveril spoke thus, he pulled up his horse and made a full stop. The stranger burst out a-laughing. "What," he said, "you forbear my company for a trifle of danger? Saint Anthony, how the warm blood of the Cavaliers is chilled in the young men of the present day! This young gallant now has a father, I warrant, who has endured as many adventures for hunting priests as a knight errant for distressed damsels." "This raillery avails nothing, sir," said Peveril. "I must request you will keep your own way." "My way is yours," said the pertinacious Master Ganless, as he called himself, "and we will both travel the safer that we journey in company. I have the receipt of Fernseed, man, and walk invisible. Besides, you would not have me quit you in this lane, where there is no turn to right or left. Peveril moved on, desirous to avoid open violence, for which the indifferent tone of the traveller, indeed, afforded no apt pretext, yet highly disliking his company, and determined to take the first opportunity to rid himself of it. The stranger proceeded at the same pace with him, keeping cautiously on his bridle hand, as if to secure that advantage in case of a struggle, but his language did not intimate the least apprehension. "You do me wrong," he said to Peveril, "and you equally wrong yourself. You are uncertain where to lodge to-night. Trust to my guidance. Here is an ancient hall within 4 miles, with an old knightly pantaloon for its lord, an all-beruffed Dame Barbara for the Lady Gay, a Jesuit in a butler's habit to say grace, an old tale of Edgehill and Worcester fights to relish a cold venison pasty, and a flask of claret mantled with cobwebs, a bed for you in the priest's hiding-hole, and for aught I know, pretty Mistress Betty, the dairymaid, to make it ready." "This has no charms for me, sir," said Peveril, who, in spite of himself, could not but be amused with the ready sketch which the stranger gave of many an old mansion in Cheshire and Derbyshire, where the owners retained the ancient faith of Rome. "Well, I see I cannot charm you in this way," continued his companion. "I must strike another key. I am no longer Ganless, the seminary priest, but," changing his tone and snuffling in the nose, "Simon Cantor, a poor preacher of the word, who travels this way to call sinners to repentance, and to strengthen, and to edify, and to fructify among the scattered remnant who hold fast the truth. What say you to this, sir?" "I admire your versatility, sir, and could be entertained with it at another time. At present sincerity is more in request." "Sincerity," said the stranger, "a child's whistle, with but 2 notes in it. Yea, yea, and nay, nay. Why, man, the very Quakers have renounced it, and have got in its stead a gallant recorder called hypocrisy, that is somewhat like sincerity in form, but of much greater compass, and combines the whole gamut. Come, be ruled. Be a disciple of Simon Cantor for the evening, and we will leave the old tumble-down castle of the knight aforesaid on the left hand, for a new brick-built mansion erected by an eminent salt-boiler from Nampwich, who expects the said Simon to make a strong spiritual pickle for the preservation of a soul somewhat corrupted by the evil communications of this wicked world. What say you? He has 2 daughters. Brighter eyes never beamed under a pinched hood, and for myself, I think there is more fire in those who live only to love and to devotion than in your court beauties, whose hearts are running on 20 follies besides. You know not the pleasure of being conscience keeper to a pretty precisian, who in one breath repeats her foibles, and in the next confesses her passion. Perhaps, though, you may have known such in your day? Come, sir, it grows too dark to see your blushes, but I am sure they are burning on your cheek." "You take great freedom, sir," said Peveril, as they now approached the end of the lane, where it opened on a broad common, "and you seem rather to count more on my forbearance than you have room to do with safety. We are now nearly free of the lane which has made us companions for this late half hour. To avoid your farther company, I will take the turn to the left, upon that common, and if you follow me, it shall be at your peril. Observe, I am well armed, and you will fight at odds." "Not at odds," returned the provoking stranger, "while I have my brown jennet, with which I can ride round and round you at pleasure, and this text, of a handful in length, showing a pistol which he drew from his bosom, which discharges very convincing doctrine on the pressure of a forefinger, and is apt to equalize all odds, as you call them, of youth and strength. Let there be no strife between us, however. The moor lies before us. Choose your path on it. I take the other. I wish you good night, sir, said Peveril to the stranger. I ask your forgiveness if I have misconstrued you in anything, but the times are perilous, and a man's life may depend on the society in which he travels. True, said the stranger, but in your case the danger is already undergone, and you should seek to counteract it. You have travelled in my company long enough to devise a handsome branch of the Popish Plot. How will you look when you see come forth, in comely folio form, the narrative of Simon Cantor, otherwise called Richard Ganless, concerning the horrid Popish conspiracy for the murder of the King and massacre of all Protestants, as given on oath to the Honourable House of Commons, setting forth how far Julian Peveril, younger of Martindale Castle, is concerned in carrying on the same. How, sir, what mean you? said Peveril, much startled. Nay, sir, replied his companion, do not interrupt my title page. Now that Oates and Bedloe have drawn the great prizes, the subordinate discoverers get little but by the sale of their narrative, and Janeway, Newman, Symonds, and every bookseller of them will tell you that the title is half the narrative. Mine shall therefore set forth the various schemes you have communicated to me of landing 10,000 soldiers from the Isle of Man upon the coast of Lancashire, and marching into Wales to join the 10,000 pilgrims who are to be shipped from Spain, and so completing the destruction of the Protestant religion and of the devoted city of London. Truly, I think such a narrative, well spiced with a few horrors, and published cum privilegio Parliamenti, might, though the market be somewhat overstocked, be still worth some 20 or 30 pieces. You seem to know me, sir, said Peveril, and if so, I think I may fairly ask you your purpose in thus bearing me company, and the meaning of all this rhapsody. If it be mere banter, I can endure it within proper limit, although it is uncivil on the part of a stranger. If you have any farther purpose, speak it out. I am not to be trifled with. Good, now, said the stranger, laughing, into what an unprofitable chafe you have put yourself. An Italian fuoriuscito, when he desires a parley with you, takes aim from behind a wall with his long gun, and prefaces his conference with posso tirare. So does your man of war fire a gun across the bows of a Hansmogen Indiaman, just to bring her to, and so do I show Master Julian Peveril that if I were one of the honourable society of witnesses and informers with whom his imagination has associated me for these 2 hours past, he is as much within my danger now as what he is ever likely to be. Then suddenly changing his tone to serious, which was in general ironical, he added, Young man, when the pestilence is diffused through the air of a city, it is in vain men would avoid the disease by seeking solitude and shunning the company of their fellow sufferers. In what then consists their safety? Said Peveril, willing to ascertain, if possible, the drift of his companion's purpose. In following the counsels of wise physicians. Such was the stranger's answer. And as such, said Peveril, you offer me your advice? Pardon me, young man, said the stranger haughtily, I see no reason I should do so. I am not," he added in his former tone, "your feed physician. I offer no advice. I only say it would be wise that you sought it." "And from whom or where can I obtain it?" said Peveril. "I wander in this country like one in a dream, so much a few months have changed it. Men who formerly occupied themselves with their own affairs are now swallowed up in matters of state policy, and those tremble under the apprehension of some strange and sudden convulsion of empire, who were formerly only occupied by the fear of going to bed supperless. And to sum up the matter, I meet a stranger apparently well acquainted with my name and concerns, who first attaches himself to me whether I will or no, and then refuses me an explanation of his business, while he menaces me with the strangest accusations." "Had I meant such infamy," said the stranger, "believe me, I had not given you the thread of my intrigue. But be wise, and come one with me. There is hard by a small inn, where if you can take a stranger's warrant for it, we shall sleep in perfect security." "Yet you yourself," said Peveril, "but now were anxious to avoid observation, and in that case how can you protect me?" "Pshaw! I did but silence that tattling landlady in the way in which such people are most readily hushed; and for Topham and his brace of night owls, they must hawk at other and lesser game than I should prove." Peveril could not help admiring the easy and confident indifference with which the stranger seemed to assume a superiority to all the circumstances of danger around him, and after hastily considering the matter with himself, came to the resolution to keep company with him for this night at least, and to learn if possible who he really was, and to what party in the estate he was attached. The boldness and freedom of his talk seemed almost inconsistent with his following the perilous, though at that time the gainful trade of an informer. No doubt such persons assumed every appearance which could insinuate them into the confidence of their destined victims; but Julian thought he discovered in this man's manner a wild and reckless frankness, which he could not but connect with the idea of sincerity in the present case. He therefore answered, after a moment's recollection, "I embrace your proposal, sir, although by doing so I am reposing a sudden and perhaps an unwary confidence." "And what am I, then, reposing in you?" said the stranger. "Is not our confidence mutual?" "No, much the contrary. I know nothing of you whatever. You have named me, and knowing me to be Julian Peveril, know you may travel with me in perfect security." "The devil I do," answered his companion. "I travel in the same security as with a lighted petard, which I may expect to explode every moment. Are you not the son of Peveril of the Peak, with whose name prelacy and popery are so closely allied, that no old woman of either sex in Derbyshire concludes her prayer without a petition to be freed from all three? And do you not come from the Popish Countess of Derby, bringing, for aught I know, a whole army of Manxmen in your pocket, with full complement of arms, ammunition, baggage, and a train of field artillery?" "It is not very likely I should be so poorly mounted," said Julian, laughing, "if I had such a weight to carry. But lead on, sir. I see I must wait for your confidence till you think proper to confer it, for you are already so well acquainted with my affairs that I have nothing to offer you in exchange for it." "Allons, then," said his companion, "give your horse the spur, and raise the curb rein, lest he measure the ground with his nose instead of his paces. We are not now more than a furlong or two from the place of entertainment. They mended their pace accordingly, and soon arrived at the small solitary inn which the traveller had mentioned. When its light began to twinkle before them, the stranger, as if recollecting something he had forgotten, "By the way, you must have a name to pass by, for it may be ill travelling under your own, as the fellow who keeps this house is an old Cromwellian. What will you call yourself? My name is, for the present, Ganless." "There is no occasion to assume a name at all," answered Julian. "I do not incline to use a borrowed one, especially as I may meet with some one who knows my own." "I will call you Julian then," said Master Ganless, "for Peveril will smell, in the nostrils of mine host, of idolatry, conspiracy, Smithfield faggots, fish on Fridays, the murder of Sir Edmundbury Godfrey, and the fire of purgatory." As he spoke thus, they alighted under the great broad-branched oak tree that served to canopy the ale bench, which at an earlier hour had groaned under the weight of a frequent conclave of rustic politicians. Ganless, as he dismounted, whistled in a particularly shrill note, and was answered from within the house. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. He was a fellow in a peasant's garb, yet one could censure you a woodcock's carving, like any courtier at the ordinary. The person who appeared at the door of the little inn to receive Ganless, as we mentioned in our last chapter, sung, as he came forward, this scrap of an old ballad: "Good even to you, Dicon, and how have you sped? Bring you the bonny bride to banquet and bed?" To which Ganless answered, in the same tone and tune, "Content thee, kind Robin, he need little care, who brings home a fat buck instead of a hare." "You have missed your blow then," said the other in reply. "I tell you I have not," answered Ganless, "but you will think of naught but your own thriving occupation. May the plague that belongs to it stick to it, though it hath been the making of thee." "A man must live, Dicon Ganless," said the other. "Well, well," said Ganless, "bid my friend welcome for my sake. Hast thou got any supper?" "Reeking like a sacrifice. Chaubert has done his best. That fellow is a treasure. Give him a farthing candle, and he will cook a good supper out of it. Come in, sir, my friend's friend is welcome, as we say in my country." "We must have our horses looked to first," said Peveril, who began to be considerably uncertain about the character of his companions. "That done, I am for you." Ganless gave a second whistle. A groom appeared, who took charge of both their horses, and they themselves entered the inn. The ordinary room of a poor inn seemed to have undergone some alterations, to render it fit for company of a higher description. There were a buffet, a couch, and one or two other pieces of furniture of a style inconsistent with the appearance of the place. The tablecloth, which was already laid, was of the finest damask, and the spoons, forks, etc., were of silver. Peveril looked at this apparatus with some surprise, and again turning his eyes attentively upon his travelling companion Ganless, he could not help discovering, by the aid of imagination perhaps, that though insignificant in person, plain in features, and dressed like one in indigence, there lurked still about his person and manners that indefinable ease of manner which belongs only to men of birth and quality, or to those who are in the constant habit of frequenting the best company. His companion, whom he called Will Smith, although tall and rather good-looking, besides being much better dressed, had not, nevertheless, exactly the same ease of demeanour, and was obliged to make up for the want by an additional proportion of assurance. Who these two persons could be, Peveril could not attempt even to form a guess. There was nothing for it but to watch their manner and conversation. After speaking a moment in whispers, Smith said to his companion, "We must go look after our nags for 10 minutes, and allow Chabert to do his office." "Will not he appear and minister before us then?" said Ganlis. "What, he shift a trencher, he hand a cup? No, you forget whom you speak of. Such an order were enough to make him fall on his own sword. He is already on the borders of despair, because no crawfish are to be had." "Alack a day!" replied Ganlis, "Heaven forbid I should add to such a calamity. To stable then, and see we how our steeds eat their provender, while ours is getting ready." They adjourned to the stable accordingly, which, though a poor one, had been hastily supplied with whatever was necessary for the accommodation of 4 excellent horses, one of which, that from which Ganlis was just dismounted, the groom we have mentioned was cleaning and dressing by the light of a huge wax candle. "I am still so far a Catholic," said Ganlis, laughing, as he saw that Peveril noticed this piece of extravagance. "My horse is my saint, and I dedicate a candle to him." "Without asking so great a favour for mine, which I see standing behind yonder old hencoop," replied Peveril, "I will at least relieve him of his saddle and bridle." "Leave him to the lad of the inn," said Smith. "He is not worthy of any other person's handling, and I promise you, if you slip a single buckle, you will so favour of that stable duty, that you might as well eat roast beef as ragouts, for any relish you will have of them." "I love roast beef as well as ragouts at any time," said Peveril, adjusting himself to a task which every young man should know how to perform when need is, "and my horse, though it be but a sorry jade, will champ better on hay and corn than on an iron bit." While he was unsaddling his horse and shaking down some litter for the poor wearied animal, he heard Smith observe to Ganlis, "By my faith, Dick, thou hast fallen into poor Slender's blunder, missed and page, and brought us a great lubberly postmaster's boy." "Hush, he will hear thee," answered Ganlis. "There are reasons for all things. It is well as it is. But prithee, tell thy fellow to help the youngster." "What!" replied Smith, "do you think I am mad? Ask Tom Beacon, Tom of Newmarket, Tom of 10,000, to touch such a 4-legged brute as that? Why, he would turn me away on the spot, discard me in faith. It was all he would do to take in hand your own, my good friend, and if you consider him not the better, you are like to stand groom to him yourself to-morrow." "Well, Will," answered Ganlis, "I will say that for thee, thou hast a set of the most useless, scoundrelly, insolent vermin about thee, that ever ate up a poor gentleman's revenues." "Useless! I deny it," replied Smith. "Every one of my fellows does something or other so exquisitely, that it were sin to make him do anything else. It is your jacks of all trades who are masters of none. But hark to Chaubert's signal. The coxcomb is twangling it on the lute. to the tune of Eveles vous, belle and dormez. Come, master, what do you call, addressing Peveril, get ye some water, and wash this filthy witness from your hand, as Betterton says in the play, for Chaubert's cooking is like Friar Bacon's head. Time is, time was, time will soon be no more. So saying, and scarce allowing Julian time to dip his hands in a bucket and dry them on a horse-cloth, he hurried him from the stable back to the supper chamber. Here all was prepared for their meal with an Epicurean delicacy which rather belonged to the saloon of a palace than the cabin in which it was displayed. 4 dishes of silver, with covers of the same metal, smoked on the table, and 3 seats were placed for the company. Beside the lower end of the board was a small side table, to answer the purpose of what is now called a dumbwaiter, on which several flasks reared their tall, stately, and swan-like crests above glasses and rummers. Clean covers were also placed within reach, and a small travelling case of morocco, hooped with silver, displayed a number of bottles containing the most approved sauces that culinary ingenuity had then invented. Smith, who occupied the lower seat and seemed to act as president of the feast, motioned the 2 travellers to take their places and begin. I would not stay a grace time, he said, to save a whole nation from perdition. We could bring no Chavets with any convenience, and even Chaubert is nothing unless his dishes are tasted in the very moment of projection. Come, uncover, and let us see what he has done for us. Hum, ha, ay, squab pigeons, wild fowl, young chickens, venison cutlets, and a space in the centre, wet, alas, by a gentle tear from Chaubert's eye, where should have been the soup aux écrevisses. The zeal of that poor fellow is ill repaid by his paltry 10 louis per month. A mere trifle, said Ganless, but like yourself, Will, he serves a generous master. The repast now commenced, and Julian, though he had seen his young friend the Earl of Derby and other gallants affect a considerable degree of interest and skill in the science of the kitchen, and was not himself either an enemy or a stranger to the pleasures of a good table, found that on the present occasion he was a mere novice. Both his companions, but Smith in especial, seemed to consider that they were now engaged in the only true business of life, and weighed in all its minutiae with a proportional degree of accuracy, to carve the morsel in the most delicate manner, and to apportion the proper seasoning with the accuracy of the chemist, to be aware exactly of the order in which one dish should succeed another, and to do plentiful justice to all, was a minuteness of science to which Julian had hitherto been a stranger. Smith accordingly treated him as a mere novice in epicurism, cautioning him to eat his soup before the bouilli, and to forget the Manx custom of bolting the boiled meat before the broth, as if Cutler MacCulloch and all his wingers were at the door. Peveril took the hint in good part, and the entertainment proceeded with animation. At length Ganless paused, and declared the supper exquisite. "But, my friend Smith," he added, "are your wines curious? When you brought all that trash of plates and trumpery into Derbyshire, I hope you did not leave us at the mercy of the strong ale of the shire, as thick and muddy as the squires who drink it. Do I not know that you were to meet me, Dick Ganless?" answered their host, "and can you suspect me of such an omission? It is true, you must make champagne and claret serve, for my Burgundy would not bear travelling. But if you have a fancy for sherry, or vindicahors. I have a notion Chabert and Tom Beacon have brought some for their own drinking." "Perhaps the gentleman would not care to impart," said Ganless. "Oh, fie, anything in the way of civility," replied Smith. "They are, in truth, the best natured lads alive, when treated respectfully, so that if you would prefer—" "By no means," said Ganless. "A glass of champagne will serve in a scarcity of better." "The cork shall start obsequious to my thumb," said Smith, and as he spoke he untwisted the wire, and the cork struck the roof of the cabin. Each guest took a large rummer glass of the sparkling beverage, which Peveril had judgment and experience enough to pronounce exquisite. "Give me your hand, sir," said Smith. "It is the first word of sense you have spoken this evening." "Wisdom, sir," replied Peveril, "is like the best ware in the pedlar's pack, which he never produces till he knows his customer." "Sharp as mustard," returned the bon vivant; "but be wise, most noble pedlar, and take another rummer of this same flask, which you see I have held in an oblique position for your service, not permitting it to retrograde to the perpendicular. Nay, take it off before the bubble bursts on the rim, and the zest is gone." "You do me honour, sir," said Peveril, taking the second glass. "I wish you a better office than that of my cup bearer." "You cannot wish Will Smith one more congenial to his nature," said Ganless. "Others have a selfish delight in the objects of sense. Will thrives, and is happy by imparting them to his friends." "Better help men to pleasures than to pains, Master Ganless," answered Smith, somewhat angrily. "Nay, wrath thee not, Will," said Ganless, "and speak no words in haste, lest you may have cause to repent at leisure. Do I blame thy social concern for the pleasures of others? Why, man, thou dost therein most philosophically multiply thine own. A man has but one throat, and can but eat, with his best efforts, some 5 or 6 times a day, but thou dinest with every friend that cuts a capon, and art quaffing wine in other men's gullets from morning to night, et sic de caeteris." "Friend Ganless," returned Smith, "I prithee beware, thou knowest I can cut gullets as well as tickle them." "Ay, Will," answered Ganless carelessly, "I think I have seen thee wave thy whinyard at the throat of a Hogan Mogan, a Netherlandish weasand, which expanded only on thy natural and mortal objects of aversion, Dutch cheese, rye bread, pickled herring, onion, and Geneva." "For pity's sake, forbear the description," said Smith. "Thy words overpower the perfumes, and flavour the apartment like a dish of salmagundy." "But for an epiglottis like mine," continued Ganless, "down which the most delicate morsels are washed by such claret as thou art now pouring out, thou couldst not, in thy bitterest mood, wish a worse fate than to be necklaced somewhat tight by a pair of white arms." "By a 10-penny cord," answered Smith, "but not till you were dead, that thereafter you be presently embowelled, you being yet alive, that your head be then severed from your body, and your body divided into quarters, to be disposed of at his Majesty's pleasure. How like you that, Master Richard Ganless?" "Even as you like the thoughts of dining on bran bread and milk porridge, an extremity which you trust never to be reduced to. But all this shall not prevent me from pledging you in a cup of sound claret." As the claret circulated, the glee of the company increased, and Smith, placing the dishes, which had been made use of upon the side table, stamped with his foot on the floor, and the table sinking down a trap, again rose, loaded with olives, sliced neat's tongue, caviar, and other provocatives for the circulation of the bottle. "Why, Will," said Ganless, "thou art a more complete mechanist than I suspected. Thou hast brought thy scene-shifting inventions to Derbyshire in marvellously short time." "A rope and pulleys can be easily come by," answered Will, "and with a saw and a plane I can manage that business in half a day. I love the knack of clean and secret conveyance. Thou knowest it was the foundation of my fortunes." "It may be the wreck of them too, Will," replied his friend. "True, Dickon," answered Will, "but dum vivimus vivamus, that is my motto, and therewith I present you a brimmer to the health of the fair lady you wot of." "Let it come, Will," replied his friend, and the flask circulated briskly from hand to hand. Julian did not think it prudent to seem a check on their festivity, as he hoped in its progress something might occur to enable him to judge of the character and purposes of his companions. But he watched them in vain. Their conversation was animated and lively, and often bore reference to the literature of the period, in which the elder seemed particularly well skilled. They also talked freely of the court, and of that numerous class of gallants who were then described as men of wit and pleasure about town, and to which it seemed probable they themselves appertained. At length the universal topic of the Popish Plot was started, upon which Ganless and Smith seemed to entertain the most opposite opinions. Ganless, if he did not maintain the authority of Oates in its utmost extent, contended that at least it was confirmed in a great measure by the murder of Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey, and the letters written by Coleman to the confessor of the French king. With much more noise and less power of reasoning, Will Smith hesitated not to ridicule and run down the whole discovery as one of the wildest and most causeless alarms which had ever been sounded in the ears of a credulous public. "I shall never forget," he said, "Sir Godfrey's most original funeral. 2 bouncing parsons, well armed with sword and pistol, mounted the pulpit, to secure the 3rd fellow who preached from being murdered in the face of the congregation. 3 parsons in one pulpit, 3 suns in one hemisphere. No wonder men stood aghast at such a prodigy." "What then, Will?" answered his companion. "You are one of those who think the good knight murdered himself in order to give credit to the plot?" "By my faith, not I," said the other, "but some true blue Protestant might do the job for him, in order to give the thing a better colour. I will be judged by our silent friend whether that be not the most feasible solution of the whole." "I pray you pardon me, gentlemen," said Julian. "I am but just landed in England, and am a stranger to the particular circumstances which have thrown the nation into such a ferment. It would be the highest degree of assurance in me to give my opinion betwixt gentlemen who argue the matter so ably. Besides, to say truth, I confess weariness. Your wine is more potent than I expected, or I have drunk more of it than I meant to do." "Nay, if an hour's nap will refresh you," said the elder of the strangers, "make no ceremony with us. Your bed, all we can offer as such, is that old-fashioned Dutch-built sofa, as the last new phrase calls it. We shall be early stirrers to-morrow morning." "And that we may be so," said Smith, "I propose that we do sit up all this night. I hate lying rough, and detest a pallet bed. So have at another flask, and the newest lampoon to help it out." Now a plague of their votes upon papists and plots, and be damned Dr. Oates, tell de roll. Nay, but our puritanic host, said Ganless, I have him in my pocket, man. His eyes, ears, nose, and tongue, answered his boon companion, are all in my possession. In that case, when you give him back his eyes and nose, I pray you keep his ears and tongue, answered Ganless. Seeing and smelling are organs sufficient for such a knave. To hear and tell are things he should have no manner of pretensions to. I grant you it were well done, answered Smith, but it were a robbing of the hangman and the pillory, and I am an honest fellow, who would give done and the devil his due. So, all joy to great Caesar, long life, love, and pleasure. May the king live for ever. 'Tis no matter for us, boys. While this bacchanalian scene proceeded, Julian had wrapped himself closely in his cloak, and stretched himself on the couch which they had shown him. He looked towards the table he had left. The tapers seemed to become hazy and dim as he gazed. He heard the sound of voices, but they ceased to convey any impression to his understanding, and in a few minutes he was faster asleep than he had ever been in the whole course of his life. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Gordon then his bugle blew, and said, Awa, awa, the house of Rhodes is all on flame, I hold it time to go. Old Ballad. When Julian awaked the next morning, all was still and vacant in the apartment. The rising sun, which shone through the half-closed shutters, showed some relics of the last night's banquet, which his confused and throbbing head assured him had been carried into a debauch. Without being much of a boon companion, Julian, like other young men of the time, was not in the habit of shunning wine, which was then used in considerable quantities, and he could not help being surprised that the few cups he had drunk overnight had produced on his frame the effects of excess. He rose up, adjusted his dress, and sought in the apartment for water to perform his morning ablutions, but without success. Wine there was on the table, and beside it one stool stood, and another lay, as if thrown down in the heedless riot of the evening. Surely, he thought to himself, the wine must have been very powerful, which rendered me insensible to the noise my companions must have made ere they finished their carouse. With momentary suspicion he examined his weapons and the packet which he had received from the Countess, and kept in a secret pocket of his upper coat, bound close about his person. All was safe, and the very operation reminded him of the duties which lay before him. He left the apartment where they had supped, and went into another, wretched enough, where in a truckle bed were stretched two bodies, covered with a rug, the heads belonging to which were amicably deposited among the same truss of hay. The one was the black shock-head of the groom, the other, graced with a long thrum nightcap, showed a grizzled pate, and a grave caricatured countenance, which the hook nose and lantern jaws proclaimed to belong to the Gaelic minister of good cheer, whose praises he had heard sung forth on the preceding evening. These worthies seemed to have slumbered in the arms of Bacchus as well as of Morpheus, for there were broken flasks on the floor, and their deep snoring alone showed that they were alive. Bent upon resuming his journey, as duty and expedience alike dictated. Julian next descended the trap stair and essayed a door at the bottom of the steps. It was fastened within. He called. No answer was returned. It must be, he thought, the apartment of the revellers, now probably sleeping as soundly as their dependants still slumbered, and as he himself had done a few minutes before. Should he awake them? To what purpose? They were men with whom accident had involved him against his own will, and situated as he was, he thought it wise to take the earliest opportunity of breaking off from society which was suspicious, and might be perilous. Ruminating thus, he essayed another door, which admitted him to a bedroom, where lay another harmonious slumberer. The mean utensils, pewter measures, empty cans, and casks with which this room was lumbered, proclaimed it that of the host, who slept surrounded by his professional implements of hospitality and stock in trade. This discovery relieved Peveril from some delicate embarrassment which he had formerly entertained. He put upon the table a piece of money, sufficient, as he judged, to pay his share of the preceding night's reckoning, not caring to be indebted for his entertainment to the strangers, whom he was leaving without the formality of an adieu. His conscience cleared of this gentlemanlike scruple, Peveril proceeded with a light heart, though somewhat a dizzy head, to the stable, which he easily recognized among a few other paltry outhouses. His horse, refreshed with rest, and perhaps not unmindful of his services the evening before, neighed as his master entered the stable, and Peveril accepted the sound as an omen of a prosperous journey. He paid the augury with a sieveful of corn, and while his palfrey profited by his attention, walked into the fresh air to cool his heated blood, and consider what course he should pursue in order to reach the castle of Martindale before sunset. His acquaintance with the country in general gave him confidence that he could not have greatly deviated from the nearest road, and with his horse in good condition, he conceived he might easily reach Martindale before nightfall. Having adjusted his route in his mind, he returned into the stable to prepare his steed for the journey, and soon led him into the ruinous courtyard of the inn, bridled, saddled, and ready to be mounted. But as Peveril's hand was upon the mane, and his left foot in the stirrup, a hand touched his cloak, and the voice of Ganlas said, "What, Master Peveril, is this your foreign breeding, or have you learned in France to take French leave of your friends?" Julian started like a guilty thing, although a moment's reflection assured him that he was neither wrong nor in danger. "I cared not to disturb you," he said, "although I did come as far as the door of your chamber. I supposed your friend and you might require, after our last night's revel, rather sleep than ceremony. I left my own bed, though a rough one, with more reluctance than usual, and as my occasions oblige me to be an early traveller, I thought it best to depart without leave taking. I have left a token for mine host on the table of his apartment." "It was unnecessary," said Ganlas. "The rascal is already overpaid. But are you not rather premature in your purpose of departing? My mind tells me that Master Julian Peveril had better proceed with me to London than turn aside for any purpose whatever. You may see already that I am no ordinary person, but a master spirit of the time. For the cuckoo I travel with, and whom I indulge in his prodigal follies, he also has his uses. But you are a different caste, and I not only would serve you, but even wish you to be my own." Julian gazed on this singular person when he spoke. We have already said his figure was mean and slight, with very ordinary and unmarked features, unless we were to distinguish the lightnings of a keen grey eye, which corresponded in its careless and prideful glance with the haughty superiority which the stranger assumed in his conversation. It was not till after a momentary pause that Julian replied, "Can you wonder, sir, that in my circumstances, if they are indeed known to you so well as they seem, I should decline unnecessary confidence on the affairs of moment which have called me hither, or refuse the company of a stranger who assigns no reason for desiring mine?" "Be it as you list, young man," answered Ganlis, "only remember hereafter you had a fair offer. It is not every one to whom I would have made it. If we should meet hereafter on other and on worse terms, impute it to yourself and not to me." "I understand not your threat," answered Peveril, "if a threat be indeed implied. I have done no evil. I feel no apprehension, and I cannot, in common sense, conceive why I should suffer for refusing my confidence to a stranger, who seems to require that I should submit me blindfold to his guidance." "Farewell, then, Sir Julian of the Peak, that may soon be," said the stranger, removing the hand which he had as yet left carelessly on the horse's bridle. "How mean you by that phrase?" said Julian, "and why apply such a title to me?" The stranger smiled, and only answered, "Here our conference ends. The way is before you. You will find it longer and rougher than that by which I would have guided you." So saying, Ganlis turned his back and walked toward the house. On the threshold he turned about once more, and seeing that Peveril had not yet moved from the spot, he again smiled and beckoned to him. But Julian, recalled by that sign to recollection, spurred his horse and set forward on his journey. It was not long ere his local acquaintance with the country enabled him to regain the road to Martindale, from which he had diverged on the preceding evening for about 2 miles. But the roads, or rather the paths, of this wild country, so much satirized by their native poet Cotton, were so complicated in some places, so difficult to be traced in others, and so unfit for hasty travelling in almost all, that in spite of Julian's utmost exertions, and though he made no longer delay upon the journey than was necessary to bait his horse at a small hamlet through which he passed at noon, it was nightfall ere he reached an eminence from which, an hour sooner, the battlements of Martindale Castle would have been visible, and where, when they were in sight, their situation was indicated by a light constantly maintained in a lofty tower called the Warder's Turret, and which domestic beacon had acquired, through all the neighbourhood, the name of Peveril's Polestar. This was regularly kindled at curfew toll, and supplied with as much wood and charcoal as maintained the light till sunrise, and at no period was the ceremonial omitted, saving during the space intervening between the death of a lord of the castle and his interment. When this last event had taken place, the nightly beacon was rekindled with some ceremony, and continued till fate called the successor to sleep with his fathers. It is not known from which circumstance the practice of maintaining this light originally sprung. Tradition spoke of it doubtfully. Some thought it was the signal of general hospitality which in ancient times guided the wandering knight or the weary pilgrim to rest and refreshment. Others spoke of it as a love-lighted watchfire, by which the provident anxiety of a former lady of Martindale guided her husband homeward through the terrors of a midnight storm. The less favourable construction of unfriendly neighbours of the dissenting persuasion ascribed the origin and continuance of this practice to the assuming pride of the family of Peveril, who thereby chose to intimate their ancient suzerainty over the whole country, in the manner of the admiral who carries the lantern in the poop for the guidance of the fleet. And in the former times, our old friend Master Solsgrace dealt from the pulpit many a hard hit against Sir Geoffrey, as that he had raised his horn and set up his candlestick on high. Certain it is that all the Peverils, from father to son, had been especially attentive to the maintenance of this custom, as something intimately connected with the dignity of their family, and in the hands of Sir Geoffrey the observance was not likely to be omitted. Accordingly, the polar star of Peveril had continued to beam more or less brightly during all the vicissitudes of the Civil War, and glimmered, however faintly, during the subsequent period of Sir Geoffrey's depression. But he was often heard to say, and sometimes to swear, that while there was a perch of woodland left to the estate, the old beacon grate should not lack replenishing. All this his son Julian well knew, and therefore it was with no ordinary feelings of surprise and anxiety that, looking in the direction of the castle, he perceived that the light was not visible. He halted, rubbed his eyes, shifted his position, and endeavoured in vain to persuade himself that he had mistaken the point from which the polar star of his house was visible, or that some newly intervening obstacle, the growth of a plantation perhaps, or the erection of some building, intercepted the light of the beacon. But a moment's reflection assured him that from the high and free situation which Martindale Castle bore in reference to the surrounding country, this could not have taken place, and the inference necessarily forced itself upon his mind that Sir Geoffrey, his father, was either deceased, or that the family must have been disturbed by some strange calamity, under the pressure of which their wonted custom and solemn usage had been neglected. Under the influence of undefinable apprehension, young Peveril now struck the spurs into his jaded steed, and forcing him down the broken and steep path at a pace which set safety at defiance, he arrived at the village of Martindale Moultracy, eagerly desirous to ascertain the cause of this ominous eclipse. The street, through which his tired horse paced slow and reluctantly, was now deserted and empty, and scarcely a candle twinkled from a casement, except from the latticed window of the little inn called the Peveril Arms, from which a broad light shone, and several voices were heard in rude festivity. Before the door of this inn, the jaded palfrey, guided by the instinct or experience which makes a hackney well acquainted with the outside of a house of entertainment, made so sudden and determined a pause, that, notwithstanding his haste, the rider thought it best to dismount, expecting to be readily supplied with a fresh horse by Roger Rain, the landlord, the ancient dependent of his family. He also wished to relieve his anxiety by inquiring concerning the state of things at the castle, when he was surprised to hear, bursting from the tap room of the loyal old host, a well-known song of the Commonwealth time, which some puritanical wag had written in reprehension of the Cavaliers and their dissolute courses, and in which his father came in for a lash of the satirist. Ye thought in the world there was no power to tame ye, so you tippled and drabbed till the saints overcame ye. Forsooth, and never stir, sir, have vanquished, God damn me. Which nobody can deny. There was bluff old Sir Geoffrey loved brandy and mum well, and to see a beer glass turned over the thumb well, but he fled like the wind before Fairfax and Cromwell, which nobody can deny. Some strange revolution, Julian was aware, must have taken place both in the village and in the castle ere these sounds of unseemly insult could have been poured forth in the very inn which was decorated with the armorial bearings of his family, and not knowing how far it might be advisable to intrude on these unfriendly revellers without the power of repelling or chastising their insolence, he led his horse to a back door, which, as he recollected, communicated with the landlord's apartment. Having determined to make private inquiry of him concerning the state of matters at the castle, he knocked repeatedly, and as often called on Roger Rain with an earnest but stifled voice. At length a female voice replied by the usual inquiry, "Who is there?" "It is I, Dame Rain, I, Julian Peveril. Tell your husband to come to me presently." "Alack, and a well a day, Master Julian, if it be really you. You are to know that my poor good man has gone where he can come to no one. But doubtless we shall all go to him, as Matthew Chamberlain says." "He is dead, then?" said Julian. "I am extremely sorry." "Dead 6 months and more, Master Julian, and let me tell you, it is a long time for a lone woman, as Matt Chamberlain says." "Well, do you or your chamberlain undo the door. I want a fresh horse, and I want to know how things are at the castle." "The castle! Lack a day! Chamberlain, Matthew Chamberlain, I say, Matt." Matt Chamberlain apparently was at no great distance, for he presently answered her call, and Peveril, as he stood close to the door, could hear them whispering to each other, and distinguish in a great measure what they said. And here it may be noticed that Dame Rain, accustomed to submit to the authority of old Roger, who vindicated as well the husband's domestic prerogative as that of the monarch in the state, had, when left a buxom widow, been so far incommoded by the exercise of her newly acquired independence, that she had recourse upon all occasions to the advice of Matt Chamberlain; and as Matt began no longer to go slipshod and in a red nightcap, but wore Spanish shoes and a high-crowned beaver, at least of a Sunday, and moreover was called Master Matthew by his fellow servants, the neighbours in the village argued a speedy change of the name of the signpost, nay, perhaps of the very sign itself, for Matthew was a bit of a Puritan, and no friend to Peveril of the Peak. "Now counsel me, an you be a man, Matt Chamberlain," said Widow Rain, "for never stir if here be not Master Julian's own self, and he wants a horse, and what not, and all as if things were as they want to be." "Why, dame, and ye will walk by my counsel," said the chamberlain. "Even shake him off. Let him be jogging while his boots are green. This is no world for folks to scald their fingers in other folks' broth." "And that is well spoken, truly," answered Dame Rain. "But then look you, Matt, as we have eaten their bread, and as my poor goodman used to say, Nay, nay, dame, they that walk by the counsel of the dead shall have none of the living, and so you may do as you list. But if you will walk by mine, drop latch and draw bolt, and bid him seek quarters farther. That is my counsel." "I desire nothing of you, sirrah," said Peveril, "save but to know how Sir Geoffrey and his lady do." "Lack a day! lack a day!" in a tone of sympathy, was the only answer he received from the landlady, and the conversation betwixt her and her chamberlain was resumed, but in a tone too low to be overheard. At length Mat Chamberlain spoke aloud, and with a tone of authority. "We undo no doors at this time of night, for it is against the justice's orders, and might cost us our licence. And for the castle, the road up to it lies before you, and I think you know it as well as we do." "And I know you," said Peveril, remounting his wearied horse, "for an ungrateful churl, whom on the first opportunity I will assuredly cudgel to a mummy." To this menace Matthew made no reply, and Peveril presently heard him leave the apartment after a few earnest words betwixt him and his mistress. Impatient at this delay, and at the evil omen implied in these people's conversation and deportment, Peveril, after some vain spurring of his horse, which positively refused to move a step farther, dismounted once more, and was about to pursue his journey on foot, notwithstanding the extreme disadvantage under which the high riding boots of the period laid those who attempted to walk with such encumbrances, when he was stopped by a gentle call from the window. Her counsellor was no sooner gone than the good nature and habitual veneration of the dame for the house of Peveril, and perhaps some fear for her counsellor's bones, induced her to open the casement and cry, but in a low and timid tone, "Hist, hist, Master Julian, be you gone?" "Not yet, dame," said Julian, "though it seems my stay is unwelcome." "Nay, but good young master, it is because men counsel so differently. For here was my poor old Roger Rain would have thought the chimney corner too cold for you, and here is Mat Chamberlain thinks the cold courtyard is warm enough." "Never mind that, dame," said Julian. "Do but only tell me what has happened at Martindale Castle. I see the beacon is extinguished." "Is it in troth? Ay, like enough. Then good Sir Geoffrey has gone to heaven with my old Roger Rain." "Sacred heaven!" exclaimed Peveril. "When was my father taken ill?" "Never, as I knows of," said the dame. "But about 3 hours since arrived a party at the castle with buff coats and bandoliers, and one of the Parliament's folks, like in Oliver's time. My old Roger Rain would have shut the gates of the inn against them, but he is in the churchyard, and Mat says it is against law, and so they came in and refreshed men and horses, and sent for Master Bridgenorth, that is at Moultrassy Hall even now, and so they went up to the castle, and there was a fray, it is like, as the old knight was no man to take napping, as poor Roger Rain used to say. Always the officers had the best on it, and reason there is, since they had the law of their side, as our Matthew says. But since the polestar of the castle is out, as your honour says, why doubtless the old gentleman is dead." "Gracious heaven, dear dame, for love or gold, let me have a horse to make for the castle." "The castle," said the dame, "the Roundheads, as my poor Roger called them, will kill you as they have killed your father. Better creep into the wood house, and I will send Bet with a blanket and some supper. Or stay, my old Dobbin stands in the little stable beside the hen coop. Even take him, and make the best of your way out of the country, for there is no safety here for you. Hear what songs some of them are singing at the tap. So take Dobbin, and do not forget to leave your own horse instead." Peveril waited to hear no farther, only that just as he turned to go off to the stable, the compassionate female was heard to exclaim, "O Lord, what will Matthew Chamberlain say?" but instantly added, "Let him say what he will, I may dispose of what's my own." With the haste of a double-feed hostler, did Julian exchange the equipments of his jaded brute with poor Dobbin, who stood quietly tugging at his rackful of hay, without dreaming of the business which was that night destined for him. Notwithstanding the darkness of the place, Julian succeeded marvellous quickly in preparing for his journey, and leaving his own horse to find its way to Dobbin's rack by instinct, he leaped upon his new acquisition, and spurred him sharply against the hill which rises steeply from the village to the castle. Dobbin, little accustomed to such exertions, snorted, panted, and trotted as briskly as he could, until at length he brought his rider before the entrance gate of his father's ancient seat. The moon was now rising, but the portal was hidden from its beams, being situated, as we have mentioned elsewhere, in a deep recess betwixt two large flanking towers. Peveril dismounted, turned his horse loose, and advanced to the gate, which, contrary to his expectation, he found open. He entered the large courtyard, and could then perceive that lights yet twinkled in the lower part of the building, although he had not before observed them, owing to the height of the outward walls. The main door, or great hall gate, as it was called, was, since the partially decayed state of the family, seldom opened, save on occasions of particular ceremony. A smaller postern door served the purpose of ordinary entrance, and to that Julian now repaired. This was also open, a circumstance which would of itself have alarmed him, had he not already had so many causes for apprehension. His heart sunk within him as he turned to the left through a small outward hall towards the great parlour, which the family usually occupied as a sitting apartment, and his alarm became still greater when on a nearer approach he heard proceeding from thence the murmur of several voices. He threw the door of the apartment wide, and the sight which was thus displayed warranted all the evil bodings which he had entertained. In front of him stood the old knight, whose arms were strongly secured over the elbows by a leathern belt drawn tight round them, and made fast behind. Two ruffianly looking men, apparently his guards, had hold of his doublet. The scabbardless sword which lay on the floor, and the empty sheath which hung by Sir Geoffrey's side, showed the stout old Cavalier had not been reduced to this state of bondage without an attempt at resistance. Two or three persons, having their backs turned towards Julian, sat round a table, and appeared engaged in writing. The voices which he had heard were theirs, as they murmured to each other. Lady Peveril, the emblem of death, so pallid was her countenance, stood at the distance of a yard or two from her husband, upon whom her eyes were fixed with an intenseness of gaze, like that of one who looks her last on the object which she loves the best. She was the first to perceive Julian, and she exclaimed, "Merciful Heaven! My son! The misery of our house is complete." "My son!" echoed Sir Geoffrey, starting from the sullen state of dejection, and swearing a deep oath. "Thou art come in the right time, Julian. Strike me one good blow. Cleave me that traitorous thief from the crown to the brisket. And that done, I care not what comes next." The sight of his father's situation made the son forget the inequality of the contest which he was about to provoke. "Villains," he said, "unhand him," and rushing on the guards with his drawn sword, compelled them to let go Sir Geoffrey and stand on their own defence. Sir Geoffrey, thus far liberated, shouted to his lady, "Undo the belt, dame, and we will have 3 good blows for it yet. They must fight well that beat both father and son." But one of those men who had started up from the writing table when the fray commenced, prevented Lady Peveril from rendering her husband this assistance, while another easily mastered the hampered knight, though not without receiving several severe kicks from his heavy boots, his condition permitting him no other mode of defence. A third, who saw that Julian, young, active, and animated with the fury of a son who fights for his parents, was compelling the 2 guards to give ground, seized on his collar and attempted to master his sword. Suddenly dropping that weapon, and snatching one of his pistols, Julian fired it at the head of the person by whom he was thus assailed. He did not drop, but staggering back as if he had received a severe blow, showed Peveril, as he sunk into a chair, the features of old Bridgenorth, blackened with the explosion, which had even set fire to a part of his grey hair. A cry of astonishment escaped from Julian, and in the alarm and horror of the moment he was easily secured and disarmed by those with whom he had been at first engaged. "Heed it not, Julian," said Sir Geoffrey, "heed it not, my brave boy. That shot has balanced all accounts. But how? What the devil? He lives. Was your pistol loaded with chaff, or has the foul fiend given him proof against lead?" There was some reason for Sir Geoffrey's surprise, since, as he spoke, Major Bridgenorth collected himself, sat up in the chair as one who recovers from a stunning blow, then rose, and wiping with his handkerchief the marks of the explosion from his face, he approached Julian, and said, in the same cold, unaltered tone in which he usually expressed himself, "Young man, you have reason to bless God, who has this day saved you from the commission of a great crime." "Bless the devil, ye crop-eared knave!" exclaimed Sir Geoffrey, "for nothing less than the father of all fanatics saved your brains from being blown about like the rinsings of Beelzebub's porridge pot." "Sir Geoffrey," said Major Bridgenorth, "I have already told you that with you I will hold no argument, for to you I am not accountable for any of my actions." "Major Bridgenorth," said the lady, making a strong effort to speak, and to speak with calmness, "whatever revenge your Christian state of conscience may permit you to take on my husband, I, who have some right to experience compassion at your hand, for most sincerely did I compassionate you when the hand of heaven was heavy on you, I implore you not to involve my son in our common ruin. Let the destruction of the father and mother, with the ruin of our ancient house, satisfy your resentment for any wrong which you have ever received at my husband's hand." "Hold your peace, housewife," said the knight. "You speak like a fool, and meddle with what concerns you not. Wrong at my hand? The cowardly knave has ever had but even too much right. Had I cudgelled the cur soundly when he first bayed at me, the cowardly mongrel had now been crouching at my feet instead of flying at my throat. But if I get through this action, as I have got through worse weather, I will pay off old scores as far as tough crabtree and cold iron will bear me out." "Sir Geoffrey," replied Bridgenorth, "if the birth you boast of has made you blind to better principles, it might have at least taught you civility. What do you complain of? I am a magistrate, and I execute a warrant, addressed to me by the first authority in that state. I am a creditor also of yours, and law arms me with powers to recover my own property from the hands of an improvident debtor." "You a magistrate," said the knight, "much such a magistrate as Noll was a monarch. Your heart is up, I warrant, because you have the king's pardon, and are replaced on the bench, forsooth, to persecute the poor papist. There was never turmoil in the state, but knaves had their vantage by it. Never pot boiled, but the scum was cast uppermost." "For God's sake, my dearest husband," said Lady Peveril, "cease this wild talk. It can but incense Master Bridgenorth, who might otherwise consider that in common charity—" "Incense him!" said Sir Geoffrey, impatiently interrupting her. "God's death, madam, you will drive me mad. Have you lived so long in this world, and yet expect consideration and charity from an old starved wolf like that? And if he had it, do you think that I, or you, madam, as my wife, are subjects for his charity? Julian, my poor fellow, I am sorry thou hast come so unluckily, since thy petronel was not better loaded. But thy credit is lost for ever as a marksman." This angry colloquy passed so rapidly on all sides, that Julian scarce recovered from the extremity of astonishment with which he was overwhelmed at finding himself suddenly plunged into a situation of such extremity, had no time to consider in what way he could most effectually act for the succour of his parents. To speak to Bridgenorth fair seemed the more prudent course, but to this his pride could hardly stoop. Yet he forced himself to say, with as much calmness as he could assume, "Master Bridgenorth, since you act as a magistrate, I desire to be treated according to the laws of England, and demand to know of what we are accused, and by whose authority we are arrested." "Here is another howlet for ye," exclaimed the impetuous old knight. "His mother speaks to a Puritan of charity, and thou must talk of law to a round-headed rebel, with a wannion to you. What warrant hath he, think ye, beyond the Parliament's or the devil's?" "Who speaks of the Parliament?" said a person entering, whom Peveril recognised as the official person whom he had before seen at the horse dealer's, and who now bustled in with all the conscious dignity of plenary authority. "Who talks of the Parliament?" he exclaimed. "I promise you enough has been found in this house to convict 20 plotters. Here be arms, and that good store. Bring them in, Captain." "The very same," exclaimed the Captain, approaching, "which I mention in my printed narrative of information, lodged before the Honourable House of Commons. They were commissioned from old Vanderhys of Rotterdam, by orders of Don John of Austria, for the service of the Jesuits." "Now, by this light," said Sir Geoffrey, "they are the pikes, musketoons, and pistols that have been hidden in the garret ever since Naseby fight." "And here," said the Captain's yoke fellow Everett, "are proper priests' trappings, antiphoners, and missals, and copes, I warrant you. Ay, and proper pictures too, for papists to mutter and bow over." "Now, plague on thy snuffling whine," said Sir Geoffrey. "Here is a rascal will swear my grandmother's old farthingale to be priest's vestments, and the story book of Allenspiegel a popish missal." "But how's this, Master Bridgenorth?" said Topham, addressing the magistrate. "Your honour has been as busy as we have, and you have caught another knave while we recovered these toys." "I think, sir," said Julian, "if you look into your warrant, which, if I mistake not, names the persons whom you are directed to arrest, you will find you have not title to apprehend me." "Sir," said the officer, puffing with importance, "I do not know who you are, but I would you were the best man in England, that I might teach you the respect due to the warrant of the house. Sir, there steps not the man within the British seas, but I will arrest him on authority of this bit of parchment, and I do arrest you accordingly. What do you accuse him of, gentlemen?" Dangerfield swaggered forward, and peeping under Julian's hat, "Stop my vital breath!" he exclaimed. "But I have seen you before, my friend, and I could but think where, but my memory is not worth a bean, since I have been obliged to use it so much of late in the behalf of the poor state. But I do know the fellow, and I have seen him amongst the papists. I'll take that on my assured damnation." "Why, Captain Dangerfield," said the captain's smoother but more dangerous associate, "verily it is the same youth whom we saw at the horse merchant's yesterday, and we had matter against him then, only Master Topham did not desire us to bring it out." "Ye may bring out what ye will against him now," said Topham, "for he hath blasphemed the warrant of the house. I think ye said ye saw him somewhere." "Ay, verily," said Everett, "I have seen him amongst the seminary pupils at St. Omer's. He was who but he with the regents there." "Nay, Master Everett, collect yourself," said Topham, "for as I think, you said you saw him at a consult of the Jesuits in London." "It was I said so, Master Topham," said the undaunted Dangerfield, "and mine is the tongue that will swear it." "Good Master Topham," said Bridgenorth, "you may suspend farther inquiry at present, as it doth but fatigue and perplex the memory of the King's witnesses." "You are wrong, Master Bridgenorth, clearly wrong. It doth but keep them in wind, only breathes them like greyhounds before a coursing match." "Be it so," said Bridgenorth with his usual indifference of manner, "but at present this youth must stand committed upon a warrant, which I will presently sign, of having assaulted me while in discharge of my duty as a magistrate, for the rescue of a person legally attached. Did you not hear the report of a pistol?" "I will swear to it," said Everett. "And I," said Dangerfield. "While we were making search in this cellar, I heard something very like a pistol shot, but I conceived it to be the drawing of a long corked bottle of sack, to see whether there were any popish relics in the inside of it." "A pistol shot!" exclaimed Topham. "Here might have been a second Sir Edmondsbury Godfrey's matter. O thou real spawn of the red old dragon! For he too would have resisted the house's warrant, had we not taken him something at unawares. Master Bridgenorth, you are a judicious magistrate, and a worthy servant of the state. I would we had many such sound Protestant justices. Shall I have this young fellow away with his parents? What think you? Or will you keep him for re-examination?" "Master Bridgenorth," said Lady Peveril, in spite of her husband's efforts to interrupt her, "for God's sake, if ever you knew what it was to love one of the many children you have lost, or her who is now left to you, do not pursue your vengeance to the blood of my poor boy. I will forgive you all the rest, all the distress you have wrought, all the yet greater misery with which you threaten us, but do not be extreme with one who never can have offended you. Believe that if your ears are shut against the cry of a despairing mother, those which are open to the complaint of all who sorrow will hear my petition and your answer." The agony of mind and of voice with which Lady Peveril uttered these words seemed to thrill through all present, though most of them were but too much inured to such scenes. Every one was silent, when, ceasing to speak, she fixed on Bridgenorth her eyes, glistening with tears, with the eager anxiety of one whose life or death seemed to depend upon the answer to be returned. Even Bridgenorth's inflexibility seemed to be shaken, and his voice was tremulous as he answered, "Madam, I would to God I had the present means of relieving your great distress, otherwise than by recommending to you a reliance upon Providence, and that you take heed to your spirit, that it murmur not under this crook in your lot. For me, I am but as a rod in the hand of the strong man, which smites not of itself, but because it is wielded by the arm of him who holds the same. Even as I and my black rod are guided by the Commons of England," said Master Topham, who seemed marvellously pleased with the illustration. Julian now thought it time to say something in his own behalf, and he endeavoured to temper it with as much composure as it was possible for him to assume. "Major Bridgenorth," he said, "I neither dispute your authority nor this gentleman's warrant." "You do not?" said Topham. "Oh ho, Master Youngster, I thought we should bring you to your senses presently." "Then, if you so will it, Master Topham," said Bridgenorth, "thus it shall be. You shall set out with early day, taking you towards London the persons of Sir Geoffrey and Lady Peveril, and that they may travel according to their quality, you will allow them their coach, sufficiently guarded." "I will travel with them myself," said Topham, "for these rough Derbyshire roads are no easy riding, and my very eyes are weary with looking on these bleak hills. In the coach I can sleep as sound as if I were in the house, and Master Botterbanes on his legs." "It will become you so to take your ease, Master Topham," answered Bridgenorth. "For this youth I will take him under my charge, and bring him up myself." "I may not be answerable for that, worthy Master Bridgenorth," said Topham, "since he comes within the warrant of the house." "Nay, but," said Bridgenorth, "he is only under custody for an assault, with the purpose of a rescue, and I counsel you against meddling with him, unless you have stronger guard. Sir Geoffrey is now old and broken, but this young fellow is in the flower of his youth, and hath at his back all the debauched young cavaliers of the neighbourhood. You will scarce cross the country without a rescue." Topham eyed Julian wistfully, as a spider may be supposed to look upon a stray wasp which has got into his web, and which he longs to secure, though he fears the consequences of attempting him. Julian himself replied, "I know not if this separation may be well or ill meant on your part, Master Bridgenorth, but on mine I am only desirous to share the fate of my parents, and therefore I will give my word of honour to attempt neither rescue nor escape, on condition you do not separate me from them." "Do not say so, Julian," said his mother. "Abide with Master Bridgenorth. My mind tells me he cannot mean so ill by us as his rough conduct would now lead us to infer." "And I," said Sir Geoffrey, "know that between the doors of my father's house and the gates of hell there steps not such a villain on the ground, and if I wish my hands ever to be unbound again, it is because I hope for one downright blow at a grey head that has hatched more treason than the whole long Parliament." "Away with thee," said the zealous officer. "Is Parliament a word for so foul a mouth as thine? Gentlemen," he added, turning to Everett and Dangerfield, "you will bear witness to this, to his having reviled the House of Commons, "By God, that I will," said Dangerfield. "I will take it on my damnation." "And verily," said Everett, as he spoke of Parliament generally, "he hath contemned the House of Lords also." "Why, ye poor insignificant wretches," said Sir Geoffrey, "whose very life is a lie, and whose bread is perjury, would you pervert my innocent words almost as soon as they have quitted my lips? I tell you the country is well weary of you, and should Englishmen come to their senses, the jail, the pillory, the whipping post, and the gibbet will be too good preferment for such base bloodsuckers. And now, Master Bridgenorth, you and they may do your worst, for I will not open my mouth to utter a single word while I am in the company of such knaves." "Perhaps, Sir Geoffrey," answered Bridgenorth, "you would better have consulted your own safety in adopting that resolution a little sooner. The tongue is a little member, but it causes much strife. You, Master Julian, will please to follow me, and without remonstrance or resistance, for you must be aware that I have the means of compelling." Julian was indeed but too sensible that he had no other course but that of submission to superior force, but ere he left the apartment he kneeled down to receive his father's blessing, which the old man bestowed not without a tear in his eye, and in the emphatic words, "God bless thee, my boy, and keep thee good and true to church and king, whatever wind shall bring foul weather." His mother was only able to pass her hand over his head, and to implore him in a low tone of voice not to be rash or violent in any attempt to render them assistance. "We are innocent," she said. "My son, we are innocent, and we are in God's hands. Be the thought our best comfort and protection." Bridgenorth now signed to Julian to follow him, which he did, accompanied, or rather conducted, by the two guards who had first disarmed him. When they had passed from the apartment, and were at the door of the outward hall, Bridgenorth asked Julian whether he should consider him as under parole, in which case he said he would dispense with all other security but his own promise. Peveril, who could not help hoping somewhat from the favourable and unresentful manner in which he was treated by one whose life he had so recently attempted, replied without hesitation that he would give his parole for 24 hours, neither to attempt to escape by force nor by flight. "It is wisely said," replied Bridgenorth, "for though you might cause bloodshed, be assured that your utmost efforts could do no service to your parents. Horses there, horses to the courtyard." The trampling of horses was soon heard, and in obedience to Bridgenorth's signal, and in compliance with his promise, Julian mounted one which was presented to him, and prepared to leave the house of his fathers, in which his parents were now prisoners, and to go, he knew not whither, under the custody of one known to be the ancient enemy of his family. He was rather surprised at observing that Bridgenorth and he were about to travel without any other attendants. When they were mounted, and as they rode slowly towards the outer gate of the courtyard, Bridgenorth said to him, "It is not every one who would thus unreservedly commit his safety by travelling at night and unaided with the hot-brained youth who so lately attempted his life." "Master Bridgenorth," said Julian, "I might tell you truly that I knew you not at the time when I directed my weapon against you, but I must also add that the cause in which I used it might have rendered me, even had I known you, a slight respecter of your person. At present I do know you, and have neither malice against your person nor the liberty of a parent to fight for. Besides, you have my word, and when was a Peveril known to break it?" "Ay," replied his companion, "a Peveril of the Peak, a name which has long sounded like a war trumpet in the land, but which has now perhaps sounded its last loud note. Look back, young man, on the darksome turrets of your father's house, which uplift themselves above the sons of their people. Think upon your father a captive, yourself in some sort of fugitive, your light quenched, your glory abased, your estate wrecked and impoverished. Think that Providence has subjected the destinies of the race of Peveril to one whom in their aristocratic pride they held as a plebeian upstart. Think of this, and when you again boast of your ancestry, remember that he who raiseth the lowly can also abase the high in heart." Julian did indeed gaze for an instant, with a swelling heart, upon the dimly seen turrets of his paternal mansion, on which poured the moonlight, mixed with long shadows of the towers and trees. But while he sadly acknowledged the truth of Bridgenorth's observation, he felt indignant at his ill-timed triumph. If fortune had followed Worth, he said, the castle of Martindale and the name of Peveril had afforded no room for their enemy's vain glorious boast. But those who have stood high on fortune's wheel must abide by the consequence of its revolutions. This much I will at least say for my father's house, that it has not stood unhonoured, nor will it fall, if it is to fall, unlamented. Forbear then, if you are indeed the Christian you call yourself, to exult in the misfortunes of others, or to confide in your own prosperity. If the light of our house be now quenched, God can rekindle it in his own good time." Peveril broke off in extreme surprise, for as he spake the last words, the bright red beams of the family beacon began again to glimmer from its wonted watch-tower, checkering the pale moonbeam with a ruddier glow. Bridgenorth also gazed on this unexpected illumination with surprise, and not, as it seemed, without disquietude. "Young man," he resumed, "it can scarcely be but that Heaven intends to work great things by your hand, so singularly has that augury followed on your words." So saying, he put his horse once more in motion, and looking back from time to time, as if to assure himself that the beacon of the castle was actually rekindled, he led the way through the well-known paths and alleys to his own house of Moultracy, followed by Peveril, who, although sensible that the light might be altogether accidental, could not but receive as a good omen an event so intimately connected with the traditions and usages of his family. They alighted at the hall door, which was hastily opened by a female, and while the deep tone of Bridgenorth called on the groom to take their horses, the well-known voice of his daughter Alice was heard to exclaim in thanksgiving to God, who had restored her father in safety. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. We meet as men see phantoms in a dream, which glide and sigh and sign and move their lips, but make no sound, or if they utter voice, 'tis but a low and undistinguished moaning, which has nor word nor sense of uttered sound. The Chieftain. We said at the conclusion of the last chapter that a female form appeared at the door of Moultracy Hall, and that the well-known accents of Alice Bridgenorth were heard to hail the return of her father from what she naturally dreaded as a perilous visit to the castle of Martindale. Julian, who followed his conductor with a throbbing heart into the lighted hall, was therefore prepared to see her whom he best loved, with her arms thrown around her father. The instant she had quitted his paternal embrace, she was aware of the unexpected guest who had returned in his company. A deep blush, rapidly succeeded by a deadly paleness, and again by a slighter suffusion, showed plainly to her lover that his sudden appearance was anything but indifferent to her. He bowed profoundly, a courtesy which she returned with equal formality, but did not venture to approach more nearly, feeling at once the delicacy of his own situation and of hers. Major Bridgenorth turned his cold, fixed, grey, melancholy glance first on the one of them, and then on the other. Some, he said gravely, would in my case have avoided this meeting, but I have confidence in you both, although you are young, and beset with the snares incidental to your age. There are those within who should not know that ye have been acquainted. Therefore be wise, and be as strangers to each other. Julian and Alice exchanged glances as her father turned from them, and lifting a lamp which stood in the entrance hall, led the way to the interior apartment. There was little of consolation in this exchange of looks, for the sadness of Alice's glance was mingled with fear, and that of Julian clouded by an anxious sense of doubt. The look was also but momentary, for Alice, springing to her father, took the light out of his hand, and stepping before him, acted as the usher of both into the large oaken parlour, which has already been mentioned as the apartment in which Bridgenorth had spent the hours of dejection which followed the death of his consort and family. It was now lighted up as for the reception of company, and 5 or 6 persons sat in it, in the plain, black, stiff dress which was affected by the formal Puritans of the time, in evidence of their contempt of the manners of the luxurious court of Charles II, amongst whom excess of extravagance in apparel, like excess of every other kind, was highly fashionable. Julian at first glanced his eyes but slightly along the range of grave and severe faces which composed this society, men sincere perhaps in their pretensions to a superior purity of conduct and morals, but in whom that high praise was somewhat chastened by an affected austerity in dress and manners, allied to those Pharisees of old who made broad their phylacteries, and would be seen of man to fast, and to discharge with rigid punctuality the observances of the law. Their dress was almost uniformly a black cloak and doublet, cut straight and close, and undecorated with lace or embroidery of any kind, black Flemish breeches and hose, square-toed shoes, with large roses made of serge ribbon. 2 or 3 had large loose boots of calf leather, and almost every one was begirt with a long rapier, which was suspended by leathern thongs to a plain belt of buff or of black leather. 1 or 2 of the elder guests, whose hair had been thinned by time, had their heads covered with a skull cap of black silk or velvet, which being drawn down betwixt the ears and the skull, and permitting no hair to escape, occasioned the former to project in the ungraceful manner which may be remarked in old pictures, and which procured for the Puritans the term of prick-eared Roundheads, so unceremoniously applied to them by their contemporaries. These worthies were ranged against the wall, each in his ancient high-backed, long-legged chair, neither looking towards nor apparently discoursing with each other, but plunged in their own reflections, or awaiting, like an assembly of Quakers, the quickening power of divine inspiration. Major Bridgenorth glided along this formal society with noiseless step, and a composed severity of manner resembling their own. He paused before each in succession, and apparently communicated, as he passed, the transactions of the evening, and the circumstances under which the heir of Martindale Castle was now a guest at Moultrassy Hall. Each seemed to stir at his brief detail, like a range of statues in an enchanted hall, starting into something like life, as a talisman is applied to them successively. Most of them, as they heard the narrative of their host, cast upon Julian a look of curiosity, blended with haughty scorn and the consciousness of spiritual superiority, though in one or two instances the milder influences of compassion were sufficiently visible. Peveril would have undergone this gauntlet of eyes with more impatience, had not his own been for the time engaged in following the motions of Alice, who glided through the apartment, and only speaking very briefly and in whispers to one or two of the company who addressed her, took her place beside a treble-hooded old lady, the only female of the party, and addressed herself to her in such earnest conversation as might dispense with her raising her head, or looking at any others in the company. Her father put a question, to which she was obliged to return an answer. Where was Mistress Debbage? She has gone out, Alice replied, early after sunset, to visit some old acquaintances in the neighbourhood, and she was not yet returned. Major Bridgenorth made a gesture indicative of displeasure, and, not content with that, expressed his determined resolution that Dame Deborah should no longer remain a member of his family. I will have those, he said aloud, and without regarding the presence of his guests, and those only around me who know to keep within the sober and modest bounds of a Christian family. Who pretends to more freedom must go out from among us, as not being of us. A deep and emphatic humming noise, which was at the time the mode in which the Puritans signified their applause, as well of the doctrines expressed by a favourite divine in the pulpit, as of those delivered in private society, ratified the approbation of the assessors, and seemed to secure the dismission of the unfortunate governant, who stood thus detected of having strayed out of bounds. Even Peveril, although he had reaped considerable advantages in his early acquaintance with Alice from the mercenary and gossiping disposition of her governess, could not hear of her dismissal without approbation, so much was he desirous that in the hour of difficulty which might soon approach, Alice might have the benefit of countenance and advice from one of her own sex of better manners and less suspicious probity than Mistress Debbage. Almost immediately after this communication had taken place, a servant in mourning showed his thin, pinched, and wrinkled visage in the apartment, announcing with a voice more like a passing bell than the herald of a banquet, that refreshments were provided in an adjoining apartment, gravely leading the way with his daughter on one side, and the puritanical female whom we have distinguished on the other. Bridgenorth himself ushered his company, who followed, with little attention to order or ceremony, into the eating room, where a substantial supper was provided. In this manner Peveril, although entitled, according to ordinary ceremonial, to some degree of precedence, a matter at that time considered of much importance, although now little regarded, was left among the last of those who quitted the parlour, and might indeed have brought up the rear of all, had not one of the company, who was himself late in the retreat, bowed and resigned to Julian the rank in the company which had been usurped by others. This act of politeness naturally induced Julian to examine the features of the person who had offered him this civility, and he started to observe under the pinched velvet cap, and above the short band strings, the countenance of Ganless, as he called himself, his companion on the preceding evening. He looked again and again, especially when all were placed at the supper board, and when, consequently, he had frequent opportunities of observing this person fixedly, without any breach of good manners. At first he wavered in his belief, and was much inclined to doubt the reality of his recollection, for the difference of dress was such as to effect a considerable change of appearance, and the countenance itself, far from exhibiting anything marked or memorable, was one of those ordinary visages which we see almost without remarking them, and which leave our memory so soon as the object is withdrawn from our eyes. But the impression upon his mind returned, and became stronger, until it induced him to watch with peculiar attention the manners of the individual who had thus attracted his notice. During the time of a very prolonged grace before meat, which was delivered by one of the company, who from his Geneva band and serge doublet presided, as Julian supposed, over some dissenting congregation, he noticed that this man kept the same demure and severe cast of countenance usually affected by the Puritans, and which rather caricatured the reverence unquestionably due upon such occasions. His eyes were turned upward, and his huge penthouse hat, with a high crown and broad brim, held in both hands before him, rose and fell with the cadences of the speaker's voice, thus marking time, as it were, to the periods of the benediction. Yet when the slight bustle took place which attends the adjusting of chairs, etc., as men sit down to table, Julian's eye encountered that of the stranger, and as their looks met, there glanced from those of the latter an expression of satirical humour and scorn, which seemed to intimate internal ridicule of the gravity of his present demeanour. Julian again sought to fix his eye, in order to ascertain that he had not mistaken the tendency of this transient expression. But the stranger did not allow him another opportunity. He might have been discovered by the tone of his voice, but the individual in question spoke little, and in whispers, which was indeed the fashion of the whole company, whose demeanour at table resembled that of mourners at a funeral feast. The entertainment itself was coarse, though plentiful, and must, according to Julian's opinion, be distasteful to one so exquisitely skilled in good cheer, and so capable of enjoying, critically and scientifically, the genial preparations of his companion Smith, as Ganless had shown himself on the preceding evening. Accordingly, upon close observation, he remarked that the food which he took upon his plate remained there unconsumed, and that his actual supper consisted only of a crust of bread with a glass of wine. The repast was hurried over with the haste of those who think it shame, if not sin, to make mere animal enjoyments the means of consuming time or of receiving pleasure. And when men wiped their mouths and moustaches, Julian remarked that the object of his curiosity used a handkerchief of the finest cambric, an article rather inconsistent with the exterior plainness, not to say coarseness, of his appearance. He used also several of the more minute refinements, then only observed at tables of the higher rank, and Julian thought he could discern at every turn something of courtly manners and gestures under the precise and rustic simplicity of the character which he had assumed. But if this were indeed that same Ganless with whom Julian had met on the preceding evening, and who had boasted the facility with which he could assume any character which he pleased to represent for the time, what could be the purpose of this present disguise? He was, if his own words could be credited, a person of some importance, who dared to defy the danger of those officers and informers before whom all ranks at that time trembled. Nor was he likely, as Julian conceived, without some strong purpose, to subject himself to such a masquerade as the present, which could not be otherwise than irksome to one whose conversation proclaimed him of light life and free opinions. Was his appearance here for good or for evil? Did it respect his father's house, or his own person, or the family of Bridgenorth? Was the real character of Ganless known to the master of the house, inflexible as he was in all which concerned morals as well as religion? If not, might not the machinations of a brain so subtle affect the peace and happiness of Alice Bridgenorth? These were questions which no reflection could enable Peveril to answer. His eyes glanced from Alice to the stranger, and new fears and undefined suspicions, in which the safety of that beloved and lovely girl was implicated, mingled with the deep anxiety which already occupied his mind on account of his father and his father's house. He was in this tumult of mind when, after a thanksgiving as long as the grace, the company arose from table and were instantly summoned to the exercise of family worship. A train of domestics, grave, sad, and melancholy as their superiors, glided in to assist at this act of devotion, and ranged themselves at the lower end of the apartment. Most of these men were armed with long tucks, as the straight stabbing swords much used by Cromwell's soldiery were then called. Several had large pistols also, and the corselets or cuirasses of some were heard to clank as they seated themselves to partake in this act of devotion. The ministry of him whom Julian had supposed a preacher was not used on this occasion. Major Bridgenorth himself read and expounded a chapter of Scripture with much strength and manliness of expression, although so as not to escape the charge of fanaticism. The 19th chapter of Jeremiah was the portion of Scripture which he selected, in which, under the type of breaking a potter's vessel, the prophet presages the desolation of the Jews. The lecturer was not naturally eloquent, but a strong, deep, and sincere conviction of the truth of what he said supplied him with the language of energy and fire, as he drew parallel between the abominations of the worship of Baal and the corruptions of the Church of Rome, so favorite a topic with the Puritans of that period, and denounced against the Catholics and those who favored them that hissing and desolation which the prophet directed against the city of Jerusalem. His hearers made a yet closer application than the lecturer himself suggested, and many a dark, proud eye intimated, by a glance on Julian, that on his father's house were already, in some part, realized those dreadful maledictions. The lecture finished, Bridgenorth summoned them to unite with him in prayer, and on a slight change of arrangements amongst the company, which took place as they were about to kneel down, Julian found his place next to the single-minded and beautiful object of his affection, as she knelt in her loveliness to adore her Creator. A short time was permitted for mental devotion, during which Peveril could hear her half-breathed petition for the promised blessings of peace on earth and goodwill towards the children of men. The prayer which ensued was in a different tone. It was poured forth by the same person who had officiated as chaplain at the table, and was in the tone of a Boanerges, or son of thunder, a denouncer of crimes, an invoker of judgments, almost a prophet of evil and of destruction. The testimonies and the sins of the day were not forgotten. The mysterious murder of Sir Edmundsbury Godfrey was insisted upon, and thanks and praise were offered that the very night on which they were assembled had not seen another offering of a Protestant magistrate to the bloodthirsty fury of revengeful Catholics. Never had Julian found it more difficult during an act of devotion to maintain his mind in a frame befitting the posture and the occasion, and when he heard the speaker return thanks for the downfall and devastation of his family, he was strongly tempted to have started upon his feet, and charged him with offering a tribute stained with falsehood and calumny at the throne of truth itself. He resisted, however, an impulse which it would have been insanity to have yielded to, and his patience was not without its reward, for when his fair neighbour arose from her knees, the lengthened and prolonged prayer being at last concluded, he observed that her eyes were streaming with tears, and one glance with which she looked at him in that moment showed more of affectionate interest for him in his fallen fortunes and precarious condition than he had been able to obtain from her when his worldly estate seemed so much the more exalted of the two. Cheered and fortified with the conviction that one bosom in the company, and that in which he most eagerly longed to secure an interest, sympathized with his distress, he felt strong to endure whatever was to follow, and shrunk not from the stern, still smile with which, one by one, the meeting regarded him, as, gliding to their several places of repose, they indulged themselves at parting with a look of triumph on one whom they considered as their captive enemy. Alice also passed by her lover, her eyes fixed on the ground, and answered his low obeisance without raising them. The room was now empty, but for Bridgenorth and his guest, or prisoner, for it is difficult to say in which capacity Peveril ought to regard himself. He took an old brazen lamp from the table, and leading the way, said at the same time, "I must be the uncourtly chamberlain who am to usher you to a place of repose, more rude perhaps than you have been accustomed to occupy." Julian followed him in silence up an old-fashioned winding staircase within a turret. At the landing place on the top was a small apartment, where an ordinary pallet bed, 2 chairs, and a small stone table were the only furniture. "Your bed," continued Bridgenorth, as if desirous to prolong their interview, "is not of the softest, but innocent sleeps as sound upon straw as on down." "Sorrow, Major Bridgenorth, finds little rest on either," replied Julian. "Tell me, for you seem to await some question from me, what is to be the fate of my parents, and why you separate me from them?" Bridgenorth, for answer, indicated with his finger the mark which his countenance still showed from the explosion of Julian's pistol. "That," replied Julian, "is not the real cause of your proceedings against me. It cannot be that you, who have been a soldier and are a man, can be surprised or displeased by my interference in the defence of my father. Above all, you cannot, and I must needs say you do not, believe that I would have raised my hand against you personally, had there been a moment's time for recognition." "I may grant all this," said Bridgenorth, "but what the better are you for my good opinion, or for the ease with which I can forgive you the injury which you aimed at me? You are in my custody as a magistrate, accused of abetting the foul, bloody, and heathenish plot for the establishment of popery, the murder of the king, and the general massacre of all true Protestants." "And on what grounds, either of fact or suspicion, dare any one accuse me of such a crime?" said Julian. "I have hardly heard of the plot, save by the mouth of common rumour, which, while it speaks of nothing else, takes care to say nothing distinctly even on that subject." "It may be enough for me to tell you," replied Bridgenorth, "and perhaps it is a word too much, that you are a discovered intriguer, a spied spy, who carries tokens and messages betwixt the Popish Countess of Derby and the Catholic party in London. You have not conducted your matters with such discretion, but that this is well known, and can be sufficiently proved. To this charge, which you are well aware you cannot deny, these men, Everett and Dangerfield, are not unwilling to add, from the recollection of your face, other passages, which will certainly cost you your life when you come before a Protestant jury." "They lie like villains," said Peveril, "who hold me accessory to any plot either against the king, the nation, or the state of religion, and for the Countess, her loyalty has been too long and too highly proved to permit her being implicated in such injurious suspicions." "What she has already done," said Bridgenorth, his face darkening as he spoke, "against the faithful champions of pure religion, hath sufficiently shown of what she is capable. She hath betaken herself to her rock, and sits, as she thinks, in security, like the eagle reposing after his bloody banquet. But the arrow of the fowler may yet reach her. The shaft is whetted, the bow is bended, and it will be soon seen whether Amalek or Israel shall prevail. But for thee, Julian Peveril, why should I conceal it from thee? My heart yearns for thee as a woman's for her firstborn. To thee I will give, at the expense of my own reputation, perhaps at the risk of personal suspicion, for who in these days of doubt shall be exempted from it, to thee I say I will give means of escape, which else were impossible to thee. The staircase of this turret descends to the gardens. The postern gate is unlatched. On the right hand lie the stables, where you will find your own horse. Take it, and make for Liverpool. I will give you credit with a friend under the name of Simon Simonson, one persecuted by the prelates, and he will expedite your passage from the kingdom." "Major Bridgenorth," said Julian, "I will not deceive you. Were I to accept your offer of freedom, it would be to attend to a higher call than that of mere self-preservation. My father is in danger, my mother in sorrow. The voices of religion and nature call me to their side. I am their only child, their only hope. I will aid them or perish with them." "Thou art mad," said Bridgenorth. "Aid them thou canst not, perish with them thou mayest, and even accelerate their ruin. For in addition to the charges with which thy unhappy father is loaded, it would be no slight aggravation that while he meditated arming and calling together the Catholics and high churchmen of Cheshire and Derbyshire, his son should prove to be the confidential agent of the Countess of Derby, who aided her in making good her stronghold against the Protestant commissioners, and was dispatched by her to open secret communication with the Popish interest in London. "You have twice stated me as such an agent," said Peveril, resolved that his silence should not be construed into an admission of the charge, though he felt it was in some degree well founded. "What reason have you for such an allegation?" "Will it suffice for a proof of my intimate acquaintance with your mystery," replied Bridgenorth, "if I should repeat to you the last words which the Countess used to you when you left the castle of that Amalekitish woman? Thus she spoke: 'I am now a forlorn widow,' she said, 'whom sorrow has made selfish.'" Peveril started, for these were the very words the Countess had used. But he instantly recovered himself, and replied, "Be your information of what nature it will, I deny and I defy it, so far as it attaches aught like guilt to me. There lives not a man more innocent of a disloyal thought, or of a traitorous purpose. What I say for myself, I will, to the best of my knowledge, say and maintain on account of the noble Countess, to whom I am indebted for nurture." "Perish then in thy obstinacy," said Bridgenorth, and turning hastily from him, he left the room, and Julian heard him hasten down the narrow staircase, as if distrusting his own resolution, with a heavy heart, yet with that confidence in an overruling Providence which never forsakes a good and brave man. Peveril betook himself to his lowly place of repose. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The course of human life is changeful still, as is the fickle wind and wandering rill, or like the light dance which the wild breeze weaves amidst the faded race of fallen leaves, which now its breath bears down, now tosses high, beats to the earth, or wafts to middle sky. Such and so varied the precarious play of fate with man, frail tenant of a day. Anonymous. Whilst overcome with fatigue and worn out by anxiety, Julian Peveril slumbered as a prisoner in the house of his hereditary enemy, Fortune was preparing his release by one of those sudden frolics with which she loves to confound the calculations and expectancies of humanity, and as she fixes on strange agents for such purposes, she condescended to employ on the present occasion no less a personage than Mistress Deborah Debitch, instigated doubtless by the pristine reminiscences of former times. No sooner had that most prudent and considerate dame found herself in the vicinity of the scenes of her earlier days, than she bethought herself of a visit to the ancient housekeeper of Martindale Castle, Dame Ellesmere by name, who, long retired from active service, resided at the keeper's lodge in the west thicket, with her nephew Lance Outram, subsisting upon the savings of her better days, and on a small pension allowed by Sir Geoffrey to her age and faithful services. Now Dame Ellesmere and Mistress Deborah had not by any means been formerly on so friendly a footing, as this haste to visit her might be supposed to intimate. But years had taught Deborah to forget and forgive, or perhaps she had no special objection, under cover of a visit to Dame Ellesmere, to take the chance of seeing what changes time had made on her old admirer, the keeper. Both inhabitants were in the cottage when, after having seen her master set forth on his expedition to the castle, Mistress Debich, dressed in her very best gown, footed it through gutter and over stile and by pathway green, to knock at their door, and to lift the hatch at the hospitable invitation which bade her come in. Dame Ellesmere's eyes were so often dim, that even with the aid of spectacles she failed to recognise, in the portly and mature personage who entered their cottage, the tight, well-made lass, who, presuming on her good looks and flippant tongue, had so often provoked her by insubordination, and her former lover, the redoubted Lance, not being conscious that ale had given rotundity to his own figure, which was formerly so slight and active, and that brandy had transferred to his nose the colour which had once occupied his cheeks, was unable to discover that Deborah's French cap, composed of sarcenet and Brussels lace, shaded the features which had so often procured him a rebuke from Dr. Dummerar, for suffering his eyes during the time of prayers to wander to the maid-servant's bench. In brief, the blushing visitor was compelled to make herself known, and when known, was received by aunt and nephew with the most sincere cordiality. The home-brewed was produced, and in lieu of more vulgar food, a few slices of venison presently hissed in the frying pan, giving strong room for inference that Lance Outram, in his capacity of keeper, neglected not his own cottage when he supplied the larder at the castle. A modest sip of the excellent Derbyshire ale, and a taste of the highly seasoned hash, soon placed Deborah entirely at home with her old acquaintance. Having put all necessary questions, and received all suitable answers respecting the state of the neighbourhood and such of her own friends as continued to reside there, the conversation began rather to flag, until Deborah found the art of again renewing its interest, by communicating to her friends the dismal intelligence that they must soon look for deadly bad news from the castle, for that her present master, Major Bridgenorth, had been summoned by some great people from London to assist in taking her old master, Sir Geoffrey, and that all Master Bridgenorth's servants, and several other persons whom she named, friends and adherents of the same interest, had assembled a force to surprise the castle, and that as Sir Geoffrey was now so old and gouty withal, it could not be expected he should make the defence he was wont, and then he was known to be so stout-hearted, that it was not to be supposed that he would yield up without stroke of sword, and then if he was killed, as he was like to be, amongst them that liked never a bone of his body, and now had him at their mercy, why in that case she, Dame Deborah, would look upon Lady Peveril as little better than a dead woman, and undoubtedly there would be a general mourning through all that country where they had such great kin, and silks were likely to rise on it, as Master Lutestring, the mercer of Chesterfield, was like to feel in his purse bottom. But for her part, let matters wag how they would, and if Master Julian Peveril was to come to his own, she would give as near a guess as ever another who was likely to be lady at Martindale. The text of this lecture, or in other words, the fact that Bridgenorth was gone with a party to attack Sir Geoffrey Peveril in his own castle of Martindale, sounded so stunningly strange in the ears of those old retainers of his family, that they had no power either to attend to Mistress Deborah's inferences, or to interrupt the velocity of speech with which she poured them forth. And when at length she made a breathless pause, all that poor Dame Ellesmere could reply was the emphatic question, "Bridgenorth, brave Peveril of the Peak, is the woman mad?" "Come, come, dame," said Deborah, "woman me no more than I woman you. I have not been called mistress at the head of the table for so many years to be womaned here by you, and for the news, it is as true as that you are sitting there in a white hood, who will wear a black one ere long." "Lance Outram," said the old woman, "make out if thou be'st a man, and listen about if aught stirs up at the castle." "If there should," said Outram, "I am even too long here," and he caught up his crossbow and one or two arrows, and rushed out of the cottage. "Well a day," said Mistress Deborah, "see if my news have not frightened away Lance Outram too, whom they used to say nothing could start. But do not take on so, dame, for I dare say, if the castle and the lands pass to my new master, Major Bridgenorth, as it is like they will, for I have heard that he has powerful debts over the estate, you shall have my good word with him, and I promise you he is no bad man, something precise about preaching and praying, and about the dress which one should wear, which I must own beseems not a gentleman, as, to be sure, every woman knows best what becomes her. But for you, dame, that wear a prayer book at your girdle with your housewife case, and never change the fashion of your white hood, I dare say he will not grudge you the little matter you need, and are not able to win." "Out, sordid jade!" exclaimed Dame Ellesmere, her very flesh quivering betwixt apprehension and anger, "and hold your peace this instant, or I will find those that shall flay the very hide from thee with dog whips. Hast thou ate thy noble master's bread, not only to betray his trust and fly from his service, but wouldst thou come here, like an ill-omened bird as thou art, to triumph over his downfall?" "Nay, dame," said Deborah, over whom the violence of the old woman had obtained a certain predominance, "it is not I that say it, only the warrant of the Parliament folks. I thought we had done with their warrants ever since the blessed 29th of May," said the old housekeeper of Martindale Castle. "But this I tell thee, sweetheart, that I have seen such warrants crammed at the sword's point down the throats of them that brought them, and so shall this be, if there is one true man left to drink of the dove." As she spoke, Lance Outram re-entered the cottage. "Naunt," he said in dismay, "I doubt it is true what she says. The beacon tower is as black as my belt. No pole star of Peveril. What does that betoken?" "Death, ruin, and captivity!" exclaimed old Ellesmere. "Make for the castle, thou knave! Thrust in thy great body! Strike for the house that bred thee and fed thee! And if thou art buried under the ruins, thou diest a man's death." "Nay, Naunt, I shall not be slack," answered Outram; "but here come folks that I warrant can tell us more on't." One or two of the female servants, who had fled from the castle during the alarm, now rushed in with various reports of the case, but all agreeing that a body of armed men were in possession of the castle, and that Major Bridgenorth had taken young Master Julian prisoner, and conveyed him down to Moultrassy Hall, with his feet tied under the belly of the nag. A shameful sight to be seen, and he so well born and so handsome. Lance scratched his head, and though feeling the duty incumbent upon him as a faithful servant, which was indeed specially dinned into him by the cries and exclamations of his aunt, he seemed not a little dubious how to conduct himself. "I would to God, Naunt," he said at last, "that old Whitaker were alive now, with his long stories about Marston Moor and Edge Hill, that made us all yawn our jaws off their hinges, in spite of broiled rashers and double beer. When a man is missed, he is moaned, as they say, and I would rather a broad peace he had been here to have sorted this matter, for it is clean out of my way as a woodsman, that have no skill of war. But dang it, if old Sir Geoffrey go to the wall without a knock for it. Here you, Nell," speaking to one of the fugitive maidens from the castle, "but no, you have not the heart of a cat, and are afraid of your own shadow by moonlight. But, sis, you are a stout-hearted wench, and know a buck from a bullfinch. Hark thee, sis, as you would wish to be married, get up to the castle again, and get thee in, thou best knowest where, for thou hast oft gotten out of postern to a dance or junketing, to my knowledge. Get thee back to the castle, as ye hope to be married. See my lady, they cannot hinder thee of that. My lady has a head worth 20 of ours. If I am to gather force, light up the beacon for a signal, and spare me not a tar barrel on it. Thou mayest do it safe enough. I warrant the Roundheads busy with drink and plunder. And hark thee, say to my lady, I am gone down to the miners' houses at Bonaventure. The rogues were mutinying for their wages but yesterday. They will be all ready for good or bad. Let her send orders down to me, or do you come yourself, your legs are long enough. Whether they are or not, Master Lance, and you know nothing of the matter, they shall do your errand to-night, for love of the old knight and his lady. So Cicely Sellock, a kind of Derbyshire Camilla, who had won the smock at the foot race at Ashbourne, sprung forward towards the castle with a speed which few could have equalled. "There goes a mettled wench," said Lance. "And now, Naunt, give me the old broadsword. It is above the bedhead, and my wood knife, and I shall do well enough." "And what is to become of me?" bleated the unfortunate Mistress Deborah Debitch. "You must remain here with my aunt, Mistress Deb, and for old acquaintance' sake she will take care no harm befalls you. But take heed now you attempt to break bounds." So saying, and pondering in his own mind the task which he had undertaken, the hardy forester strode down the moonlight glade, scarcely hearing the blessings and cautions which Dame Ellesmere kept showering after him. His thoughts were not altogether warlike. "What a tight ankle the jade hath! She trips it like a doe in summer overdew. Well, but here are the huts. Let us to this gear. Are ye all asleep, you dammers, sinkers, and drift drivers? Turn out, ye subterranean badgers. Here is your master, Sir Geoffrey, dead, for aught we know or care. Do not you see the beacon is unlit, and you sit there like so many asses?" "Why," answered one of the miners, who now began to come out of their huts, "and he be dead, he will eat no more bread." "And you are like to eat none neither," said Lance, "for the works will be presently stopped, and all of you turned off." Well, and what of it, Master Lance? As good play for naught as work for naught. Here is 4 weeks we have scarce seen the colour of Sir Geoffrey's coin, and you ask us to care whether he be dead or in life. For you that goes about trotting upon your horse and doing for work what all men do for pleasure, it may be well enough, but it is another matter to be leaving God's light and burrowing all day and night in darkness like a toad in a hole. That's not to be done for naught, I trow. And if Sir Geoffrey is dead, his soul will suffer for it, and if he's alive, we'll have him in the Barmoot court. Hark ye, Gaffer, said Lance, and take notice, my mates, all of you, for a considerable number of these rude and subterranean people had now assembled to hear the discussion. Has Sir Geoffrey, think you, ever put a penny in his pouch out of this same Bonaventure mine? I cannot say as I think he has, answered old Ditchley, the party who maintained the controversy. Answer on your conscience, though it be but a leaden one. Do not you know that he hath lost a good penny? Why, I believe he may, said Gaffer Ditchley. What then? Lose to-day, win to-morrow. The miner must eat in the meantime. True, but what will you eat when Master Bridgenorth gets the land that will not hear of a mine being wrought on his own ground? Will he work on at dead loss, think ye? Demanded trusty Lance. Bridgenorth, he of Moultrassy Hall, that stopped the great Felicity work, on which his father laid out, some say, £10,000, and never got in a penny? Why, what has he to do with Sir Geoffrey's property down here at Bonaventure? It was never his, I trow. Nay, what do I know, answered Lance, who saw the impression he had made. Law and debt will give him half Derbyshire, I think, unless you stand by old Sir Geoffrey. But if Sir Geoffrey be dead, said Ditchley cautiously, what good will our standing by do to him? I did not say he was dead, but only as bad as dead, in the hands of the Roundheads, a prisoner up yonder at his own castle, said Lance, and will have his head cut off, like the good Earl of Derby's at Bolton le Moors. Nay, then, comrades, said Gaffer Ditchley, an it be as Master Lance says, I think we should bear a hand for stout old Sir Geoffrey against a low-born, mean-spirited fellow like Bridgenorth, who shut up a shaft had cost thousands, without getting a penny profit on it. So hurrah for Sir Geoffrey, and down with the rump. But hold ye a blink, hold. And the waving of his hand stopped the commencing cheer. Hark ye, Master Lance, it must be all over, for the beacon is as black as night, and you know yourself that marks the Lord's death. It will kindle again in an instant, said Lance, internally adding, I pray to God it may. It will kindle in an instant, lack of fuel and the confusion of the family. Ay, like enough, said Ditchley, but I winna budge till I see it blazing. Why then, there a goes, said Lance. Thank ye, sis, thank ye, my good wench. Believe your own eyes, my lads, if you will not believe me. And now hurrah for Peveril of the Peak, the king and his friends, and down with rumps and Roundheads. The sudden rekindling of the beacon had all the effect which Lance could have desired upon the minds of his rude and ignorant hearers, who in their superstitious humour had strongly associated the polar star of Peveril with the fortunes of the family. Once moved according to the national character of their countrymen, they soon became enthusiastic, and Lance found himself at the head of 30 stout fellows and upwards, armed with their pickaxes, and ready to execute whatever task he should impose on them. Trusting to enter the castle by the postern which had served to accommodate himself and other domestics upon an emergency, his only anxiety was to keep his march silent, and he earnestly recommended to his followers to reserve their shouts for the moment of the attack. They had not advanced far on their road to the castle when Cicely Selleck met them so breathless with haste that the poor girl was obliged to throw herself into Master Lance's arms. "Stand up, my mettled wench," said he, giving her a sly kiss at the same time, "and let us know what is going on up at the castle. My lady bids you, as you would serve God and your master, not to come up to the castle, which can but make bloodshed, for she says Sir Geoffrey is lawfully in hand, and that he must bide the issue, and that he is innocent of what he is charged with, and is going up to speak for himself before king and council, and she goes up with him. And besides, they have found out the postern, the Roundhead rogues, for 2 of them saw me when I went out of door and chased me, but I showed them a fair pair of heels." "As ever dashed dew from the cowslip," said Lance, "but what the foul fiend is to be done? For if they have secured the postern, I know not how the dickens we can get in." "All is fastened with bolt and staple, and guarded with gun and pistol at the castle," quoth Cicely, "and so sharp are they that they nigh caught me coming with my lady's message, as I told you. But my lady says, if you could deliver her son, Master Julian, from Bridgenorth, that she would hold it good service." "What!" said Lance, "is young master at the castle? I taught him to shoot his first shaft, but how to get in?" "He was at the castle in the midst of the ruffle, but old Bridgenorth has carried him down prisoner to the hall," answered Cicely. "There was never faith nor courtesy in an old Puritan who neither had pipe and tabor in his house since it was built." "Or who stopped a promising mine," said Ditchley, "to save a few £1,000, when he might have made himself as rich as Lord of Chatsworth, and fed 100 good fellows all the whilst." "Why, then," said Lance, "since you are all of a mind, we will go draw the cover for the old badger, and I promise you that the hall is not like one of your real houses of quality, where the walls are as thick as whinstone dykes, but foolish brickwork, that your pickaxes will work through as if it were cheese. Huzza once more for Peveril of the Peak, down with Bridgenorth, and all upstart cuckoldy Roundheads." Having indulged the throats of his followers with one buxom huzza, Lance commanded them to cease their clamours, and proceeded to conduct them by such paths as seemed the least likely to be watched to the courtyard of Moultrassy Hall. On the road they were joined by several stout yeoman farmers, either followers of the Peveril family or friends to the High Church and Cavalier party, most of whom, alarmed by the news which began to fly fast through the neighbourhood, were armed with sword and pistol. Lance Outram halted his party at the distance, as he himself described it, of a flight shot from the house, and advanced alone and in silence to reconnoitre, and having previously commanded Ditchley and his subterranean allies to come to his assistance whenever he should whistle, he crept cautiously forward, and soon found that those whom he came to surprise, true to the discipline which had gained their party such decided superiority during the Civil War, had posted a sentinel, who paced through the courtyard piously chanting a psalm tune, while his arms, crossed on his bosom, supported a gun of formidable length. "Now a true soldier," said Lance Outram to himself, "would put a stop to thy snivelling ditty by making a broad arrow quiver in your heart, and no great alarm given. But, dang it, I have not the right spirit for a soldier. I cannot fight a man till my blood's up, and for shooting him from behind a wall it is cruelly like to stalking a deer. I'll even face him, and try what to make of him." With this doughty resolution, and taking no farther care to conceal himself, he entered the courtyard boldly, and was making forward to the front door of the hall as a matter of course. But the old Cromwellian, who was on guard, had not so learned his duty. "Who goes there? Stand, friend, stand, or verily I will shoot thee to death," were challenges which followed each other quick, the last being enforced by the levelling and presenting the said long-barrelled gun with which he was armed. "Why, what a murrain!" answered Lance. "Is it your fashion to go a shooting at this time of night? Why, this is but a time for bat fowling." "Nay, but hark thee, friend," said the experienced sentinel, "I am none of those who do this work negligently. Thou canst not snare me with thy crafty speech, though thou wouldst make it to sound simple in mine ear. Of a verity I will shoot, unless thou tell thy name and business." "Name!" said Lance. "Why, what a dickens should it be but Robin Round, honest Robin of Redham? And for business, and you must needs know, I come on a message from some Parliament man up yonder at the castle, with letters for worshipful Master Bridgenorth of Moultrassy Hall, and this be the place, as I think. Though why ye be marching up and down at his door like the sign of a red man, with your old firelock there, I cannot so well guess." "Give me the letters, my friend," said the sentinel, to whom this explanation seemed very natural and probable, "and I will cause them forthwith to be delivered into his worship's own hand." Rummaging in his pockets, as if to pull out the letters which never existed, Master Lance approached within the sentinel's peace, and before he was aware, suddenly seized him by the collar, whistled sharp and shrill, and exerting his skill as a wrestler, for which he had been distinguished in his youth, he stretched his antagonist on his back, the musket for which they struggled going off in the fall. The miners rushed into the courtyard at Lance's signal, and hopeless any longer of prosecuting his design in silence, Lance commanded 2 of them to secure the prisoner, and the rest to cheer loudly, and attack the door of the house. Instantly the courtyard of the mansion rang with the cry of "Peveril of the Peak for ever!" with all the abuse which the royalists had invented to cast upon the Roundheads during so many years of contention. And at the same time, while some assailed the door with their mining implements, others directed their attack against the angle, where a kind of porch joined to the main front of the building, and there in some degree protected by the projection of the wall and of a balcony which overhung the porch, wrought in more security as well as with more effect than the others, for the doors being of oak, thickly studded with nails, offered a more effectual resistance to violence than the brickwork. The noise of this hubbub on the outside soon excited wild alarm and tumult within. Lights flew from window to window, and voices were heard demanding the cause of the attack, to which the party cries of those who were in the courtyard afforded a sufficient, or at least the only answer which was vouchsafed. At length the window of a projecting staircase opened, and the voice of Bridgenorth himself demanded authoritatively what the tumult meant, and commanded the rioters to desist upon their own proper and immediate peril. "We want our young master, you canting old thief," was the reply, "and if we have him not instantly, the topmost stone of your house shall lie as low as the foundation." "We shall try that presently," said Bridgenorth, "for if there is another blow struck against the walls of my peaceful house, I will fire my carabin among you, and your blood be upon your own head. I have a score of friends, well armed with musket and pistol, to defend my house, and we have both the means and heart, with Heaven's assistance, to repay any violence you can offer." "Master Bridgenorth," replied Lance, who, though no soldier, was sportsman enough to comprehend the advantage which those under cover and using firearms must necessarily have over his party exposed to their aim in a great measure, and without means of answering their fire. "Master Bridgenorth, let us crave parley with you and fair conditions. We desire to do you no evil, but will have back our young master. It is enough that you have got our old one and his lady. It is foul chasing to kill hart, hind, and fawn, and we will give you some light on the subject in an instant." This speech was followed by a great crash amongst the lower windows of the house, according to a new species of attack which had been suggested by some of the assailants. "I would take the honest fellow's word and let young Peveril go," said one of the garrison, who, carelessly yawning, approached on the inside of the post at which Bridgenorth had stationed himself. "Are you mad?" said Bridgenorth, "or do you think me poor enough in spirit to give up the advantages I now possess over the family of Peveril, for the awe of a parcel of boors, whom the first discharge will scatter like chaff before the whirlwind?" "Nay," answered the speaker, who was the same individual that had struck Julian by his resemblance to the man who called himself Ganless, "I love a dire revenge, but we shall buy it somewhat too dear if these rascals set the house on fire, as they are like to do, while you are parleying from the window. They have thrown torches or firebrands into the hall, and it is all our friends can do to keep the flame from catching the wainscoting, which is old and dry." "Now may Heaven judge thee for thy lightness of spirit," answered Bridgenorth. "One would think mischief was so properly thy element, that to thee it was indifferent whether friend or foe was the sufferer." So saying, he ran hastily downstairs towards the hall, into which, through broken casements, and betwixt the iron bars which prevented human entrance, the assailants had thrust lighted straw, sufficient to excite much smoke and some fire, and to throw the defenders of the house into great confusion, insomuch that of several shots fired hastily from the windows, little or no damage followed to the besiegers, who, getting warm on the onset, answered the hostile charges with loud shouts of "Peveril for ever," and had already made a practicable breach through the brick wall of the tenement, through which Lance, Ditchley, and several of the most adventurous among their followers made their way into the hall. The complete capture of the house remained, however, as far off as ever, the defenders mixed with much coolness and skill that solemn and deep spirit of enthusiasm which sets life at less than nothing, in comparison to real or supposed duty. From the half-open doors which led into the hall, they maintained a fire which began to grow fatal. One miner was shot dead, 3 or 4 were wounded, and Lance scarce knew whether he should draw his forces from the house and leave it a prey to the flames, or making a desperate attack on the posts occupied by the defenders, try to obtain unmolested possession of the place. At this moment his course of conduct was determined by an unexpected occurrence, of which it is necessary to trace the cause. Julian Peveril had been, like other inhabitants of Moultracy Hall on that momentous night, awakened by the report of the sentinel's musket, followed by the shouts of his father's vassals and followers, of which he collected enough to guess that Bridgenorth's house was attacked with a view to his liberation, very doubtful of the issue of such an attempt, dizzy with the slumber from which he had been so suddenly awakened, and confounded with the rapid succession of events to which he had been lately a witness, he speedily put on a part of his clothes, and hastened to the window of his apartment. From this he could see nothing to relieve his anxiety, for it looked towards a quarter different from that on which the attack was made. He attempted his door. It was locked on the outside, and his perplexity and anxiety became extreme when suddenly the lock was turned, and in an underdress hastily assumed in the moment of alarm, her hair streaming on her shoulders, her eyes gleaming betwixt fear and resolution, Alice Bridgenorth rushed into his apartment, and seized his hand with the fervent exclamation, "Julian, save my father!" The light which she bore in her hand served to show those features which could rarely have been viewed by any one without emotion, but which bore an expression irresistible to a lover. "Alice," he said, "what means this? What is the danger? Where is your father?" "Do not stay to question," she answered, "but if you would save him, follow me." At the same time she led the way with great speed halfway down the turret staircase which led to his room, thence turning through a side door along a long gallery to a larger and wider stair, at the bottom of which stood her father, surrounded by 4 or 5 of his friends, scarce discernible through the smoke of the fire which began to take hold in the hall, as well as that which arose from the repeated discharge of their own firearms. Julian saw there was not a moment to be lost, if he meant to be a successful mediator. He rushed through Bridgenorth's party ere they were aware of his approach, and throwing himself amongst the assailants, who occupied the hall in considerable numbers, he assured them of his personal safety, and conjured them to depart. "Not without a few more slices at the rump, master," answered Lance. "I am principally glad to see you safe and well, but here is Joe Rhymgap shot as dead as a buck in season, and more of us are hurt, and we'll have revenge, and roast the Puritans like apples for lamb's wool." "Then you shall roast me along with them," said Julian, "for I vow to God I will not leave the hall, being bound by parole of honour to abide with Major Bridgenorth till lawfully dismissed. Now out on you! And you were 10 times a Peveril," said Ditchley, "to give so many honest fellows loss and labour on your behalf, and to show them no kinder countenance. I say, beat up the fire, and burn all together." "Nay, nay, but peace, my masters, and hearken to reason," said Julian. "We are all here in evil condition, and you will only make it worse by contention. Do you help to put out this same fire, which will else cost us all dear. Keep yourselves under arms. Let Master Bridgenorth and me settle some grounds of accommodation, and I trust all will be favourably made up on both sides. And if not, you shall have my consent and countenance to fight it out." and come on it what will, I will never forget this night's good service." He then drew Ditchley and Lance Outram aside, while the rest stood suspended at his appearance and words, and expressing the utmost thanks and gratitude for what they had already done, urged them, as the greatest favour which they could do towards him and his father's house, to permit him to negotiate the terms of his emancipation from thraldom, at the same time forcing on Ditchley 5 or 6 gold pieces, that the brave lads of Bonadventure might drink his health, whilst to Lance he expressed the warmest sense of his active kindness, but protested he could only consider it as good service to his house if he was allowed to manage the matter after his own fashion. "Why," answered Lance, "I am well out on it, Master Julian, for it is matter beyond my mastery. All that I stand to is, that I will see you safe out of this same Moultrassy Hall, for our old Naunt Ellesmere will else give me but cold comfort when I come home. Truth is, I began unwillingly, but when I saw the poor fellow Joe shot beside me, why, I thought we should have some amends, but I put it all in your honour's hands." During this colloquy both parties had been amicably employed in extinguishing the fire, which might otherwise have been fatal to all. It required a general effort to get it under, and both parties agreed on the necessary labour with as much unanimity as if the water they brought in leathern buckets from the well to throw upon the fire had some effect in slaking their mutual hostility. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Necessity, thou best of peacemakers, as well as surest prompter of invention, help us to composition. Anonymous. While the fire continued, the two parties laboured in active union, like the jarring factions of the Jews during the siege of Jerusalem, when compelled to unite in resisting an assault of the besiegers. But when the last bucket of water had hissed on the few embers that continued to glimmer, when the sense of mutual hostility, hitherto suspended by a feeling of common danger, was in its turn rekindled, the parties, mingled as they had hitherto been in one common exertion, drew off from each other, and began to arrange themselves at opposite sides of the hall, and handle their weapons, as if for a renewal of the fight. Bridgenorth interrupted any farther progress of this menaced hostility. "Julian Peveril," he said, "thou art free to walk thine own path, since thou wilt not walk with me that road which is more safe, as well as more honourable. But if you do by my counsel, you will get soon beyond the British seas." "Ralph Bridgenorth," said one of his friends, "this is but evil and feeble conduct on thine own part. Wilt thou withhold thy hand from the battle, to defend from these sons of Belial the captive of thy bow and of thy spear? Surely we are enough to deal with them in the security of the old serpent, until we essay whether the Lord will not give us victory therein." A hum of stern assent followed, and had not Ganless now interfered, the combat would probably have been renewed. He took the advocate for war apart into one of the window recesses, and apparently satisfied his objections, for as he returned to his companions, he said to them, "Our friend hath so well argued this matter, that verily, since he is of the same mind with the worthy Major Bridgenorth, I think the youth may be set at liberty." As no further objection was offered, it only remained with Julian to thank and reward those who had been active in his assistance. Having first obtained from Bridgenorth a promise of indemnity to them for the riot they had committed, a few kind words conveyed his sense of their services, and some broad pieces thrust into the hand of Lance Outram furnished the means for affording them a holiday. They would have remained to protect him, but fearful of farther disorder, and relying entirely on the good faith of Major Bridgenorth, he dismissed them all except Lance, whom he detained to attend upon him for a few minutes, till he should depart from Moultracy. But ere leaving the hall, he could not repress his desire to speak with Bridgenorth in secret, and advancing towards him, he expressed such a desire. Tacitly granting what was asked of him, Bridgenorth led the way to a small summer saloon adjoining to the hall, where with his usual gravity and indifference of manner he seemed to await in silence what Peveril had to communicate. Julian found it difficult, where so little opening was afforded him, to find a tone in which to open the subjects he had at heart, that should be at once dignified and conciliating. "Major Bridgenorth," he said at length, "you have been a son, and an affectionate one. You may conceive my present anxiety. My father, what has been designed for him?" "What the law will," answered Bridgenorth. "Had he walked by the counsels which I procured to be given to him, he might have dwelt safely in the house of his ancestors. His fate is now beyond my control, far beyond yours. It must be with him, as his country decide." "And my mother," said Peveril, "will consult, as she has ever done, her own duty, and create her own happiness by doing so," replied Bridgenorth. "Believe, my designs towards your family are better than they may seem through the mist which adversity has spread around your house. I may triumph as a man, but as a man I must also remember, in my hour, that mine enemies have had theirs. Have you aught else to say?" he added, after a momentary pause. "You have rejected once, yea, and again, the hand I stretched out to you. Methinks little more remains between us." These words, which seemed to cut short farther discussion, were calmly spoken, so that though they appeared to discourage farther question, they could not interrupt that which still trembled on Julian's tongue. He made a step or two towards the door, then suddenly returned. "Your daughter," he said. "Major Bridgenorth, I do ask forgiveness for mentioning her name, but may I not inquire after her? May I not express my wishes for her future happiness?" "Your interest in her is but too flattering," said Bridgenorth, "but you have already chosen your part, and you must be, in future, strangers to each other. I may have wished it otherwise, but the hour of grace is past, during which your compliance with my advice might, I will speak it plainly, have led to your union. For her happiness, if such a word belongs to mortal pilgrimage, I shall care for it sufficiently. She leaves this place to-day under the guardianship of a sure friend." "Not of—" exclaimed Peveril, and stopped short, for he felt he had no right to pronounce the name which came to his lips. "Why do you pause?" said Bridgenorth. "A sudden thought is often a wise, almost always an honest one. With whom did you suppose I meant to entrust my child, that the idea called forth so anxious an expression?" "Again I should ask your forgiveness," said Julian, "for meddling where I have little right to interfere. But I saw a face here that is known to me. The person calls himself Ganless. Is it with him that you mean to entrust your daughter?" "Even to the person who call himself Ganless," said Bridgenorth, without expressing either anger or surprise. "And do you know to whom you commit a charge so precious to all who know her, and so dear to yourself?" said Julian. "Do you know who ask me the question?" answered Bridgenorth. "I own I do not," answered Julian, "but I have seen him in a character so different from that he now wears, that I feel it my duty to warn you how you entrust the charge of your child to one who can alternately play the profligate or the hypocrite, as it suits his own interest or humour." Bridgenorth smiled contemptuously. "I might be angry," he said, "with the officious zeal which supposes that its green conceptions can instruct my grey hairs. But, good Julian, I do but only ask from you the liberal construction, that I, who have had much converse with mankind, know with whom I trust what is dearest to me. He of whom thou speakest hath one visage to his friends, though he may have others to the world, living amongst those before whom honest features should be concealed under a grotesque vizard, even as in the sinful sports of the day, called maskings and mummeries, where the wise, if he show himself at all, must be contented to play the apish and fantastic fool." "I would only pray your wisdom to beware," said Julian, "of one who, as he has a vizard for others, may also have one which can disguise his real features from you yourself." "That is being over careful, young man," replied Bridgenorth, more shortly than he had hitherto spoken. "If you would walk by my counsel, you will attend to your own affairs, which, credit me, deserve all your care, and leave others to the management of theirs." This was too plain to be misunderstood, and Peveril was compelled to take his leave of Bridgenorth and of Moultrassy Hall without farther parley or explanation. The reader may imagine how oft he looked back, and tried to guess, amongst the lights which continued to twinkle in various parts of the building, which sparkle it was that gleamed from the bower of Alice. When the road turned into another direction, he sunk into deep reverie, from which he was at length roused by the voice of Lance, who demanded where he intended to quarter for the night. He was unprepared to answer the question, but the honest keeper himself prompted a solution of the problem by requesting that he would occupy a spare bed in the lodge, to which Julian willingly agreed. The rest of the inhabitants had retired to rest when they entered, but Dame Ellesmere, apprised by a messenger of her nephew's hospitable intent, had everything in the best readiness she could for the son of her ancient patron. Peveril betook himself to rest, and, notwithstanding so many subjects of anxiety, slept soundly till the morning was far advanced. His slumbers were first broken by Lance, who had been long up, and already active in his service. He informed him that his horse, arms, and small cloak bag had been sent from the castle by one of Major Bridgenorth's servants, who brought a letter discharging from the Major's service the unfortunate Deborah Debich, and prohibited her returning to the hall. The officer of the House of Commons, escorted by a strong guard, had left Martindale Castle that morning early, travelling in Sir Geoffrey's carriage, his lady being also permitted to attend on him. To this he had to add, that the property at the castle was taken possession of by Master Windthefite, the attorney from Chesterfield, with other officers of law, in name of Major Bridgenorth, a large creditor of the unfortunate knight. Having told these Job's tidings, Lance paused, and after a moment's hesitation, declared he was resolved to quit the country and go up to London along with his young master. Julian argued the point with him, and insisted he had better stay to take charge of his aunt, in case she should be disturbed by these strangers. Lance replied, she would have one with her who would protect her well enough, for there was wherewithal to buy protection amongst them, but for himself he was resolved to follow Master Julian to the death. Julian heartily thanked him for his love. Nay, it is not altogether out of love neither, said Lance, though I am as loving as another, but it is, as it were, partly out of fear, lest I be called over the coals for last night's matter. For as for the miners, they will never trouble them, as the creatures only act after their kind. I will write in your behalf to Major Bridgenorth, who is bound to afford you protection if you have such fear, said Julian. Nay, for that matter, it is not altogether fear, more than altogether love, answered the enigmatical keeper, although it hath a tasting of both in it. And to speak plain truth, thus it is, Dame Debbage and Naunt Ellesmere have resolved to set up their horses together, and have made up all their quarrels, and of all ghosts in the world, the worst is when an old true love comes back to haunt a poor fellow like me. Mistress Deborah, though distressed enough for the loss of her place, has been already speaking of a broken sixpence, or some such token, as if a man could remember such things for so many years, even if she had not gone overseas, like Woodcock, in the meanwhile. Julian could scarce forbear laughing. I thought you too much of a man, Lance, to fear a woman marrying you, whether you would or no. It has been many an honest man's luck for all that, said Lance, and a woman in the very house has so many deuced opportunities, and then there would be two upon one, for Naunt, though high enough when any of your folks are concerned, hath some look to the main chance, and it seems Mistress Deb is as rich as a Jew. And you, Lance, said Julian, have no mind to marry for cake and pudding. No, truly, master, answered Lance, unless I knew of what dough they were baked. How the devil do I know how the jade came by so much? And then if she speaks of tokens and love passages, let her be the same tight lass I broke the sixpence with, and I will be the same true lad to her. But I never heard of true love lasting 10 years, and hers, if it lives at all, must be nearer 20. Well, then, Lance, said Julian, since you are resolved on the thing, we will go to London together, where if I cannot retain you in my service, and if my father recovers not these misfortunes, I will endeavour to promote you elsewhere. Nay, nay, said Lance, I trust to be back to bonny Martindale before it is long, and to keep the greenwood, as I have been wont to do. For as to Dame Debbage, when they have not me for their common butt, Naunt and she will soon bend bows on each other. So here comes old Dame Ellesmere with your breakfast. I will but give some directions about the deer to rough Ralph, my helper, and saddle my forest pony, and your honour's horse, which is no prime one, and we will be ready to trot. Julian was not sorry for this addition to his establishment, for Lance had shown himself on the preceding evening a shrewd and bold fellow, and attached to his master. He therefore set himself to reconcile his aunt to parting with her nephew for some time. Her unlimited devotion for the family readily induced the old lady to acquiesce in his proposal, though not without a gentle sigh over the ruins of a castle in the air, which was founded on the well-saved purse of Mistress Deborah Debich. At any rate, she thought, it was as well that Lance should be out of the way of that bold, long-legged, beggarly trollop, Cis Selleck. But to poor Deb herself, the expatriation of Lance, whom she had looked to as a sailor to a port under his lee, for which he can run, if weather becomes foul, was a second severe blow, following close on her dismissal from the profitable service of Major Bridgenorth. Julian visited the disconsolate damsel in hopes of gaining some light upon Bridgenorth's projects regarding his daughter, the character of this Ganless, and other matters with which her residence in the family might have made her acquainted. But he found her by far too much troubled in mind to afford him the least information. The name of Ganless she did not seem to recollect. That of Alice rendered her hysterical, that of Bridgenorth furious. She numbered up the various services she had rendered in the family, and denounced the plague of swartness to the linen, of leanness to the poultry, of dearth and dishonour to the housekeeping, and of lingering sickness and early death to Alice, all which evils she averred had only been kept off by her continued watchful and incessant cares. Then, again turning to the subject of the fugitive Lance, she expressed such a total contempt of that mean-spirited fellow, in a tone between laughing and crying, as satisfied Julian it was not a topic likely to act as a sedative, and that therefore, unless he made a longer stay than the urgent state of his affairs permitted, he was not likely to find Mistress Deborah in such a state of composure as might enable him to obtain from her any rational or useful information. Lance, who good-naturedly took upon himself the whole burden of Dame Debich's mental alienation, or taking on, as such fits of passio hysterica are usually termed in the country, had too much feeling to present himself before the victim of her own sensibility and of his obduracy. He therefore intimated to Julian, by his assistant Ralph, that the horses stood saddled behind the lodge, and that all was ready for their departure. Julian took the hint, and they were soon mounted and clearing the road at a rapid trot in the direction of London, but not by the most usual route. Julian calculated that the carriage in which his father was transported would travel slowly, and it was his purpose, if possible, to get to London before it should arrive there, in order to have time to consult with the friends of his family what measures should be taken in his father's behalf. In this manner they advanced a day's journey towards London, at the conclusion of which Julian found his resting place in a small inn upon the road. No one came, at the first call, to attend upon the guests and their horses, although the house was well lighted up, and there was a prodigious chattering in the kitchen, such as can only be produced by a French cook when his mystery is in the very moment of projection. It instantly occurred to Julian, so rare was the ministry of these Gaelic artists at that time, that the clamour he heard must necessarily be produced by the Sieur Chaubert, on whose plats he had lately feasted, along with Smith and Ganless. One or both of these were therefore probably in the little inn, and if so, he might have some opportunity to discover their real purpose and character. How to avail himself of such a meeting he knew not, but chance favoured him more than he could have expected. "I can scarce receive you, gentlefolks," said the landlord, who at length appeared at the door. "Here be a sort of quality in my house to-night, whom less than all will not satisfy, nor all neither, for that matter." "We are but plain fellows, landlord," said Julian. "We are bound for Moseley market, and can get no farther to-night. Any hole will serve us, no matter what." "Why," said the honest host, "if that be the case, I must even put one of you behind the bar, though the gentlemen have desired to be private. The other must take heart of grace and help me at the tap." "The tap for me," said Lance, without waiting his master's decision. "It is an element which I could live and die in." "The bar then for me," said Peveril, and stepping back, whispered to Lance to exchange cloaks with him, desirous, if possible, to avoid being recognized. The exchange was made in an instant, and presently afterwards the landlord brought a light, and as he guided Julian into his hostelry, cautioned him to sit quiet in the place where he should stow him, and if he was discovered, to say that he was one of the house, and leave him to make it good. "You will hear what the gallants say," he added, "but I think thou wilt carry away but little on it, for when it is not French, it is court gibberish, and that is as hard to construe." The bar into which our hero was inducted on these conditions seemed formed, with respect to the public room, upon the principle of a citadel intended to observe and bridle a rebellious capital. Here sat the host on the Saturday evenings, screened from the observation of his guests, yet with the power of observing both their wants and their behaviour, and also that of overhearing their conversation, a practice which he was much addicted to, being one of that numerous class of philanthropists to whom their neighbour's business is of as much consequence, or rather more, than their own. Here he planted his new guest, with a repeated caution not to disturb the gentleman by speech or motion, and a promise that he should be speedily accommodated with a cold buttock of beef and a tankard of home brewed. And here he left him with no other light than that which glimmered from the well-illuminated apartment within, through a sort of shuttle which accommodated the landlord with a view into it. This situation, inconvenient enough in itself, was on the present occasion precisely what Julian would have selected. He wrapped himself in the weather-beaten cloak of Lance Outram, which had been stained by age and weather into 1,000 variations from its original Lincoln green, and with as little noise as he could, set himself to observe the two inmates, who had engrossed to themselves the whole of the apartment, which was usually open to the public. They sat by a table well covered with such costly rarities as could only have been procured by much forecast, and prepared by the exquisite Monsieur Chaubert, to which both seemed to do much justice. Julian had little difficulty in ascertaining that one of the travellers was, as he had anticipated, the master of the said Chaubert, or as he was called by Ganless, Smith. The other, who faced him, he had never seen before. This last was dressed like a gallant of the first order. His periwig, indeed, as he travelled on horseback, did not much exceed in size the bar-wig of a modern lawyer, but then the essence which he shook from it with every motion impregnated a whole apartment, which was usually only perfumed by that vulgar herb tobacco. His riding coat was laced in the newest and most courtly style, and Grammont himself might have envied the embroidery of his waistcoat, and the peculiar cut of his breeches, which buttoned above the knee, permitting the shape of a very handsome leg to be completely seen. This, by the proprietor thereof, had been stretched out upon a stool, and he contemplated its proportions from time to time with infinite satisfaction. The conversation between these worthies was so interesting that we propose to assign to it another chapter. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. This is some creature of the elements, most like your seagull. He can wheel and whistle his screaming song even when the storm is loudest. Take for his sheeted couch the restless foam of the wild wave crest, slumber in the calm and daily with the storm. Yet 'tis a gull, an errant gull, with all this. The Champion. And here is to thee, said the fashionable gallant whom we have described, honest Tom, and a cup of welcome to thee out of Luby land. Why, thou hast been so long in the country that thou hast got a bumpkinly, clod-compelling sort of look thyself. That greasy doublet fits thee as if it were thy reserved Sunday's apparel, and the points seem as if they were stay-laces bought for thy true love Marjorie. I marvel thou canst still relish a ragout. Methinks now, to a stomach bound in such a jacket, eggs and bacon were a diet more conforming. Rally away, my good lord, while wit lasts, answered his companion. Yours is not the sort of ammunition which will bear much expenditure. Or rather, tell me news from court, since we have met so opportunely. You would have asked me these an hour ago, said the lord, had not your very soul been under Chaubert's covered dishes. You remembered king's affairs will keep cool, and entremets must be eaten hot. Not so, my lord, I only kept common talk whilst that eavesdropping rascal of a landlord was in the room, so that, now the coast is clear once more, I pray you for news from court. The plot is nonsuited, answered the courtier. Sir George Wakeman acquitted, the witnesses discredited by the jury. Scroggs, who ranted on one side, is now ranting on the other. Rat the plot, Wakeman, witnesses, Papists, and Protestants, all together. Do you think I care for such trash as that? Till the plot comes up the palace back stair, and gets possession of old Rowley's own imagination, I care not a farthing who believes or disbelieves. I hang by him will bear me out. Well, then, said the lord, the next news is Rochester's disgrace. Disgraced? How and for what? The morning I came off, he stood as fair as any one. That's over. The epitaph has broken his neck, and now he may write one for his own court favour, for it is dead and buried. The epitaph, exclaimed Tom, why, I was by when it was made, and it passed for an excellent good jest with him whom it was made upon. Ay, so it did amongst ourselves, answered his companion, but it got abroad, and had a run like a mill race. It was in every coffee house, and in half the diurnals. Grammont translated it into French too, and there is no laughing at so sharp a jest when it is dinned into your ears on all sides. So disgraced is the author, and but for his Grace of Buckingham, the court would be as dull as my Lord Chancellor's wig, or as the head it covers. Well, my lord, the fewer at court there is, the more room for those that can bustle there. But there are two main strings of Shaftesbury's fiddle broken, the Popish Plot fallen into discredit, and Rochester disgraced. Changeful times, but here is to the little man who shall mend them. I apprehend you, replied his lordship, and meet your health with my love. Trust me, my lord loves you, and longs for you. Nay, I have done you reason. By your leave, the cup is with me. Here is to his buxom Grace of Bucks. As blithe a peer, said Smith, as ever turned night to day. Nay, it shall be an overflowing bumper, an you will, and I will drink it super naculum. And how stands the great madam? Stoutly against all change, answered the lord. Little Anthony can make naught of her. Then he shall bring her influence to naught. Hark in thine ear, thou knowest. Here he whispered so low that Julian could not catch the sound. Know him, answered the other. Know Ned of the island? To be sure I do. He is the man that shall knot the great fiddle strings that have snapped. Say I told you so, and thereupon I give thee his health. And thereupon I pledge thee, said the young nobleman, which on any other argument I were loath to do, thinking of Ned as somewhat the cut of a villain. Granted, man, granted, said the other, a very thorough-paced rascal, but able, my lord, able and necessary, and in this plan indispensable. Pshaw! This champagne turns stronger as it gets older, I think. Hark, mine honest fellow, said the courtier, I would thou wouldst give me some item of all this mystery. Thou hast it, I know, for whom do men entrust but trusty Chiffinch? It is your pleasure to say so, my lord, answered Smith, whom we shall hereafter call by his real name of Chiffinch, with such drunken gravity, for his speech had become a little altered by his copious libations in the course of the evening. Few men know more or say less than I do, and it well becomes my station. Contecure omnes, as the grammar hath it, all men should learn to hold their tongue. Except with a friend, Tom, except with a friend. Thou wilt never be such a dog-bolt as to refuse a hint to a friend. Come, you get too wise and statesmanlike for your office. The ligatures of thy most peasantly jacket there are like to burst with thy secret. Come, undo a button, man, it is for the health of thy constitution. Let out a reef, and let thy chosen friend know what is meditating. Thou knowest I am as true as thyself to little Anthony, if he can but get uppermost. If, thou lordly infidel, said Chiffinch, talkest thou to me of ifs? There is neither if nor and in the matter. The great madam shall be pulled a peg down, the great plot screwed a peg or two up. Thou knowest, Ned, honest Ned has a brother's death to revenge. I have heard so, said the nobleman, and that his persevering resentment of that injury was one of the few points which seemed to be a sort of heathenish virtue in him. Well, continued Chiffinch, in manoeuvring to bring about this revenge, which he hath laboured at many a day, he hath discovered a treasure. What, in the Isle of Man? Said his companion. Assure yourself of it. She is a creature so lovely that she needs but be seen to put down every one of the favourites. from Portsmouth and Cleveland down to that threepenny baggage, Mistress Nelly." "By my word, Chiffinch," said my lord, "that is a reinforcement after the fashion of thine own best tactics. But bethink thee, man, to make such a conquest, there wants more than a cherry cheek and a bright eye. There must be wit, man, and manners, and a little sense besides, to keep influence when it is gotten." "Pshaw! Will you tell me what goes to this vocation?" said Chiffinch. "Here, pledge me her health in a brimmer. Nay, you shall do it on knees too. Never such a triumphant beauty was seen. I went to church on purpose, for the first time these 10 years. Yet I lie, it was not to church neither, it was to chapel." "To chapel! What the devil, is she a Puritan?" exclaimed the other courtier. "To be sure she is. Do you think I would be accessory to bringing a papist into favour in these times, when, as my good lord said in the House, there should not be a popish manservant, nor a popish maidservant, not so much as a cat or dog, left to bark or mew about the king?" "But consider, Shiffy, the dislikelihood of her pleasing," said the noble courtier. "What, old Raleigh, with his wit and love of wit, his wildness and love of wildness, he form a league with a silly, scrupulous, unideaed Puritan, not if she were Venus." "Thou knowest not of the matter," answered Chiffinch. "I tell thee the fine contrast between the seeming saint and falling sinner will give zest to the old gentleman's inclination. If I do not know him, who does? Her health, my lord, on your bare knee, as you would live to be of the bedchamber." "I pledge you most devoutly," answered his friend. "But you have not told me how the acquaintance is to be made, for you cannot, I think, carry her to Whitehall." "Aha, my dear lord, you would have the whole secret. But that I cannot afford. I can spare a friend a peep at my ends, but no one must look on the means by which they are achieved." So saying, he shook his drunken head most wisely. The villainous design which this discourse implied, and which his heart told him was designed against Alice Bridgenorth, stirred Julian so extremely that he involuntarily shifted his posture, and laid his hand on his sword hilt. Chiffinch heard a rustling, and broke off, exclaiming, "Hark! Zounds, something moved! I trust I have told the tale to no ears but thine." "I will cut off any which have drunk in but a syllable of thy words," said the nobleman, and raising a candle, he took a hasty survey of the apartment. Seeing nothing that could incur his menaced resentment, he replaced the light, and continued, "Well, suppose the belle Louise de Querouel shoots from her high station in the firmament, how will you rear up the downfallen plot again? For without that same plot, think of it as thou wilt, we have no change of hands, and matters remain as they were with a Protestant courtesan instead of a Papist. Little Anthony can but little speed without that plot of his. I believe, in my conscience, he begot it himself." "Whoever begot it," said Chiffinch, "he hath adopted it, and a thriving babe it has been to him. Well, then, though it lies out of my way, I will play Saint Peter again. Up with the other key, and unlock the other mystery. Now thou speakest like a good fellow, and I will, with my own hands, unwire this fresh flask to begin a brimmer to the success of thy achievement." "Well, then," continued the communicative Chiffinch, "thou knowest that they have long had a nibbling at the old Countess of Derby. So Ned was sent down. He owes her an old accompte thou knowest, with private instructions to possess himself of the island, if he could, by help of some of his old friends. He hath ever kept up spies upon her, and happy man was he to think his hour of vengeance was come so nigh. But he missed his blow, and the old girl being placed on her guard, was soon in a condition to make Ned smoke for it. Out of the island he came with little advantage for having entered it, when by some means, for the devil I think stands ever his friend, he obtained information concerning a messenger, whom her old Majesty of Man had sent to London to make party in her behalf. Ned stuck himself to this fellow, a raw half-bred lad, son of an old blundering Cavalier of the old stamp, down in Derbyshire, and so managed the swain that he brought him to the place where I was waiting, in anxious expectation of the pretty one I told you of. By Saint Anthony, for I will swear by no meaner oath, I stared when I saw this great lout, not that the fellow is so ill looked neither, I stared like, good now, help me to a simile, like Saint Anthony's pig. "An it were sleek," said the young lord, "your eyes, Shiffy, have the very blink of one. But what hath all this to do with the plot? Hold, I have had wine enough." "You shall not balk me," said Chiffinch, and a jingling was heard, as if he were filling his comrade's glass with a very unsteady hand. "Hey, what the devil is the matter? I used to carry my glass steady, very steady. Well, but this stranger? Why, he swept at game and ragout as he would at spring beef or summer mutton. Never saw so unnurtured a cub. Knew no more what he ate than an infidel. I cursed him by my gods when I saw Chaubert's chef hors d'oeuvres glutted down so indifferent a throat. We took the freedom to spice his goblet a little, and ease him of his packet of letters, and the fool went on his way the next morning with a budget artificially filled with grey paper. Ned would have kept him, in hopes to have made a witness of him, but the boy was not of that metal. "How will you prove your letters?" said the courtier. "La you there, my lord," said Chiffinch, "one may see with half an eye, for all your laced doublet, that you have been of the family of Furnivals, before your brother's death sent you to court. How prove the letters? Why, we have but let the sparrow fly with a string round his foot. We have him again so soon as we list." "Why, thou art turned a very Machiavel, Chiffinch," said his friend. "But how if the youth proved restive? I have heard these Peak men have hot heads and hard hands." "Trouble not yourself, that was cared for, my lord," said Chiffinch. "His pistols might bark, but they could not bite." "Most exquisite Chiffinch, thou art turned miker as well as patter, canst both rob a man and kidnap him." "Mitcher and patter, what terms be these?" said Chiffinch. "Methinks these are sounds to lug out upon. You will have me angry to the degree of falling foul. Robber and kidnapper." "You mistake verb for noun substantive," replied his lordship. "I said rob and kidnap. A man may do either once and away without being professional." "But not without spilling a little foolish noble blood, or some such red coloured gear," said Chiffinch, starting up. "Oh yes," said his lordship, "all this may be without these dire consequences, and as you will find to morrow when you return to England, for at present you are in the land of Champagne, Chiffy, and that you may continue so, I drink thee this parting cup to line thy nightcap." "I do not refuse your pledge," said Chiffinch, "but I drink to thee in dudgeon and in hostility. It is cup of wrath, and a gauge of battle. To-morrow by dawn I will have thee at point of fox, wert thou the last of the Savilles. What the devil! Think you I fear you because you are a lord? Not so, Chiffinch, answered his companion. I know thou fearest nothing but beans and bacon, washed down with bumpkin like beer. Adieu, sweet Chiffinch. To bed, Chiffinch, to bed. So saying, he lifted a candle and left the apartment, and Chiffinch, whom the last draught had nearly overpowered, had just strength enough left to do the same, muttering as he staggered out, "Yes, he shall answer it. Dawn of day? Damn me, it is come already. Yonder's the dawn. No, damn me, 'tis the fire glancing on the cursed red lattice. It is the smell of the brandy in this cursed room. It could not be the wine. Well, old Rowley shall send me no more errands to the country again. Steady, steady." So saying, he reeled out of the apartment, leaving Peveril to think over the extraordinary conversation he had just heard. The name of Chiffinch, the well-known minister of Charles's pleasures, was nearly allied to the part which he seemed about to play in the present intrigue, but that Christian, whom he had always supposed a Puritan as strict as his brother-in-law, Bridgenorth, should be associated with him in a plot so infamous, seemed alike unnatural and monstrous. The near relationship might blind Bridgenorth, and warrant him in confiding his daughter to such a man's charge. But what a wretch he must be that could coolly meditate such an ignominious abuse of his trust! In doubt whether he could credit for a moment the tale which Chiffinch had revealed, he hastily examined his packet, and found that the sealskin case in which it had been wrapped up now only contained an equal quantity of waste paper. If he had wanted farther confirmation, the failure of the shot which he fired at Bridgenorth, and of which the wadding only struck him, showed that his arms had been tampered with. He examined the pistol which still remained charged, and found that the ball had been drawn. "May I perish," said he to himself, "amid these villainous intrigues, but thou shalt be more surely loaded, and to better purpose. The contents of these papers may undo my benefactress. Their having been found on me may ruin my father. That I have been the bearer of them may cost, in these fiery times, my own life. That I care least for. They form a branch of the scheme laid against the honour and happiness of a creature so innocent, that it is almost sin to think of her within the neighbourhood of such infamous knaves. I will recover the letters at all risks. But how? That is to be thought on. Lance is stout and trusty, and when a bold deed is once resolved upon, there never yet lacked the means of executing it. His host now entered with an apology for his long absence, and after providing Peveril with some refreshments, invited him to accept for his night quarters the accommodation of a remote hayloft, which he was to share with his comrade, professing at the same time he could hardly have afforded them this courtesy, but out of deference to the exquisite talents of Lance Outram as assistant at the tap, where indeed it seems probable that he, as well as the admiring landlord, did that evening contrive to drink nearly as much liquor as they drew. But Lance was a seasoned vessel, on whom liquor made no lasting impression, so that when Peveril awaked that trusty follower at dawn, he found him cool enough to comprehend and enter into the design which he expressed of recovering the letters which had been abstracted from his person. Having considered the whole matter with much attention, Lance shrugged, grinned, and scratched his head, and at length manfully expressed his resolution. "Well, my naunt speaks truth in her old saw. He that serves Peveril mauna be slack, neither for weather nor yet for wrack." And then again, my good dame was wont to say, that whenever Peveril was in a broil, Outram was in a stew. So I will never bear a base mind, but even hold a part with you, as my fathers have done with yours for 4 generations, whatever more. "Spoken like a most gallant Outram," said Julian, "and were we but rid of that puppy lord and his retinue, we 2 could easily deal with the other 3. 2 Londoners and a Frenchman," said Lance. "I would take them in mine own hand. And as for my Lord Saville, as they call him, I heard word last night that he and all his men of gilded gingerbread, that looked at an honest fellow like me as if they were the oar and I the dross, were all to be off this morning to some races or such like junketings about Tutbury. It was that brought him down here, where he met this other civet cat by accident." In truth, even as Lance spoke, a trampling was heard of horses in the yard, and from the hatch of their hayloft they beheld Lord Saville's attendants mustered, and ready to set out as soon as he could make his appearance. "So, ho, Master Jeremy," said one of the fellows to a sort of principal attendant, who just came out of the house, "methinks the wine has proved a sleeping cup to my lord this morning." "No," answered Jeremy, "he hath been up before light writing letters for London, and to punish thy irreverence, thou, Jonathan, shalt be the man to ride back with them." "And so to miss the race," said Jonathan sulkily. "I thank you for this good turn, good Master Jeremy, and hang me if I forget it." Farther discussion was cut short by the appearance of the young nobleman, who, as he came out of the inn, said to Jeremy, "These be the letters. Let one of the knaves ride to London for life and death, and deliver them as directed, and the rest of them get to horse and follow me." Jeremy gave Jonathan the packet with a malicious smile, and the disappointed groom turned his horse's head sullenly towards London, while Lord Saville and the rest of his retinue rode briskly off in an opposite direction, pursued by the benedictions of the host and his family, who stood bowing and curtsying at the door, in gratitude doubtless for the receipt of an unconscionable reckoning. It was full 3 hours after their departure that Chiffinch lounged into the room in which they had supped, in a brocade nightgown and green velvet cap, turned up with the most costly Brussels lace. He seemed but half awake, and it was with drowsy voice that he called for a cup of cold small beer. His manner and appearance were those of a man who had wrestled hard with Bacchus on the preceding evening, and had scarce recovered the effects of his contest with the jolly god. Lance, instructed by his master to watch the motions of the courtier, officiously attended with the cooling beverage he called for, pleading, as an excuse to the landlord, his wish to see a Londoner in his morning gown and cap. No sooner had Chiffinch taken his morning draught than he inquired after Lord Saville. His lordship was mounted and away by peep of dawn, was Lance's reply. "What the devil!" exclaimed Chiffinch. "Why, this is scarce civil. What, off for the races with his whole retinue?" "All but one," replied Lance, "whom his lordship sent back to London with letters." "To London with letters!" said Chiffinch. "Why, I am for London, and could have saved his express a labour. But stop, hold, I begin to recollect. Damme, can I have blabbed? I have, I remember it all now. I have blabbed, and to the very weasel of the court, who sucks the yelk out of every man's secret. Furies and fire, that my afternoons should ruin my mornings thus. I must turn boon companion and good fellow in my cups, and have my confidences and my quarrels, my friends and my enemies, with a plague to me, as if any one could do a man much good or harm but his own self. His messenger must be stopped, though. I will put a spoke in his wheel. Hark ye, drawer fellow, call my groom hither, call Tom Beacon. Lance obeyed, but failed not, when he had introduced the domestic, to remain in the apartment, in order to hear what should pass betwixt him and his master. Hark ye, Tom, said Chiffinch, here are 5 pieces for you. What's to be done now, I trow, said Tom, without even the ceremony of returning thanks, which he was probably well aware would not be received even in part payment of the debt he was incurring. Mount your fleet nag, Tom, ride like the devil, overtake the groom whom Lord Saville dispatched to London this morning, lame his horse, break his bones, fill him as drunk as the Baltic Sea, or do whatever may best and most effectively stop his journey. Why does the lout stand there without answering me? Dost understand me? Why, ay, Master Chiffinch, said Tom, and so I am thinking doth this honest man here, who need not have heard quite so much of your counsel, and it had been your will. I am bewitched this morning, said Chiffinch to himself, or else the champagne runs in my head still. My brain has become the very lowlands of Holland. A gill cup would inundate it. Hark thee, fellow, he added, addressing Lance, keep my counsel. There is a wager betwixt Lord Saville and me, which of us shall first have a letter in London. Here is to drink my health, and bring luck on my side. Say nothing of it, but help Tom to his nag. Tom, ere thou startest, come for thy credentials. I will give thee a letter to the Duke of Bucks, that may be evidence thou wert first in town. Tom Beacon ducked and exited, and Lance, after having made some show of helping him to horse, ran back to tell his master the joyful intelligence that a lucky accident had abated Chiffinch's party to their own number. Peveril immediately ordered his horses to be got ready, and so soon as Tom Beacon was dispatched towards London on a rapid trot, had the satisfaction to observe Chiffinch, with his favourite Chaubert, mount to pursue the same journey, though at a more moderate rate. He permitted them to attain such a distance that they might be dogged without suspicion, then paid his reckoning, mounted his horse, and followed, keeping his men carefully in view, until he should come to a proper place for the enterprise which he meditated. It had been Peveril's intention that when they came to some solitary part of the road, they should gradually mend their pace until they overtook Chaubert, that Lance Outram should then drop behind, in order to assail the man of spits and stoves, while he himself, spurring onwards, should grapple with Chiffinch. But this scheme presupposed that the master and servant should travel in the usual manner, the latter riding a few yards behind the former, whereas such and so interesting were the subjects of discussion betwixt Chiffinch and the French cook, that, without heeding the rules of etiquette, they rode on together, amicably abreast, carrying on a conversation on the mysteries of the table, which the ancient Comus or a modern gastronome might have listened to with pleasure. It was, therefore, necessary to venture on them both at once. For this purpose, when they saw a long tract of road before them, unvaried by the least appearance of man, beast, or human habitation, they began to mend their pace, that they might come up to Chiffinch, without giving him any alarm by a sudden and suspicious increase of haste. In this manner they lessened the distance which separated them till they were within about 20 yards, when Peveril, afraid that Chiffinch might recognise him at a nearer approach, and so trust to his horse's heels, made Lance the signal to charge. At the sudden increase of their speed, and the noise with which it was necessarily attended, Chiffinch looked around, but had time to do no more, for Lance, who pricked his pony, which was much more speedy than Julian's horse, into full gallop, pushed without ceremony betwixt the courtier and his attendant, and ere Chaubert had time for more than one exclamation, he upset both horse and Frenchman. Morbleu! Thrilling from his tongue as he rolled on the ground amongst the various articles of his occupation, which, escaping from the budget in which he bore them, lay tumbled upon the highway in strange disorder, while Lance, springing from his palfrey, commanded his foeman to be still, under no less a penalty than that of death, if he attempted to rise. Before Chiffinch could avenge his trusty follower's downfall, his own bridle was seized by Julian, who presented a pistol with the other hand, and commanded him to stand or die. Chiffinch, though effeminate, was no coward. He stood still as commanded, and said with firmness, "Rogue, you have taken me at surprise. If you are highwaymen, there is my purse. Do us no bodily harm, and spare the budget of spices and sauces." "Look you, Master Chiffinch," said Peveril, "this is no time for dallying. I am no highwayman, but a man of honour. Give me back that packet which you stole from me the other night, or by all that is good, I will send a brace of balls through you, and search for it at leisure." "What night? What packet?" answered Chiffinch, confused, yet willing to protract the time for the chance of assistance, or to put Peveril off his guard. "I know nothing of what you mean. If you are a man of honour, let me draw my sword, and I will do you right as a gentleman should do to another." "Dishonourable rascal," said Peveril, "you escape not in this manner. You plundered me when you had me at odds, and I am not the fool to let my advantage escape now that my turn is come. Yield up the packet, and then, if you will, I will fight you on equal terms. But first," he reiterated, "yield up the packet, or I will instantly send you where the tenor of your life will be hard to answer for." The tone of Peveril's voice, the fierceness of his eye, and the manner in which he held the loaded weapon within a hand's breadth of Chiffinch's head, convinced the last there was neither room for compromise nor time for trifling. He thrust his hand into a side pocket of his cloak, and with visible reluctance produced those papers and dispatches with which Julian had been entrusted by the Countess of Derby. "They are 5 in number," said Julian, "and you have given me only 4. Your life depends on full restitution." "It escaped from my hand," said Chiffinch, producing the missing document. "There it is. Now, sir, your pleasure is fulfilled, unless," he added sulkily, "you design either murder or farther robbery." "Base wretch!" said Peveril, withdrawing his pistol, yet keeping a watchful eye on Chiffinch's motions, "thou art unworthy any honest man's sword; and yet if you dare draw your own, as you proposed but now, I am willing to give you a chance upon fair equality of terms." "Equality!" said Chiffinch sneeringly. "Yes, a proper equality, sword and pistol against single rapier, and 2 men upon one, for Chaubert is no fighter. No, sir, I shall seek amends upon some more fitting occasion, and with more equal weapons." "By backbiting, or by poison, base pander," said Julian, "these are thy means of vengeance. But mark me, I know your vile purpose respecting a lady who is too worthy that her name should be uttered in such a worthless ear. Thou hast done me one injury, and thou seest I have repaid it. But prosecute this farther villainy, and be assured I will put thee to death like a foul reptile, whose very slaver is fatal to humanity. Rely upon this, as if Machiavel had sworn it, for so surely as you keep your purpose, so surely will I prosecute my revenge. Follow me, Lance, and leave him to think on what I have told him." Lance had, after the first shock, sustained a very easy part in this rencontre, for all he had to do was to point the butt of his whip, in the manner of a gun, at the intimidated Frenchman, who, lying on his back and gazing at random on the skies, had as little the power or purpose of resistance as any pig which had ever come under his own slaughter knife. Summoned by his master from the easy duty of guarding such an unresisting prisoner, Lance remounted his horse, and they both rode off, leaving their discomfited antagonists to console themselves for their misadventure as best they could. But consolation was hard to come by in the circumstances. The French artist had to lament the dispersion of his spices, and the destruction of his magazine of sauces. An enchanter despoiled of his magic wand and talisman could scarce have been in more desperate extremity. Chiffinch had to mourn the downfall of his intrigue, and its premature discovery. To this fellow, at least, he thought, I can have bragged none. Here my evil genius alone has betrayed me. With this infernal discovery, which may cost me so dear on all hands, champagne had naught to do. If there be a flask left unbroken, I will drink it after dinner, and try if it may not even yet suggest some scheme of redemption and of revenge. With this manly resolution, he prosecuted his journey to London. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A man so various that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome, stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts, but nothing long, who in the course of one revolving moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon, then all for women, painting, fiddling, drinking, besides 1,000 freaks that died in thinking. Dryden. We must now transport the reader to the magnificent hotel in Street, inhabited at this time by the celebrated George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, whom Dryden has doomed to a painful immortality by the few lines which we have prefixed to this chapter. Amid the gay and licentious of the laughing court of Charles, the Duke was the most licentious and most gay. Yet, while expending a princely fortune, a strong constitution, and excellent talents in pursuit of frivolous pleasures, he nevertheless nourished deeper and more extensive designs, in which he only failed from want of that fixed purpose and regulated perseverance essential to all important enterprises, but particularly in politics. It was long past noon, and the usual hour of the Duke's levee, if anything could be termed usual where all was irregular, had been long past. His hall was filled with lackeys and footmen in the most splendid liveries. The interior apartments, with the gentlemen and pages of his household, arrayed as persons of the first quality, and in that respect rather exceeding than falling short of the Duke in personal splendour. But his antechamber, in particular, might be compared to a gathering of eagles to the slaughter, were not the simile too dignified to express that vile race, who by 100 devices, all tending to one common end, live upon the wants of needy greatness, or administer to the pleasures of summer teeming luxury, or stimulate the wild wishes of lavish and wasteful extravagance, by devising new modes and fresh motives of profusion. There stood the projector, with his mysterious brow, promising unbounded wealth to whomsoever might choose to furnish the small preliminary sum necessary to change eggshells into the great arcanum. There was Captain Seagull, undertaker for a foreign settlement, with the map under his arm of Indian or American kingdoms, beautiful as the primitive Eden, waiting the bold occupants, for whom a generous patron should equip 2 brigantines and a fly-boat. Thither came, fast and frequent, the gamesters in their different forms and calling. This light, young, gay in appearance, the thoughtless youth of wit and pleasure, the pigeon rather than the rook, but at heart the same sly, shrewd, cold-blooded calculator as yonder old hard-featured professor of the same science, whose eyes are grown dim with watching of the dice at midnight, and whose fingers are even now assisting his mental computation of chances and of odds. The fine arts, too, I would it were otherwise, have their professors amongst this sordid train. The poor poet, half ashamed, in spite of habit, of the part which he is about to perform, and abashed by consciousness at once of his base motive and his shabby black coat, lurks in yonder corner for the favourable moment to offer his dedication. Much better attired, the architect presents his splendid vision of front and wings, and designs a palace, the expense of which may transfer his employer to a jail. But uppermost of all, the favourite musician or singer, who waits on my lord to receive, in solid gold, the value of the dulcet sounds which solaced the banquet of the preceding evening. Such and many such like were the morning attendants of the Duke of Buckingham, all genuine descendants of the daughter of the horse leech, whose cry is "Give, give." But the levee of his Grace contained other and very different characters, and was indeed as various as his own opinions and pursuits. Besides many of the young nobility and wealthy gentry of England, who made his Grace the glass at which they dressed themselves for the day, and who learned from him how to travel with the newest and best grace, the general road to ruin. There were others of a graver character, discarded statesmen, political spies, opposition orators, servile tools of administration, men who met not elsewhere, but who regarded the Duke's mansion as a sort of neutral ground, sure that if he was not of their opinion to-day, this very circumstance rendered it most likely he should think with them to-morrow. The Puritans themselves did not shun intercourse with a man whose talents must have rendered him formidable, even if they had not been united with high rank and an immense fortune. Several grave personages, with black suits, short cloaks, and band-strings of a formal cut, were mingled, as we see their portraits in a gallery of paintings, among the gallants who ruffled in silk and embroidery. It is true, they escaped the scandal of being thought intimates of the Duke, by their business being supposed to refer to money matters. Whether these grave and professing citizens mixed politics with money lending was not known, but it had been long observed that the Jews, who in general confined themselves to the latter department, had become for some time faithful attendants at the Duke's levee. It was high tide in the antechamber, and had been so for more than an hour, ere the Duke's gentleman in ordinary ventured into his bedchamber, carefully darkened, so as to make midnight at noonday, to know his Grace's pleasure. His soft and serene whisper, in which he asked whether it were his Grace's pleasure to rise, was briefly and sharply answered by the counter questions. Who waits? What's o'clock? It is Jerningham, your Grace, said the attendant. It is 1 afternoon, and your Grace appointed some of the people without at 11. Who are they? What do they want? A message from Whitehall, your Grace. Pshaw, it will keep cold. Those who make all others wait will be the better of waiting in their turn. Were I to be guilty of ill breeding, it should rather be to a king than a beggar. The gentleman from the city. I am tired of them, tired of their all cant and no religion, all Protestantism and no charity. Tell them to go to Shaftesbury, to Aldersgate Street with them. That's the best market for their wares. Jockey, my lord, from Newmarket. Let him ride to the devil. He has horses of mine, and spurs of his own. Any more? The whole antechamber is full, my lord, knights and squires, doctors and dicers. The dicers with their doctors in their pockets, I presume. Counts, captains, and clergymen. You are alliterative, Jerningham, said the Duke, and that is a proof you are poetical. Hand me my writing things. Getting half out of bed, thrusting one arm into a brocade nightgown, deeply furred with sables, and one foot into a velvet slipper, while the other pressed in primitive nudity the rich carpet, his Grace, without thinking farther on the assembly without, began to pen a few lines of a satirical poem, then suddenly stopped, threw the pen into the chimney, exclaimed that the humour was past, and asked his attendant if there were any letters. Jerningham produced a huge packet. What the devil, said his Grace, do you think I will read all these? I am like Clarence, who asked a cup of wine, and was soused into a butt of sack. I mean, is there anything which presses? This letter, your Grace, said Jerningham, concerning the Yorkshire mortgage. Did I not bid thee carry it to old Gatherel, my steward? I did, my lord, answered the other, but Gatherel says there are difficulties. Let the usurers foreclose then, there is no difficulty in that, and out of 100 manors I shall scarce miss one, answered the Duke, and hark ye, bring me my chocolate. Nay, my lord, Gatherel does not say it is impossible, only difficult. And what is the use of him, if he cannot make it easy? But you are all born to make difficulties, replied the Duke. Nay, if your Grace approves the terms in this schedule, and pleases to sign it, Gatherel will undertake for the matter, answered Jerningham. And could you not have said so at first, you blockhead, said the Duke, signing the paper without looking at the contents. What other letters? And remember, I must be plagued with no more business. Billets do, my lord, 5 or 6 of them. This left at the porter's lodge by a vizard mask. "Pshaw!" answered the Duke, tossing them over, while his attendant assisted in dressing him, an acquaintance of a quarter's standing. This given to one of the pages by my lady waiting woman. Plague on it! A Jeremiad on the subject of perjury and treachery, and not a single new line to the old tune, said the Duke, glancing over the billet. Here is the old cant, cruel man, broken vows, heaven's just revenge. Why, the woman is thinking of murder, not of love. No one should pretend to write upon so threadbare a topic without having at least some novelty of expression. The despairing Araminta lie there, fair desperate, and this, how comes it? Flung into the window of the hall by a fellow who ran off at full speed, answered Jerningham. This is a better text, said the Duke, and yet it is an old one too, 3 weeks old at least. The little countess with the jealous lord. I should not care a farthing for her, save for that same jealous lord. Plague on it! And he's gone down to the country this evening in silence and safety, written with a quill pulled from the wing of Cupid. Your ladyship has left him pen feathers enough to fly away with. Better clipped his wings when you had caught him, my lady, and so confident of her Buckingham's faith. I hate confidence in a young person. She must be taught better. I will not go. Your grace will not be so cruel, said Jerningham. Thou art a compassionate fellow, Jerningham, but conceit must be punished. But if your lordship should resume your fancy for her, why, then you must swear the billet do miscarried, answered the Duke. And stay, a thought strikes me, it shall miscarry in great style. Hark ye, what is the fellow's name, the poet, is he yonder? There are 6 gentlemen, sir, who from the reams of paper in their pocket, and the threadbare seams at their elbows, appear to wear the livery of the Muses. Poetical once more, Jerningham. He, I mean, who wrote the last lampoon, said the Duke. To whom your grace said you owed 5 pieces and a beating, replied Jerningham. The money for his satire, and the cudgel for his praise. Good, find him, give him the 5 pieces, and thrust the countess's billet doux. Hold, take Araminta's, and the rest of them. Thrust them all into his portfolio. All will come out at the wit's coffee house, and if the promulgator be not cudgelled into all the colours of the rainbow, there is no spite in woman, no faith in Crabtree, or pith in heart of oak. Araminta's wrath alone would overburden one pair of mortal shoulders. But my Lord Duke, said his attendant, this Settle is so dull a rascal that nothing he can write will take. Then, as we have given him steel to head the arrow, said the Duke, we will give him wings to waft it with. Wood, he has enough of his own to make a shaft or bolt of. Hand me my own unfinished lampoon. Give it to him with the letters. Let him make what he can of them all. My Lord Duke, I crave pardon, but your Grace's style will be discovered, and though the ladies' names are not at the letters, yet they will be traced. I would have it so, you blockhead. Have you lived with me so long, and cannot discover that the eclat of an intrigue is with me worth all the rest of it? But the danger, my Lord Duke, replied Jerningham. There are husbands, brothers, friends, whose revenge may be awakened. And beaten to sleep again, said Buckingham haughtily. I have Black Will and his cudgel for plebeian grumblers, and those of quality I can deal with myself. I lack breathing and exercise of late. But yet, your grace— Hold your peace, fool. I tell you that your poor dwarfish spirit cannot measure the scope of mine. I tell thee, I would have the course of my life a torrent. I am weary of easy achievements, and wish for obstacles that I can sweep before my irresistible course. Another gentleman now entered the apartment. I humbly crave your Grace's pardon, he said, but Master Christian is so importunate for admission instantly, that I am obliged to take your Grace's pleasure. Tell him to call 3 hours hence. Damn his political pate, that would make all men dance after his pipe. I thank thee for the compliment, my Lord Duke, said Christian, entering the apartment in somewhat a more courtly garb, but with the same unpretending and undistinguished mien, and in the same placid and indifferent manner with which he had accosted Julian Peveril upon several occasions during his journey to London. It is precisely my present object to pipe to you, and you may dance to your own profit if you will. On my word, Master Christian, said the Duke haughtily, the affair should be weighty that removes ceremony so entirely from betwixt us. If it relates to the subject of our last conversation, I must request our interview be postponed to some farther opportunity. I am engaged in an affair of some weight. Then turning his back on Christian, he went on with his conversation with Jerningham. Find the person you wot of, and give him the papers, and hark ye, give him this gold to pay for the shaft of his arrow. The steel head and peacock's wing we have already provided. This is all well, my lord, said Christian calmly, and taking his seat at the same time in an easy chair at some distance. But your Grace's levity is no match for my equanimity. It is necessary I should speak with you, and I will await your Grace's leisure in the apartment. Very well, sir, said the Duke peevishly. If an evil is to be undergone, the sooner it is over the better. I can take measures to prevent its being renewed. So let me hear your errand without farther delay. I will wait till your Grace's toilet is completed, said Christian, with the indifferent tone which was natural to him. What I have to say must be between ourselves. Begone, Jerningham, and remain without till I call. Leave my doublet on the couch. How now? I have worn this cloth of silver 100 times. Only twice, if it please your Grace, replied Jerningham. As well 20 times. Keep it for yourself, or give it to my valet, if you are too proud of your gentility. Your Grace has made better men than me wear your cast clothes, said Jerningham submissively. Thou art sharp, Jerningham, said the Duke. In one sense I have, and I may again. So now that pearl-coloured will do with the ribbon and George. Get away with thee. And now that he is gone, Master Christian, may I once more crave your pleasure. My Lord Duke, said Christian, you are a worshipper of difficulties in state affairs as in love matters. I trust you have been no eavesdropper, Master Christian, replied the Duke. It scarce argues the respect due to me or to my roof. I know not what you mean, my lord, replied Christian. Nay, I care not if the whole world heard what I said but now to Jerningham. But to the matter, replied the Duke of Buckingham. Your Grace is so much occupied with conquests over the fair and over the witty, that you have perhaps forgotten what a stake you have in the little island of Man. Not a whit, Master Christian. I remember well enough that my round-headed father-in-law Fairfax had the island from the Long Parliament, and was ass enough to quit hold of it at the Restoration, when if he had closed his clutches and held fast like a true bird of prey, as he should have done, he might have kept it for him and his. It had been a rare thing to have had a little kingdom, made laws of my own, had my chamberlain with his white staff. I would have taught Jerningham in half a day to look as wise, walk as stiffly, and speak as silly as Harry Bennet. You might have done this, and more, if it had pleased your grace. Ay, and if it had pleased my grace, thou, Ned Christian, shouldst have been the Jack Ketch of my dominions." "I, your Jack Ketch, my lord?" said Christian, more in a tone of surprise than of displeasure. "Why, ay, thou hast been perpetually intriguing against the life of yonder poor old woman. It were a kingdom to thee to gratify thy spleen with thy own hands." "I only seek justice against the Countess," said Christian. "And the end of justice is always a gibbet," said the Duke. "Be it so," answered Christian. "Well, the Countess is in the plot." "The devil confound the plot, as I believe he first invented it," said the Duke of Buckingham. "I have heard of nothing else for months. If one must go to hell, I would it were by some new road, and in gentlemen's company. I should not like to travel with Oates, Bedloe, and the rest of that famous cloud of witnesses." "Your Grace is then resolved to forego all the advantages which may arise, if the house of Derby fall under forfeiture, the grant to Fairfax, now worthily represented by your Duchess, revives, and you become the lord and sovereign of man." "In right of a woman," said the Duke; "but in troth my godly dame owes me some advantage for having lived the first year of our marriage with her and old Black Tom, her grim, fighting, puritanic father. A man might as well have married the devil's daughter, and set up housekeeping with his father-in-law." "I understand you are willing, then, to join your interest for a heave at the house of Derby, my Lord Duke?" "As they are unlawfully possessed of my wife's kingdom, they certainly can expect no favour at my hand. But thou knowest there is an interest at Whitehall predominant over mine." "That is only by your Grace's sufferance," said Christian. "No, no, I tell thee 100 times no," said the Duke, rousing himself to anger at the recollection. "I tell thee that base courtesan, the Duchess of Portsmouth, hath impudently set herself to thwart and contradict me, and Charles has given me both cloudy looks and hard words before the court. I would he could but guess what is the offence between her and me. I would he knew but that. But I will have her plumes picked, or my name is not Villiers. A worthless French fille de joie to brave me thus. Christian, thou art right. There is no passion so spirit-stirring as revenge. I will patronize the plot, if it be but to spite her, and make it impossible for the King to uphold her." As the Duke spoke, he gradually wrought himself into a passion, and traversed the apartment with as much vehemence as if the only object he had on earth was to deprive the Duchess of her power and favour with the King. Christian smiled internally to see him approach the state of mind in which he was most easily worked upon, and judiciously kept silence, until the Duke called out to him in a pet, "Well, Sir Oracle, you that have laid so many schemes to supplant this she-wolf of Gaul, where are all your contrivances now? Where is the exquisite beauty who was to catch the sovereign's eye at the first glance? Chiffinch, hath he seen her? And what does he say, that exquisite critic in beauty and blanc mange, women and wine? He has seen and approves, but has not yet heard her, and her speech answers to all the rest. We came here yesterday, and today I intend to introduce Chiffinch to her the instant he arrives from the country, and I expect him every hour. I am but afraid of the damsel's peevish virtue, for she hath been brought up after the fashion of our grandmothers. Our mothers had better sense." "What? So fair, so young, so quick-witted, and so difficult?" said the Duke. "By your leave, you shall introduce me as well as Chiffinch." "That your Grace may cure her of her intractable modesty," said Christian. "Why," replied the Duke, "it will but teach her to stand in her own light. Kings do not love to court and sue. They should have their game run down for them." "Under your Grace's favour," said Christian, "this cannot be. Non omnibus dormio. Your Grace knows the classic allusion. If this maiden become a prince's favourite, rank gilds the shame and the sin. But to any under majesty she must not veil topsail." "Why, thou suspicious fool, I was but in jest," said the Duke. "Do you think I would interfere to spoil a plan so much to my own advantage as that which you have laid before me?" Christian smiled and shook his head. "My lord," he said, "I know your Grace as well, or better perhaps, than you know yourself. To spoil a well concerted intrigue by some cross stroke of your own would give you more pleasure than to bring it to a successful termination according to the plans of others. But Shaftesbury and all concerned have determined that our scheme shall at least have fair play. We reckon, therefore, on your help, and, forgive me when I say so, we will not permit ourselves to be impeded by your levity and fickleness of purpose." "Who? I, light and fickle of purpose?" said the Duke. "You see me here as resolved as any of you to dispossess the mistress, and to carry on the plot. These are the only two things I live for in this world. No one can play the man of business like me when I please. To the very filing and labelling of my letters, I am regular as a scrivener. You have Chiffinch's letter from the country. He told me he had written to you about some passages betwixt him and the young Lord Saville." He did so," said the Duke, looking amongst his letters, "but I see not his letter just now. I scarcely noted the contents. I was busy when it came, but I have it safely." "You should have acted on it," answered Christian. "The fool suffered himself to be choused out of his secret, and prayed you to see that my lord's messenger got not to the Duchess with some dispatches which he sent up from Derbyshire, betraying our mystery." The Duke was now alarmed, and rang the bell hastily. Jerningham appeared. "Where is the letter I had from Master Chiffinch some hours since?" "If it be not amongst those your Grace has before you, I know nothing of it," said Jerningham. "I saw none such arrive." "You lie, you rascal," said Buckingham. "Have you a right to remember better than I do?" "If your Grace will forgive me reminding you, you have scarce opened a letter this week," said his gentleman. "Did you ever hear such a provoking rascal?" said the Duke. "He might be a witness in the plot. He has knocked my character for regularity entirely on the head with his damned counter evidence." "Your Grace's talent and capacity will at least remain unimpeached," said Christian, "and it is those that must serve yourself and your friends. If I might advise, you will hasten to court, and lay some foundation for the impression we wish to make. If your Grace can take the first word, and throw out a hint to crossbite Saville, it will be well. But above all, keep the King's ear employed, which no one can do so well as you. Leave Chiffinch to fill his heart with a proper object. Another thing is, there is a blockhead of an old Cavalier, who must needs be a bustler in the Countess of Derby's behalf, he is fast in hold with the whole tribe of witnesses at his haunches. Nay, then, take him, Topham." "Topham has taken him already, my lord," said Christian, "and there is, besides, a young gallant, a son of the said knight, who was bred in the household of the Countess of Derby, and who has brought letters from her to the provincial of the Jesuits and others in London." "What are their names?" said the Duke dryly. "Sir Geoffrey Peveril of Martindale Castle in Derbyshire, and his son Julian." "What, Peveril of the Peak?" said the Duke. "A stout old Cavalier as ever swore an oath. A Worcester man too, and in truth a man of all work when blows were going. I will not consent to his ruin, Christian. These fellows must be flogged of such false sense, flogged in every sense, they must, and will be, when the nation comes to its eyesight again. It is of more than the last importance, in the meantime, to the furtherance of our plan," said Christian, "that your grace should stand for a space between them and the King's favour. The youth hath influence with the maiden, which we should find scarce favourable to our views. Besides, her father holds him as high as he can any one who is no such puritanic fool as himself." "Well, most Christian, said the Duke, "I have heard your commands at length. I will endeavour to stop the earths under the throne, that neither the lord, knight, nor squire in question shall find it possible to burrow there. For the fair one, I must leave Chiffinch and you to manage her introduction to her high destinies, since I am not to be trusted. Adieu, most Christian. He fixed his eyes on him, and then exclaimed, as he shut the door of the apartment, "Most profligate and damnable villain! And what provokes me most of all is the knave's composed insolence. Your grace will do this, and your grace will condescend to do that. A pretty puppet I should be to play the second part, or rather the third, in such a scheme. No, they shall all walk according to my purpose, or I will cross them. I will find this girl out in spite of them, and judge if their scheme is likely to be successful. If so, she shall be mine entirely, before she becomes the King's, and I will command her who is to guide Charles. Jerningham," his gentleman entered, "cause Christian to be dogged wherever he goes, for the next 24 hours, and find out where he visits a female newly come to town. You smile, you knave. I did but suspect a fresh rival to Araminta and the little Countess," said Jerningham. "Away to your business, knave," said the Duke. "Let me think of mine. To subdue a Puritan in Essy, a King's favourite in Possy, the very muster of western beauties, that is point first. The impudence of this Manx mongrel to be corrected, the pride of Madame la Duchess to be pulled down, and important state intrigue to be farthered or baffled, as circumstances render most to my own honour and glory. I wished for business but now, and I have got enough of it. But Buckingham will keep his own steerage way through shoal and through weather." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mark you this, Bassiano. The devil can quote scripture for his purpose. Merchant of Venice. After leaving the proud mansion of the Duke of Buckingham, Christian, full of the deep and treacherous schemes which he meditated, hastened to the city, where in a decent inn kept by a person of his own persuasion, he had been unexpectedly summoned to meet with Ralph Bridgenorth of Moultracy. He was not disappointed. The Major had arrived that morning, and anxiously expected him. The usual gloom of his countenance was darkened into a yet deeper shade of anxiety, which was scarcely relieved, even while, in answer to his inquiry after his daughter, Christian gave the most favourable account of her health and spirits, naturally and unaffectedly intermingled with such praises of her beauty and her disposition as were likely to be most grateful to a father's ear. But Christian had too much cunning to expatiate on this theme, however soothing. He stopped short exactly at the point where, as an affectionate relative, he might be supposed to have said enough. The lady, he said, with whom he had placed Alice, was delighted with her aspect and manners, and undertook to be responsible for her health and happiness. He had not, he said, deserved so little confidence at the hand of his brother Bridgenorth, as that the Major should, contrary to his purpose and to the plan which they had adjusted together, have hurried up from the country as if his own presence were necessary for Alice's protection. "Brother Christian," said Bridgenorth in reply, "I must see my child. I must see this person with whom she is entrusted." "To what purpose?" answered Christian. "Have you not often confessed that the over excess of the carnal affection which you have entertained for your daughter hath been a snare to you? Have you not, more than once, been on the point of resigning those great designs which should place righteousness as a counsellor beside the throne, because you desired to gratify your daughter's girlish passion for this descendant of your old persecutor, this Julian Peveril?" "I own it," said Bridgenorth, "and worlds would I have given, and would yet give, to clasp that youth to my bosom, and call him my son. The spirit of his mother looks from his eye, and his stately step is as that of his father, when he daily spoke comfort to me in my distress, and said, 'The child liveth.'" "But the youth walks," said Christian, "after his own lights, and mistakes the meteor of the marsh for the polar star. Ralph Bridgenorth, I will speak to thee in friendly sincerity. Thou must not think to serve both the good cause and Baal. Obey, if thou wilt, thine own carnal affections. Summon this Julian Peveril to thy house, and let him wed thy daughter. But mark the reception she will meet with from the proud old knight, whose spirit is now, even now, as little broken with his chains as after the sword of the saints had prevailed at Worcestershire. Thou shalt see thy daughter spurned from his feet like an outcast." "Christian," said Bridgenorth, interrupting him, "thou dost urge me hard, but thou dost it in love, my brother, and I forgive thee. Alice shall never be spurned. But this friend of thine, this lady, thou art my child's uncle, and after me, thou art next to her in love and affection. Still thou art not her father, hast not her father's fears. Art thou sure of the character of this woman, to whom my child is entrusted? Am I sure of my own? Am I sure that my name is Christian? Yours, Bridgenorth? Is it a thing I am likely to be insecure in? Have I not dwelt for many years in this city? Do I not know this court? And am I likely to be imposed upon? For I will not think you can fear my imposing upon you." "Thou art my brother," said Bridgenorth, "the blood and bone of my departed saint, and I am determined that I will trust thee in this matter." "Thou dost well," said Christian. and who knows what reward may be in store for thee? I cannot look upon Alice, but it is strongly borne in on my mind that there will be work for a creature so excellent beyond ordinary women. Courageous Judith freed Bethulia by her valor, and the comely features of Esther made her a safeguard and a defense to her people in the land of captivity, when she found favor in the sight of King Ahasuerus. Be it with her as heaven wills, said Bridgenorth. And now tell me what progress there is in the great work. The people are weary of the iniquity of this court, said Christian, and if this man will continue to reign, it must be by calling to his councils men of another stamp. The alarm excited by the damnable practices of the papists has called up men's souls, and awakened their eyes to the dangers of their state. He himself, for he will give up brother and wife to save himself, is not averse to a change of measures, and though we cannot at first see the court purged as with a winnowing fan, yet there will be enough of the good to control the bad, enough of the sober party to compel the grant of that universal toleration for which we have sighed so long, as a maiden for her beloved. Time and opportunity will lead the way to more thorough reformation, and that will be done without stroke of sword, which our friends failed to establish on a sure foundation, even when their victorious blades were in their hands. May God grant it, said Bridgenorth, for I fear me I should scruple to do aught which should once more unsheathe the civil sword, but welcome all that comes in a peaceful and parliamentary way. Ay, said Christian, and which will bring with it the bitter amends which our enemies have so long merited at our hands. How long hath our brother's blood cried for vengeance from the altar? Now shall that cruel Frenchwoman find that neither lapse of years, nor her powerful friends, nor the name of Stanley, nor the sovereignty of man, shall stop the stern course of the pursuer of blood. Her name shall be struck from the noble, and her heritage shall another take. Nay, but, brother Christian, said Bridgenorth, art thou not over-eager in pursuing this thing? It is thy duty as a Christian to forgive thine enemies. Ay, but not the enemies of heaven, not those who shed the blood of the saints, said Christian, his eyes kindling that vehement and fiery expression which at times gave to his uninteresting countenance the only character of passion which it ever exhibited. No, Bridgenorth, he continued, I esteem this purpose of revenge holy. I account it a propitiatory sacrifice for what may have been evil in my life. I have submitted to be spurned by the haughty. I have humbled myself to be as a servant. But in my breast was the proud thought, I who do this, do it that I may avenge my brother's blood. Still, my brother, said Bridgenorth, although I participate thy purpose, and have aided thee against this Moabitish woman, I cannot but think thy revenge is more after the law of Moses than after the law of love. This comes well from thee, Ralph Bridgenorth, answered Christian, from thee who has just smiled over the downfall of thine own enemy. If you mean Sir Geoffrey Peveril, said Bridgenorth, I smile not on his ruin. It is well he is abased, but if it lies with me, I may humble his pride, but will never ruin his house. You know your purpose best, said Christian, and I do justice, brother Bridgenorth, to the purity of your principles, but men who see with but worldly eyes would discern little purpose of mercy in the strict magistrate and severe creditor, and such have you been to Peveril." "And, brother Christian," said Bridgenorth, his colour rising as he spoke, "neither do I doubt your purpose, nor deny the surprising address with which you have procured such perfect information concerning the purposes of yonder woman of Ammon; but it is free to me to think that in your intercourse with the court and with courtiers, you may, in your carnal and worldly policy, sink the value of those spiritual gifts for which you were once so much celebrated among the brethren." "Do not apprehend it," said Christian, recovering his temper, which had been a little ruffled by the previous discussion. "Let us but work together as heretofore, and I trust each of us shall be found doing the work of a faithful servant to that good old cause for which we have heretofore drawn the sword." So saying, he took his hat, and bidding Bridgenorth farewell, declared his intention of returning in the evening. "Fare thee well," said Bridgenorth. "To that cause wilt thou find me ever a true and devoted adherent. I will act by that counsel of thine, and will not even ask thee, though it may grieve my heart as a parent, with whom or where thou hast entrusted my child. I will try to cut off and cast from me even my right hand and my right eye. But for thee, Christian, if thou dost deal otherwise than prudently and honestly in this matter, it is what God and man will require at thy hand." "Fear me not," said Christian hastily, and left the place, agitated by reflections of no pleasant kind. "I ought to have persuaded him to return," he said, as he stepped out into the street. "Even his hovering in this neighbourhood may spoil the plan on which depends the rise of my fortunes, ay, and of his child's. Will men say I have ruined her, when I shall have raised her to the dazzling height of the Duchess of Portsmouth, and perhaps made her a mother to a long line of princes? Chiffinch hath vouched for opportunity, and the voluptuary's fortune depends upon his gratifying the taste of his master for variety. If she makes an impression, it must be a deep one, and once seated in his affections, I fear not her being supplanted. What will her father say? Will he, like a prudent man, put his shame in his pocket, because it is well gilded? Or will he think it fitting to make a display of moral wrath and parental frenzy? I fear the latter. He has ever kept too strict a course to admit his conniving at such license. But what will his anger avail? I will not be seen in the matter. Those who are will care little for the resentment of a country Puritan. And after all, what I am labouring to bring about is best for himself, the wench, and above all for me, Edward Christian. With such base opiates did this unhappy wretch stifle his own conscience, while anticipating the disgrace of his friend's family, and the ruin of a near relative, committed in confidence to his charge. The character of this man was of no common description, nor was it by an ordinary road that he had arrived at the present climax of unfeeling and infamous selfishness. Edward Christian, as the reader is aware, was the brother of that William Christian who was the principal instrument in delivering up the Isle of Man to the Republic, and who became the victim of the Countess of Derby's revenge on that account. Both had been educated as Puritans, but William was a soldier, which somewhat modified the strictness of his religious opinions. Edward, a civilian, seemed to entertain these principles in the utmost rigour, but it was only seeming. The exactness of deportment, which procured him great honour and influence among the sober party, as they were wont to term themselves, covered a voluptuous disposition, the gratification of which was sweet to him as stolen waters, and pleasant as bread eaten in secret. While, therefore, his seeming godliness brought him worldly gain, his secret pleasures compensated for his outward austerity. Until the Restoration and the Countess's violent proceedings against his brother interrupted the course of both, he then fled from his native island, burning with the desire of revenging his brother's death, the only passion foreign to his own gratification which he was ever known to cherish, and which was also, at least, partly selfish, since it concerned the restoration of his own fortunes. He found easy access to Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, who, in right of his Duchess, claimed such of the Derby estate as had been bestowed by the Parliament on his celebrated father-in-law, Lord Fairfax. His influence at the court of Charles, where a jest was a better plea than a long claim of faithful service, was so successfully exerted as to contribute greatly to the depression of that loyal and ill-rewarded family. But Buckingham was incapable, even for his own interest, of pursuing the steady course which Christian suggested to him, and his vacillation probably saved the remnant of the large estates of the Earl of Derby. Meantime, Christian was too useful a follower to be dismissed. From Buckingham and others of that stamp, he did not affect to conceal the laxity of his morals, but towards the numerous and powerful party to which he belonged, he was able to disguise them by a seeming gravity of exterior which he never laid aside. Indeed, so wide and absolute was then the distinction betwixt the court and the city, that a man might have for some time played two several parts, as in two different spheres, without its being discovered in the one that he exhibited himself in a different light in the other. Besides, when a man of talent shows himself an able and useful partisan, his party will continue to protect and accredit him, in spite of conduct the most contradictory to their own principles. Some facts are in such cases denied, some are glossed over, and party zeal is permitted to cover at least as many defects as ever doth charity. Edward Christian had often need of the partial indulgence of his friends, but he experienced it, for he was eminently useful. Buckingham and other courtiers of the same class, however dissolute in their lives, were desirous of keeping some connection with the dissenting or puritanic party, as it was termed, thereby to strengthen themselves against their opponents at court. In such intrigues, Christian was a notable agent, and at one time had nearly procured an absolute union between a class which professed the most rigid principles of religion and morality, and the latitudinarian courtiers who set all principle at defiance. Amidst the vicissitudes of a life of intrigue, during which Buckingham's ambitious schemes and his own repeatedly sent him across the Atlantic, it was Edward Christian's boast that he never lost sight of his principal object, revenge on the Countess of Derby. He maintained a close and intimate correspondence with his native island, so as to be perfectly informed of whatever took place there, and he stimulated on every favourable opportunity the cupidity of Buckingham to possess himself of this petty kingdom, by procuring the forfeiture of its present lord. It was not difficult to keep his patron's wild wishes alive on this topic, for his own mercurial imagination attached particular charms to the idea of becoming a sort of sovereign even in this little island, and he was, like Catiline, as covetous of the property of others as he was profuse of his own. But it was not until the pretended discovery of the Papist plot that the schemes of Christian could be brought to ripen, and then so odious were the Catholics in the eyes of the credulous people of England, that upon the accusation of the most infamous of mankind, common informers, the scourings of jails, and the refuge of the whipping post, the most atrocious charges against persons of the highest rank and fairest character were readily received and credited. This was a period which Christian did not fail to improve. He drew close his intimacy with Bridgenorth, which had indeed never been interrupted, and readily engaged him in his schemes, which in the eyes of his brother-in-law were alike honourable and patriotic. But while he flattered Bridgenorth with the achieving a complete reformation in the state, checking the profligacy of the court, relieving the consciences of the dissenters from the pressures of the penal laws, amending in fine the crying grievances of the time, while he showed him also, in prospect, revenge upon the Countess of Derby, and a humbling dispensation on the house of Peveril, from whom Bridgenorth had suffered such indignity, Christian did not neglect, in the meanwhile, to consider how he could best benefit himself by the confidence reposed in him by his unsuspicious relation. The extreme beauty of Alice Bridgenorth, the great wealth which time and economy had accumulated on her father, pointed her out as a most desirable match to repair the wasted fortunes of some of the followers of the court, and he flattered himself that he could conduct such a negotiation so as to be in a high degree conducive to his own advantage. He found there would be little difficulty in prevailing on Major Bridgenorth to entrust him with the guardianship of his daughter. That unfortunate gentleman had accustomed himself from the very period of her birth to regard the presence of his child as a worldly indulgence too great to be allowed to him, and Christian had little trouble in convincing him that the strong inclination which he felt to bestow her on Julian Peveril, provided he could be brought over to his own political opinions, was a blamable compromise with his more severe principles. Late circumstances had taught him the incapacity and unfitness of Dame Debich for the sole charge of so dear a pledge, and he readily and thankfully embraced the kind offer of her maternal uncle, Christian, to place Alice under the protection of a lady of rank in London, whilst he himself was to be engaged in the scenes of bustle and blood, which, in common with all good Protestants, he expected was speedily to take place on a general rising of the Papists, unless prevented by the active and energetic measures of the good people of England. He even confessed his fears that his partial regard for Alice's happiness might enervate his efforts in behalf of his country, and Christian had little trouble in eliciting from him a promise that he would forbear to inquire after her for some time. Thus, certain of being the temporary guardian of his niece for a space long enough, he flattered himself, for the execution of his purpose, Christian endeavoured to pave the way by consulting Chiffinch, whose known skill in court policy qualified him best as an adviser on this occasion. But this worthy person, being in fact a purveyor for his Majesty's pleasures, and on that account high in his good graces, thought it fell within the line of his duty to suggest another scheme than that on which Christian consulted him. A woman of such exquisite beauty as Alice was described, he deemed more worthy to be a partaker of the affections of the merry monarch, whose taste in female beauty was so exquisite, than to be made the wife of some worn-out prodigal of quality. And then, doing perfect justice to his own character, he felt it would not be one whit impaired, while his fortune would be, in every respect, greatly amended, if after sharing the short reign of the Gwens, the Davises, the Robertses, and so forth, Alice Bridgenorth should retire from the state of a royal favourite into the humble condition of Mrs. Chiffinch. After cautiously sounding Christian, and finding that the near prospect of interest to himself effectually prevented his starting at this iniquitous scheme, Chiffinch detailed it to him fully, carefully keeping the final termination out of sight, and talking of the favour to be acquired by the fair Alice as no passing caprice, but the commencement of a reign as long and absolute as that of the Duchess of Portsmouth, of whose avarice and domineering temper Charles was now understood to be much tired, though the force of habit rendered him unequal to free himself of her yoke. Thus chalked out, the scene prepared was no longer the intrigue of a court pander, and a villainous resolution for the ruin of an innocent girl, but became a state intrigue for the removal of an obnoxious favourite, and the subsequent change of the king's sentiments upon various material points, in which he was at present influenced by the Duchess of Portsmouth. In this light it was exhibited to the Duke of Buckingham, who, either to sustain his character for daring gallantry, or in order to gratify some capricious fancy, had at one time made love to the reigning favourite, and experienced a repulse which he had never forgiven. But one scheme was too little to occupy the active and enterprising spirit of the Duke. An appendix of the Popish Plot was easily so contrived as to involve the Countess of Derby, who, from character and religion, was precisely the person whom the credulous part of the public were inclined to suppose the likely accomplice of such a conspiracy. Christian and Bridgenorth undertook the perilous commission of attacking her even in her own little kingdom of man, and had commissions for this purpose, which were only to be produced in case of their scheme taking effect. It miscarried, as the reader is aware, from the Countess's alert preparations for defence, and neither Christian nor Bridgenorth held it sound policy to practise openly, even under parliamentary authority, against a lady so little liable to hesitate upon the measures most likely to secure her feudal sovereignty, wisely considering that even the omnipotence, as it has been somewhat too largely styled, of Parliament, might fail to relieve them from the personal consequences of a failure. On the continent of Britain, however, no opposition was to be feared, and so well was Christian acquainted with all the motions in the interior of the Countess's little court or household, that Peveril would have been arrested the instant he set foot on shore, but for the gale of wind which obliged the vessel, in which he was a passenger, to run for Liverpool. Here Christian, under the name of Ganless, unexpectedly met with him, and preserved him from the fangs of the well-breathed witnesses of the plot, with the purpose of securing his dispatches, or, if necessary, his person also, in such a manner as to place him at his own discretion, a narrow and perilous game, which he thought it better, however, to undertake, than to permit these subordinate agents, who were always ready to mutiny against all in league with them, to obtain the credit which they must have done by the seizure of the Countess of Derby's dispatches. It was, besides, essential to Buckingham's schemes that these should not pass into the hands of a public officer like Topham, who, however pompous and stupid, was upright and well-intentioned, until they had undergone the revisal of a private committee, where something might have probably been suppressed, even supposing that nothing had been added. In short, Christian, in carrying on his own separate and peculiar intrigue by the agency of the great Popish Plot, as it was called, acted just like an engineer, who derives the principle of motion which turns his machinery by means of a steam engine or large water wheel constructed to drive a separate and larger engine. Accordingly, he was determined that, while he took all the advantage he could from their supposed discoveries, no one should be admitted to tamper or interfere with his own plans of profit and revenge. Chiffinch, who, desirous of satisfying himself with his own eyes of that excellent beauty which had been so highly extolled, had gone down to Derbyshire on purpose, was infinitely delighted when, during the course of a 2-hour sermon at the dissenting chapel in Liverpool, which afforded him ample leisure for a deliberate survey, he arrived at the conclusion that he had never seen a form or face more captivating. His eyes having confirmed what was told him, he hurried back to the little inn which formed their place of rendezvous, and there awaited Christian and his niece with a degree of confidence in the success of their project which he had not before entertained, and with an apparatus of luxury calculated, as he thought, to make a favourable impression on the mind of a rustic girl. He was somewhat surprised when, instead of Alice Bridgenorth, to whom he expected that night to have been introduced, he found that Christian was accompanied by Julian Peveril. It was indeed a severe disappointment, for he had prevailed on his own indolence to venture this far from the court, in order that he might judge, with his own paramount taste, whether Alice was really the prodigy which her uncle's praises had bespoken her, and as such a victim worthy of the fate to which she was destined. A few words betwixt the worthy confederates determined them on the plan of stripping Peveril of the Countess's dispatches, Chiffinch absolutely refusing to take any share in arresting him, as a matter of which his master's approbation might be very uncertain. Christian had also his own reasons for abstaining from so decisive a step. It was by no means likely to be agreeable to Bridgenorth, whom it was necessary to keep in good humour. It was not necessary, for the Countess's dispatches were of far more importance than the person of Julian. Lastly, it was superfluous in this respect also, that Julian was on the road to his father's castle, where it was likely he would be seized, as a matter of course, along with the other suspicious persons who fell under Topham's warrant, and the denunciations of his infamous companions. He, therefore, far from using any violence to Peveril, assumed towards him such a friendly tone as might seem to warn him against receiving damage from others, and vindicate himself from having any share in depriving him of his charge. This last manoeuvre was achieved by an infusion of a strong narcotic into Julian's wine, under the influence of which he slumbered so soundly that the confederates were easily able to accomplish their inhospitable purpose. The events of the succeeding days are already known to the reader. Chiffinch set forward to return to London with the packet, which it was desirable should be in Buckingham's hands as soon as possible, while Christian went to Moultracy to receive Alice from her father and convey her safely to London, his accomplice agreeing to defer his curiosity to see more of her until they should have arrived in that city. Before parting with Bridgenorth, Christian had exerted his utmost address to prevail on him to remain at Moultracy. He had even overstepped the bounds of prudence, and by his urgency awakened some suspicions of an indefinite nature, which he found it difficult to allay. Bridgenorth therefore followed his brother-in-law to London, and the reader has already been made acquainted with the arts which Christian used to prevent his farther interference with the destinies of his daughter, or the unhallowed schemes of her ill-chosen guardian. Still, Christian, as he strode along the street in profound reflection, saw that his undertaking was attended with 1,000 perils, and the drops stood like beads on his brow when he thought of the presumptuous levity and fickle temper of Buckingham, the frivolity and intemperance of Chiffinch, the suspicions of the melancholy and bigoted, yet sagacious and honest Bridgenorth. Had I, he thought, but tools fitted, each to their portion of the work, how easily could I heave asunder and disjoint the strength that opposes me. But with these frail and insufficient implements, I am in daily, hourly, momentary danger that one lever or other gives way, and that the whole ruin recoils on my own head. And yet, were it not for those failings I complain of, how were it possible for me to have acquired that power over them, all which constitutes them my passive tools, even when they seem most to exert their own free will? Yes, the bigots have some right when they affirm that all is for the best. It may seem strange that, amidst the various subjects of Christian's apprehension, he was never visited by any long or permanent doubt that the virtue of his niece might prove the shoal on which his voyage should be wrecked. But he was an arrant rogue, as well as a hardened libertine, and in both characters a professed disbeliever in the virtue of the fair sex. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Peveril of the Peak by Sir Walter Scott. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. As for John Dryden's Charles, I own that king was never any very mighty thing, and yet he was a devilish honest fellow, enjoyed his friend and bottle, and got mellow. Dr. Wolute. London, the grand central point of intrigues of every description, had now attracted within its dark and shadowy region the greater number of the personages whom we have had occasion to mention. Julian Peveril, amongst others of the dramatis personae, had arrived, and taken up his abode in a remote inn in the suburbs. His business, he conceived, was to remain incognito until he should have communicated in private with the friends who were most likely to lend assistance to his parents, as well as to his patroness, in their present situation of doubt and danger. Amongst these, the most powerful was the Duke of Ormond, whose faithful services, high rank, and acknowledged worth and virtue still preserved an ascendancy in that very court, where, in general, he was regarded as out of favour. Indeed, so much consciousness did Charles display in his demeanour towards that celebrated noble and servant of his father, that Buckingham once took the freedom to ask the king whether the Duke of Ormond had lost his Majesty's favour, or his Majesty the Duke's, since whenever they chanced to meet, the king appeared the more embarrassed of the two. But it was not Peveril's good fortune to obtain the advice or countenance of this distinguished person. His Grace of Ormond was not at that time in London. The letter, about the delivery of which the Countess had seemed most anxious, after that to the Duke of Ormond, was addressed to Captain Barstow, a Jesuit whose real name was Fenwick, to be found, or at least to be heard of, in the house of one Martin Crystal, in the Savoy. To this place hastened Peveril, upon learning the absence of the Duke of Ormond. He was not ignorant of the danger which he personally incurred by thus becoming a medium of communication betwixt a popish priest and a suspected Catholic. But when he undertook the perilous commission of his patroness, he had done so frankly, and with the unreserved resolution of serving her in the manner in which she most desired her affairs to be conducted. Yet he could not forbear some secret apprehension, when he felt himself engaged in the labyrinth of passages and galleries, which led to different obscure sets of apartments in the ancient building termed the Savoy. This antiquated and almost ruinous pile occupied a part of the site of the public offices in the Strand, commonly called Somerset House. The Savoy had been formerly a palace, and took its name from an Earl of Savoy, by whom it was founded. It had been the habitation of John of Gaunt, and several persons of distinction, had become a convent, an hospital, and finally, in Charles II's time, a waste of dilapidated buildings and ruinous apartments, inhabited chiefly by those who had some connection with, or dependence upon, the neighbouring palace of Somerset House, which, more fortunate than the Savoy, had still retained its royal title, and was the abode of a part of the court, and occasionally of the king himself, who had apartments there. It was not without several inquiries, and more than one mistake, that at the end of a long and dusky passage, composed of boards so wasted by time that they threatened to give way under his feet, Julian at length found the name of Martin Crystal, broker and appraiser, upon a shattered door. He was about to knock, when some one pulled his cloak, and looking round, to his great astonishment, which indeed almost amounted to fear, he saw the little mute damsel, who had accompanied him for a part of the way on his voyage from the Isle of Man. "Fenella!" he exclaimed, forgetting that she could neither hear nor reply. "Fenella, can this be you?" Fenella, assuming the air of warning and authority which she had heretofore endeavoured to adopt towards him, interposed betwixt Julian and the door at which he was about to knock, pointed with her finger towards it in a prohibiting manner, and at the same time bent her brows and shook her head sternly. After a moment's consideration, Julian could place but one interpretation upon Fenella's appearance and conduct, and that was, by supposing her lady had come up to London, and had dispatched this mute attendant as a confidential person to apprise him of some change of her intended operations, which might render the delivery of her letters to Barstow, alias Fenwick, superfluous, or perhaps dangerous. He made signs to Fenella demanding to know whether she had any commission from the Countess. She nodded. Had she any letter? He continued, by the same mode of inquiry. She shook her head impatiently, and walking hastily along the passage, made a signal to him to follow. He did so, having little doubt that he was about to be conducted into the Countess's presence. But his surprise, at first excited by Fenella's appearance, was increased by the rapidity and ease with which she seemed to track the dusky and decayed mazes of the dilapidated Savoy, equal to that with which he had seen her formerly lead the way through the gloomy vaults of Castle Rushen in the Isle of Man. When he recollected, however, that Fenella had accompanied the Countess on a long visit to London, it appeared not improbable that she might then have acquired this local knowledge which seemed so accurate. Many foreigners, dependent on Queen or Queen Dowager, had apartments in the Savoy. Many Catholic priests also found refuge in its recesses, under various disguises, and in defiance of the severity of the laws against popery. What was more likely than that the Countess of Derby, a Catholic and a Frenchwoman, should have had secret commissions amongst such people, and that the execution of such should be entrusted, at least occasionally, to Fenella. Thus reflecting, Julian continued to follow her light and active footsteps as she glided from the Strand to Spring Garden, and thence into the park. It was still early in the morning, and the mall was untenanted, save by a few walkers who frequented these shades for the wholesome purpose of air and exercise. Splendor, gaiety, and display did not come forth at that period until noon was approaching. All readers have heard that the whole space where the Horse Guards are now built, made in the time of Charles II a part of St. James's Park, and that the old building, now called the Treasury, was a part of the ancient palace of Whitehall, which was thus immediately connected with the park. The canal had been constructed by the celebrated Le Norte for the purpose of draining the park, and it communicated with the Thames by a decoy stocked with a quantity of the rarer waterfowl. It was towards this decoy that Fenella bent her way with unabated speed, and they were approaching a group of 2 or 3 gentlemen who sauntered by its banks, when, on looking closely at him, who appeared to be the chief of the party, Julian felt his heart beat uncommonly thick, as if conscious of approaching someone of the highest consequence. The person whom he looked upon was past the middle age of life, of a dark complexion, corresponding with the long, black, full-bottomed periwig which he wore instead of his own hair. His dress was plain black velvet, with a diamond star, however, on his cloak, which hung carelessly over one shoulder. His features, strongly lined, even to harshness, had yet an expression of dignified good humour. He was well and strongly built, walked upright and yet easily, and had upon the whole the air of a person of the highest consideration. He kept rather in advance of his companions, but turned and spoke to them from time to time with much affability, and probably with some liveliness, judging by the smiles, and sometimes the scarce restrained laughter, by which some of his sallies were received by his attendants. They also wore only morning dresses, but their looks and manner were those of men of rank, in presence of one in station still more elevated. They shared the attention of their principal, in common with 7 or 8 little black curly-haired spaniels, or rather, as they are now called, cockers, which attended their master as closely, and perhaps with as deep sentiments of attachment, as the bipeds of the group, and whose gambols, which seemed to afford him much amusement, he sometimes checked and sometimes encouraged. In addition to this pastime, a lackey or groom was also in attendance, with one or two little baskets and bags, from which the gentlemen we have described took from time to time a handful of seeds, and amused themselves with throwing them to the waterfowl. This, the king's favourite occupation, together with his remarkable countenance, and the deportment of the rest of the company towards him, satisfied Julian Peveril that he was approaching, perhaps indecorously, near the person of Charles Stewart, the second of that unhappy name. While he hesitated to follow his dumb guide any nearer, and felt the embarrassment of being unable to communicate to her his repugnance to further intrusion, a person in the royal retinue touched a light and lively air on the flageolet, at a signal from the king, who desired to have some tune repeated which had struck him in the theatre on the preceding evening, while the good-natured monarch marked time with his foot, and with the motion of his hand, Fenella continued to approach him, and threw into her manner the appearance of one who was attracted, as it were in spite of herself, by the sounds of the instrument. Anxious to know how this was to end, and astonished to see the dumb girl imitate so accurately the manner of one who actually heard the musical notes, Peveril also drew near, though at somewhat greater distance. The king looked good-humouredly at both, as if he admitted their musical enthusiasm as an excuse for their intrusion, but his eyes became riveted on Fenella, whose face and appearance, although rather singular than beautiful, had something in them wild, fantastic, and, as being so, even captivating, to an eye which had been gratified perhaps to satiety with the ordinary forms of female beauty. She did not appear to notice how closely she was observed, but as if acting under an irresistible impulse, derived from the sounds to which she seemed to listen, she undid the bodkin round which her long tresses were winded, and flinging them suddenly over her slender person, as if using them as a natural veil, she began to dance, with infinite grace and agility, to the tune which the flageolet played. Peveril almost lost his sense of the king's presence, when he observed with what wonderful grace and agility Fenella kept time to notes, which could only be known to her by the motions of the musician's fingers. He had heard, indeed, among other prodigies, of a person in Fenella's unhappy situation acquiring, by some unaccountable and mysterious tact, the power of acting as an instrumental musician, nay, becoming so accurate a performer as to be capable of leading a musical band, and he also heard of deaf and dumb persons dancing with sufficient accuracy by observing the motions of their partner. But Fenella's performance seemed more wonderful than either, since the musician was guided by his written notes, and the dancer by the motions of the others, whereas Fenella had no intimation, save what she seemed to gather with infinite accuracy by observing the motion of the artist's fingers on his small instrument. As for the king, who was ignorant of the particular circumstances which rendered Fenella's performance almost marvellous, he was contented, at her first commencement, to authorize what seemed to him the frolic of this singular-looking damsel by a good-natured smile, but when he perceived the exquisite truth and justice, as well as the wonderful combination of grace and agility with which she executed to this favourite air a dance which was perfectly new to him, Charles turned this mere acquiescence into something like enthusiastic applause. He bore time to her motions with the movement of his foot, applauded with head and with hand, and seemed, like herself, carried away by the enthusiasm of the justic art. After a rapid yet graceful succession of entrechats, Fenella introduced a slow movement which terminated the dance. Then, dropping a profound curtsy, she continued to stand motionless before the king, her arms folded on her bosom, her head stooped, and her eyes cast down after the manner of an oriental slave, while through the misty veil of her shadowy locks it might be observed that the colour which exercise had called to her cheeks was dying fast away, and resigning them to their native dusky hue. "By my honour," exclaimed the king, "she is like a fairy who trips it in moonlight. There must be more of air and fire than of earth in her composition. It is well poor Nelly Gwen saw her not, or she would have died of grief and envy. Come, gentlemen, which of you contrived this pretty piece of morning pastime?" The courtiers looked at each other, but none of them felt authorized to claim the merit of a service so agreeable. "We must ask the quick-eyed nymph herself, then," said the king, and looking at Fenella, he added, "Tell us, my pretty one, to whom we owe the pleasure of seeing you. I suspect the Duke of Buckingham, for this is exactly a tour de son métier." Fenella, on observing that the king addressed her, bowed low and shook her head, in signal that she did not understand what he said. "Odds fish, that is true," said the king. "She must perforce be a foreigner. Her complexion and agility speak it. France or Italy has had the moulding of those elastic limbs, dark cheek, and eye of fire." He then put to her in French, and again in Italian, the question, by whom she had been sent hither. At the second repetition, Fenella threw back her veiling tresses, so as to show the melancholy which sat on her brow, while she sadly shook her head, and intimated by imperfect muttering, but of the softest and most plaintive kind, her organic deficiency. "Is it possible nature can have made such a fault?" said Charles. "Can she have left so curious a piece as thou art without the melody of voice, whilst she made thee so exquisitely sensible to the beauty of sound? Stay, what means this, and what young fellow are you bringing up there? Oh, the master of the show, I suppose. Friend," he added, addressing himself to Peveril, who on the signal of Fenella stepped forward almost instinctively, and kneeled down, "we thank thee for the pleasure of this morning. My Lord Marquis, you rooked me at piquet last night, for which disloyal deed thou shalt now atone by giving a couple of pieces to this honest youth, and 5 to the girl." As the nobleman drew out his purse, and came forward to perform the king's generous commission, Julian felt some embarrassment ere he was able to explain that he had not title to be benefited by the young person's performance, and that his majesty had mistaken his character. "And who art thou then, my friend?" said Charles. "But above all, and particularly, who is this dancing nymph, whom thou standest waiting on like an attendant fawn?" "The young person is a retainer of the Countess Dowager of Derby, so please your majesty," said Peveril in a low tone of voice, "and I am—" "Hold, hold," said the king, "this is a dance to another tune, and not fit for a place so public. Hark thee, friend, do thou and the young woman follow Epsom, where he will conduct thee. Empson, carry them, hark in thy ear." "May it please your majesty, I ought to say," said Peveril, "that I am guiltless of any purpose of intrusion." "Now a plague on him who can take no hint," said the king, cutting short his apology. Odds fish, man, there are times when civility is the greatest impertinence in the world. Do thou follow Empson, and amuse thyself for a half-hour's space with the fairy's company, till we shall send for you." Charles spoke this not without casting an anxious eye around, and in a tone which intimated apprehension of being overheard. Julian could only bow obedience and follow Empson, who was the same person that played so rarely on the flageolet. When they were out of sight of the king and his party, the musician wished to enter into conversation with his companions, and addressed himself first to Fenella with a broad compliment of, "By the mass, ye dance rarely. Never a slut on the boards shows such a shank. I would be content to play to you till my throat were as dry as my whistle. Come, be a little free. Old Rowley will not quit the park till 9. I will carry you to Spring Garden, and bestow sweet cakes and a quart of Rhenish on both of you, and we'll be camarados. What the devil? No answer? How's this, brother? Is the neat wench of yours deaf or dumb, or both? I should laugh at that, and she'd trip it so well to the flageolet." To rid himself of this fellow's discourse, Peveril answered him in French, that he was a foreigner and spoke no English, glad to escape, though at the expense of a fiction, from the additional embarrassment of a fool who was likely to ask more questions than his own wisdom might have enabled him to answer. "Étranger, that means stranger," muttered their guide. "More French dogs and jades come to lick the good English butter of our bread, or perhaps an Italian puppet show. Well, if it were not that they have a mortal enmity to the whole gamut, this were enough to make any honest fellow turn Puritan. But if I am to play to her at the Duchess's, I'll be damned but I put her out in the tune, just to teach her to have the impudence to come to England, and to speak no English." Having muttered to himself this truly British resolution, the musician walked briskly on towards a large house near the bottom of St. James's Street, and entered the court by a grated door from the park, of which the mansion commanded an extensive prospect. Peveril, finding himself in front of a handsome portico, under which opened a stately pair of folding doors, was about to ascend the steps that led to the main entrance, when his guide seized him by the arm, exclaiming, "Hold, Monsieur! What? You'll lose nothing, I see, for want of courage, but you must keep the back way, for all your fine doublet. Here it is not, knock, and it shall be opened, but may be instead knock, and you shall be knocked." Suffering himself to be guided by Empson, Julian deviated from the principal door to one which opened with less ostentation in an angle of the courtyard. On a modest tap from the flute player, admittance was afforded him and his companions by a footman, who conducted them through a variety of stone passages to a very handsome summer parlour, where a lady, or something resembling one, dressed in a style of extra elegance, was trifling with a play book while she finished her chocolate. It would not be easy to describe her, but by weighing her natural good qualities against the affectations which counterbalanced them, she would have been handsome, but for rouge and minauderie, would have been civil, but for overstrained airs of patronage and condescension, would have had an agreeable voice had she spoken in her natural tone, and fine eyes had she not made such desperate, hard use of them. She could only spoil a pretty ankle by too liberal display, but her shape, though she could not yet be 30 years old, had the embonpoint which might have suited better with 10 years more advanced. She pointed Empson to a seat with the air of a duchess, and asked him languidly how he did this age that she had not seen him, and what folks these were he had brought with him. "Foreigners, madam, damned foreigners," answered Empson, "starving beggars, that our old friend has picked up in the park this morning. The wench dances, and the fellow plays on the Jew's trump, I believe. On my life, madam, I begin to be ashamed of old Rowley. I must discard him, unless he keeps better company in future." "Fie, Empson," said the lady, "consider it is our duty to countenance him and keep him afloat, and indeed I always make a principle of it. Hark ye, he comes not hither this morning?" "He will be here," answered Empson, "in the walking of a minuet." "My God!" exclaimed the lady, with unaffected alarm, and starting up with utter neglect of her usual and graceful languor, she tripped as swiftly as a milkmaid into an adjoining apartment, where they heard presently a few words of eager and animated discussion. "Something to be put out of the way, I suppose," said Empson. "Well, for madam, I gave her the hint. There he goes, the happy swain." Julian was so situated that he could, from the same casement through which Empson was peeping, observe a man in a laced roquelaire, and carrying his rapier under his arm, glide from the door by which he had himself entered, and out of the court, keeping as much as possible under the shade of the buildings. The lady re-entered at this moment, and observing how Empson's eyes were directed, said with a slight appearance of hurry, "A gentleman of the Duchess of Portsmouth's with a billet," and so tiresomely pressing for an answer, that I was obliged to write without my diamond pen. I have daubed my fingers, I dare say," she added, looking at a very pretty hand, and presently, after dipping her fingers in a little silver vase of rose-water. "But that little exotic monster of yours, Empson, I hope she really understands no English. On my life, she coloured. Is she such a rare dancer? I must see her dance, and hear him play on the Jew's harp." "Dance!" replied Empson. "She danced well enough when I played to her. I can make anything dance. Old Counsellor Clubfoot danced when he had a fit of the gout. You have seen no such pas seul in the theatre. I would engage to make the Archbishop of Canterbury dance the hays like a Frenchman. There is nothing in dancing. It all lies in the music. Raleigh does not know that now. He saw this poor wench dance, and thought so much on it, when it was all along of me. I would have defied her to sit still. And Raleigh gives her the credit of it, and 5 pieces to boot, and I have only 2 for my morning's work." "True, Master Empson," said the lady, "but you are of the family, though in a lower station, and you ought to consider—" "By God, madam," answered Empson, "all I consider is, that I play the best flageolet in England, and that they can no more supply my place, if they were to discard me, than they could fill Thames from Fleet Ditch." "Well, Master Empson, I do not dispute but you are a man of talents," replied the lady. "Still, I say, mind the main chance. You please the ear to-day. Another has the advantage of you to-morrow." "Never, mistress, while ears have the heavenly power of distinguishing one note from another." "Heavenly power, say you, Master Empson?" said the lady. "Ay, madam, heavenly, for some very neat verses, which we had at our festival, say, 'What know we of the blest above, but that they sing and that they love?' It is Master Waller wrote them, as I think, who upon my word ought to be encouraged." "And so should you, my dear Empson," said the dame, yawning, "were it only for the honour you do to your own profession. But in the meantime, will you ask these people to have some refreshment? And will you take some yourself? The chocolate is that which the ambassador Portuguese fellow brought over to the Queen. If it be genuine, said the musician. How, sir, said the fair one, half rising from her pile of cushions, not genuine, and in this house? Let me understand you, Master Empson. I think when I first saw you, you scarce knew chocolate from coffee. By God, madam, answered the flageolet player, you are perfectly right. And how can I show better how much I have profited by your ladyship's excellent cheer, except by being critical? You stand excused, Master Empson, said the petite maîtresse, sinking gently back on the downy couch, from which a momentary irritation had startled her. I think the chocolate will please you, though scarce equal to what we had from the Spanish resident Mendoza. But we must offer these strange people something. Will you ask them if they would have coffee and chocolate, or cold wild fowl, fruit and wine? They must be treated so as to show them where they are, since here they are. Unquestionably, madam, said Empson, but I have just at this instant forgot the French for chocolate, hot bread, coffee, game, and drinkables. It is odd, said the lady, and I have forgot my French and Italian at the same moment, but it signifies little. I will order the things to be brought, and they will remember the names of them themselves. Empson laughed loudly at this jest, and pawned his soul that the cold sirloin, which entered immediately after, was the best emblem of roast beef all the world over. Plentiful refreshments were offered to all the party, of which both Fenella and Peveril partook. In the meanwhile, the flageolet player drew closer to the side of the lady of the mansion. Their intimacy was cemented, and their spirits set afloat by a glass of liqueur, which gave them additional confidence in discussing the characters as well of the superior attendants of the court as of the inferior rank to which they themselves might be supposed to belong. The lady, indeed, during this conversation, frequently exerted her complete and absolute superiority over Master Empson, in which that musical gentleman humbly acquiesced whenever the circumstance was recalled to his attention, whether in the way of blunt contradiction, sarcastic insinuation, downright assumption of higher importance, or in any of the other various modes by which such superiority is usually asserted and maintained. But the lady's obvious love of scandal was the lure which very soon brought her again down from the dignified part which for a moment she assumed, and placed her once more on a gossiping level with her companion. Their conversation was too trivial, and too much allied to petty court intrigues, with which he was totally unacquainted, to be in the least interesting to Julian. As it continued for more than an hour, he soon ceased to pay the least attention to a discourse consisting of nicknames, patchwork, and innuendo, and employed himself in reflecting on his own complicated affairs, and the probable issue of his approaching audience with the king, which had been brought about by so singular an agent, and by means so unexpected. He often looked to his guide Fenella, and observed that she was, for the greater part of the time, drowned in deep and abstracted meditation, but 3 or 4 times, and it was when the assumed airs and affected importance of the musician and their hostess rose to the most extravagant excess, he observed that Fenella dealt askance on them some of those bitter and almost blighting elfin looks, which in the Isle of Man were held to imply contemptuous execration. There was something in all her manner so extraordinary, joined to her sudden appearance and her demeanour in the king's presence, so oddly yet so well contrived to procure him a private audience, which he might, by graver means, have sought in vain, that it almost justified the idea, though he smiled at it internally, that the little mute agent was aided in her machinations by the kindred imps, to whom, according to Manx's superstition, her genealogy was to be traced. Another idea sometimes occurred to Julian, though he rejected the question as being equally wild with those doubts which referred Fenella to a race different from that of mortals. Was she really afflicted with those organical imperfections which had always seemed to sever her from humanity? If not, what could be the motives of so young a creature practising so dreadful a penance for such an unremitted term of years, and how formidable must be the strength of mind which could condemn itself to so terrific a sacrifice? How deep and strong the purpose for which it was undertaken? But a brief recollection of past events enabled him to dismiss this conjecture as altogether wild and visionary. He had but to call to memory the various stratagems practised by his light-hearted companion, the young Earl of Derby, upon this forlorn girl, the conversations held in her presence, in which the character of a creature so irritable and sensitive upon all occasions was freely and sometimes satirically discussed, without her expressing the least acquaintance with what was going forward, to convince him that so deep a deception could never have been practised for so many years by a being of a turn of mind so peculiarly jealous and irascible. He renounced, therefore, the idea, and turned his thoughts to his own affairs and his approaching interview with his sovereign, in which meditation we propose to leave him, until we briefly review the changes which had taken place in the situation of Alice Bridgenorth. End of chapter 30.